They shouldn't have given you ashy blokes YouTube.
Before we get started, does anyone want to get out?
All right, good folks. This is just an open session, so you guys, because Art doesn't have his, so I'm just going to drop the link, and you guys can come on up and chop it up. I don't think I have anything prepared to show you. So if you guys want to come up and just chop up about whatever you guys want to talk about, come on up. So there's the link. Like I said, I don't think I have anything in my history to show you guys that's interesting. Also, I'm going to be posting the last one about changing your relationship with money. That'll be the last one. I know people always ask me about budgeting and what kind of book to budget with, and that is probably the best book on budgeting that I've ever heard, and it makes more sense. And like I said, I've owned like 5 or 6 of those books, and I loan them to females, women, black women, and I never get them back. But all of a sudden, the way they handle money and how much money they have and how they handle their bills changes within 6 months. So if you follow, if you do nothing else, with that book, except the whole key to it is basically the 90 days and the 90 cards where you write down every penny that you spend. Okay, if you do nothing but that, okay, it'll change the way you look at money, change the way you look at your budget. So a lot of people, as to say, they argue with it. It's about economics and all that kind. they try to like one guy. He's going back and forth. He's trying to say that they should listen to another guy or this guy or that guy about economics and all kind. You're overthinking this shit. It's because it's not the whole thing is not about um, how to make money, whether you're capitalist or whether you're socialist and shit like that. It's about um, how do you value the money that you make, how you value the money that you spend, and do you get the most out of the money that you spend? Because what it really concentrates on is preventing what they call unconscious spending. In other words, like I always give the example that when I first read the book, it's got to be 90 when I read that book, 91, 90 or 91. I think it was
30 plus
1990.
years ago, huh?
Yeah, in 1990, I actually read the book, and at work I used to, you know how you have the snack machine, okay?
Yeah.
And I think at the time, plain M&Ms in a little packet were like 65 cents. I used to buy three of them a night, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so basically, after reading the book, I totaled up how
That's
much
like
I
two,
would
$3 a
spend.
night.
Yeah, I would spend like $2.50 a night, right? But the thing is, if
That
you
adds
work,
up.
it adds
Mm-hmm.
up. So basically, I'm at work 20 to 25 days out of the month, and you spend that kind of money, right? 60, $70, and that's in $1990, right? It's a lot of money,
Mm-hmm.
okay? For a budget, and then on top of the other stuff I was actually doing, it was unconscious. It adds up. So it's not that it's not a judgment about how you spend your money, what you spend your money on. This thing is the money that you spend, do you get the full value out of it? In other words, it's something I really like. So
Mm.
if you want to go buy prostitutes and you want to get your rocks off, and that's how you trick off your money, spend your money, as long as you're getting what you desire out of spending that money, he has no problem with it. Okay. The thing is, but if say if you buying a hoe every night or whatever, or buying a hoe twice a week and you spending $800 buying hoes, okay, that's okay. But the thing is, he doesn't care about that. But do you go to Starbucks and buy a cup of coffee just to buy a cup of coffee?
Mm.
And it's just a habit that you don't even think about, okay? Because you might spend. Some people will spend $400, $500 on Starbucks, okay, and they don't get the full pleasure out of it. So it's just that's all the whole course is about. So some people don't want to, some people buy the book, some people don't. But the thing is, I found the audio course that's the first course I listened to. I actually bought the book, but actually the first audio course I listened to was that one. Okay, and that's a full, I think, 4 hour course or whatever it is, and it concentrates all this kind of stuff, and it gives you all his stories and his background and stuff like that, something that the book doesn't touch on. So. Um, so a lot of people saying, okay, well, this is socialism and all that kind of crap, man. Saying people, people blow this shit out of proportion. Okay, so it's just if people ask for it about budgeting and stuff like that, about that kind of stuff. And if I'll tell you one thing, okay, and Saucy said the same thing. If you start with that one, okay, you just start with that one with the money that you have and how you spend your money and how you save your money and what you spend your money on, and you add it to everything else, okay, you'll actually make more money and be more profitable because you won't waste money. Like they said, the whole thing, and any financial guy will tell you, okay, if you're trying to invest, the first thing you have to do is stop the leaks in the boat first. Okay, plug up all the leaks first. Wherever place you're leaking money, you stop that first, and then you go out and try to earn money and invest. But you have to stop your leaks first.
Mm.
Okay, and that's what this book concentrates on: stopping your leaks first. All right. That being said, Passport OG. Okay, what's going on?
Yeah.
Jump in where you guys want to go.
Uh, um, you think Kamala Harris going to do another interview after that Fox?
I have no clue, man. Because um, handling her, what she's capable of, and how they want to put her out there
Mm-hmm.
is always a mystery to me because time is so short and everything that she does is so critical, so magnified in such a short period of time that I don't do. I think she'll do another interview. She might do one, but not like that. Okay.
Yeah. All I have to
Six.
say is it.
Go
All
ahead.
I have to say is this.
Uh huh.
palm-colored folks. If you truly want to taste of the gynocracy,
Oh.
elect her.
She got it because I think one
I'm trying to
clip
watch my language because they're
yeah,
sensitive, but
yeah, yeah,
but
the
I'm being
one
serious. You wanted to take you want a true taste of the gynocracy, elect her.
it likes her because there was one video, one interview I saw where she talked about throwing hands. Okay.
Oh
With
wow.
that being said, BGS,
Yes, sir.
with that being said, BGS, how do you think she did in her Bill Duke? You know you fucked up moment. You know you fucked up. You know she fucked up. You know
But the
she
thing,
fucked up.
depends on how you look at it. The people that think that she's strong and assertive and stuff like that, they're gonna look at her one way. Okay, so they're gonna spin it that way. Okay, but uh,
Okay.
but if you just look at it objectively, she didn't answer the questions. Okay,
Nope.
she didn't take accountability for anything she did and stuff like that. And she's gonna have a lot of people looking into the thing about the bill, the immigrant bill and stuff that
Yep.
they did. Because I actually played it on my
You
live
did.
today, and you could
You,
see him. You could actually see him retracting all the protections. Even though they didn't like him, you see him the first day. Okay, actually taking away all the border protections, right? And then try to introduce a bill that it's going to take at least 3 or 4 months to get through Congress.
Hmm.
There was no will to actually put this kind of bill through Congress because even Trump tried. Okay, any kind of immigrant bill is going to take sometimes months and years to get through. Right?
Yes.
I think they proposed during this his cycle. I think they proposed about 4 or 5 immigration bills. They all went down in smoke. Okay, and then I played the clip where he tried to, for the election purpose, he tried to put some of these border protections back in place. Okay, so they know what they're doing. It's not that they don't know what they're doing. He did this on purpose. In fact, there's a campaign thing which actually told the immigrants he was going to try to get 11 million immigrants to come into the United States. Okay,
Mm.
he said that during one of his campaigns. So they did this on purpose. Okay, you put these people there on purpose. You funded these people. Okay, so all the other blowback you have to accept, but they don't want to take responsibility for it. It's not an accident. He did this on purpose. And I'm trying to say, if you just passed this bill or passed this immigration bill, then a lot of these things would have been fixed. It's bullshit. You had the executive orders have a lot of power as far as immigration is concerned because Trump used it. Okay,
BGS.
Trump didn't pass one bill. All the stuff that he did was within his purview and his power to actually do as president. So some of that stuff is bullshit. And Trump will tell you that most of that, that they said, in fact, the Congress said that 90% of what he wanted, he already had the power to do. Go ahead.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
BGS. BGS. With that being said,
Uh huh.
what does the Democratic Party and black women have in common?
What's that?
Lack of accountability.
Yeah.
Lack of accountability.
Like with this Democratic Party, Obama would actually fess up to shit that he did. These people, okay, I think Biden might even fess up, but this chick will not. Okay, but she's a
Oh
gynocrat.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Y'all want to taste the gynocracy? Go ahead. Go on and
you're
elect
gonna
her.
elect her. Yeah, because it's always how will you turn the page? Okay, what are you turning the page on? Well,
And shout out to Brent Barrett.
10 years of Trump. What the fuck you mean? You in office for damn near 4 years. What are you
Actually,
gonna turn the
actually, I
page
went
on
over.
Trump?
Actually,
Good.
BGS, I went over there. I was like, okay, she said a decade, right? Let's see,
Hmm.
decade, 10 years. Who was in the office in 2014 to 2016?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
right, Barack
Obama.
Obama.
Yeah,
Uh,
really 2014 to 2017 because Trump didn't take over to 2017. Okay, Obama.
I think that was her slight jab of
right.
getting back at Obama for him getting on her, through the men, that failed, him self sabotaging her ass, just my thought.
Well, what he might be, he might have done it. He might have been told to say it. We don't know because we have to wait for the insider leaks to leak out because you don't
Yeah.
know exactly what went on until somebody decides they're gonna get mad and talk. So we
'Cause
can surmise.
why would she lump Cheeto up with Osama? That doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Would
she-
Osama bin Laden?
No, I don't respect Obama. It's a flop. I know what he did with
Oh,
Obama.
okay. I mean, um, the thing is, okay, the thing is, what this is why I don't like domestic politics, right? Because people get emotional about it. Okay, I I know why he was elected. I know who elected him. I know who put him in power. Okay, it wasn't us. Okay. The
He
only reason he
told
got the only reason he got elected is because of what was going on with the mortgage crisis and the banking system, and the Chinese and the Europeans did not want another white guy in it. That's why he got elected. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, he's skillful. You got to remember, Obama worked on that campaign for 2.5 years.
Yep.
He didn't just So you got to give him his credit for grinding. He earned that shit. In fact, what's his name? Willie Brown said the same thing. He said they have never seen such a smooth, graceful campaign in their whole entire life. So they're trying to run the same play with her, but things they don't have enough time. And she's not Obama. She's not as skilled.
She
She's
she ain't she ain't
horrible.
built like that.
cracks
So
under pressure. He cracks under pressure easily.
she doesn't have the personality for it, right? Obama was raised to be what he was. He knew he was going to be president when he was 20. Okay, he
Mm-hmm.
was raised to do it. Then they put him on that path. He's been on that path since he was like 9 years old to be
BGS.
where he was. Yes, sir.
Isn't Obama technically like in that lineage, like how like all the presidents have all been like cousins and
What did they
distant
say? They,
cousins?
they they said it's in the bloodline, and they said the bloodline runs through his mother. Okay,
Yeah.
his
Exactly.
parents. So yeah, that's what they say. Okay, but then on the other hand, his father actually worked for the Queen.
Queen
So
of
I'm afraid
England?
Kenya.
Oh,
Yes, yes.
Queen of England? Wow.
I mean, what other queen are we talking about?
Um,
And why do y'all act like that's so far fetched?
Guess guess
I
guess
don't know. That's
guess
why
what? Guess where his father's from?
I don't know.
Kenya.
Yeah.
What used to be? What did Kenya used to be?
Under the crown.
The Crown is a colony. Yeah. In fact, the guy Ruto that's in there is still. They don't like him is because he's another agent of the Crown. Okay, that's why they don't like him.
Mm.
Why do you think they speak English?
Oh, they definitely speak English. Just a couple of them ladies over there that's waiting for me to visit.
They, for whatever reason,
Don't say.
whatever reason, a lot of the African women have gone sour on white guys. So
Yeah, they
Oh
know.
well.
And the crazy thing is that she has a twin, but she told me this crazy story of her and her twin actually getting knocked down by an Italian guy. And I said, wait a minute, wait. So if I want to hook up with you and your twin, you say no, but when it comes to an Italian guy, yes.
it's
I said,
because getting knocked down by an Italian guy is business, not business.
Mm-hmm.
oh, well, hey man, hey BGS, but oh, I
What
got
if you
I
want to go
hope,
through?
I
If
hope,
you want,
I hope y'all think that will happen.
if you want to do that kind of shit, pay like you weigh, man.
hey, you right. So
I hope boss can break
Oh,
her heart
oh,
with me.
oh,
I hope.
what I'm hearing is what I'm hearing because I'm talking to a couple of Kenyan girls, right? What I'm hearing is they really love African American men. Okay, so it's not one of those things where it's just sex with them.
yeah,
So
she don't want
Okay.
to share. Yeah,
huh?
she doesn't want to share.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know, crazy.
because she wants a relationship with you. She doesn't
Yes.
want just sex with. She doesn't want to. It's not about resources. With a white guy's resources.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you know what? She talked about, oh yeah, he made the promise of taking us to Italy. I'm like, man, I said, come on, man, that dude would take y'all to Italy.
No,
That
so what is she? Is she a village girl? She a ghetto girl? Was she a city girl? Which is she?
city girl.
She's a city girl. Okay,
Yep,
makes sense.
yep, city girl.
Yeah,
But
city
hey,
city girls are trained characters, man. I'm finding out.
yeah, she is actually. She
Yeah,
actually is
they're
very
they're
good.
they're educated. They want to
Yep,
be European
yep,
and shit like that.
yep.
And so
Feminist,
yeah,
strong,
yeah,
independent.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
and
They
I'm
got
just
their
like,
yeah.
I'm like, will
So,
you
so,
stop all that? Like seriously.
go get you a village girl, man.
Oh yeah, no, I
That's,
already know that. Oh man. Oh, I know that.
in
BGS,
fact, if in fact
BGS, I've been
they
listening to you for years. Come on, man.
In fact, they're trying to get me. Me and South are going to have to probably do an African octane about the three levels of African girls, which is village, ghetto, and city.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Like,
some geek news.
Uh huh.
Adobe's been rolling out their new rent items
Okay.
for this year, and
So okay. Other than AI, have they done anything different?
not really, but they've integrated a lot of AI into it.
Yeah, yeah, they did that on the last one. So I mean, what more have they done?
Um, some interesting stuff with photos. Like they have let's say a photo's not big enough,
Okay.
it allows you to fill in if like you have like a skyline or something.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's been there for a while. It's probably just hidden, but that's been there for a while.
But stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. I think more people want it, but because people get these images that are generated through AI, they need to change them. So I think that's probably why. But the thing is, you've been able to change skylines and shit like that through Adobe for God 5 or 6 years, but I
Yeah.
think it's not as pronounced. I don't think they advertise it. So I don't. How much more can they do with the program? The program's been around
Well,
since
people are pissed at them
'85.
because
Yeah.
of that terms of service crap and how they said that they might use their images on their cloud service
No.
for AI. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, at least they're letting you know. So. I mean, but the thing is, you're using, a lot of stuff that you're using is AI generated, is generated from somebody else's shit too. So,
yeah, so like the soldiers you see in my background and stuff, I got that from AI.
yeah, yeah. I mean, basically,
I just modified it a little bit.
for non-artists like me, man, it's a
Hmm.
boom because trying to get the image that's close to what you want is through an artist is kind of difficult. The only person that can probably do it for me and it's expensive is probably Art Nustel. He's
Pretty much,
he's
yeah.
he's pretty good at it. Okay.
Yeah, when it comes to my drawing skills, I feel look at it this way. One day I'll grow up and be like Art.
You have to put the time in, man. Got to remember he,
Yeah,
he started when he was little. So my grandson, he's good at it. But the thing is, he kind of put it down because he wants to be a singer and an actor. So he doesn't draw
okay.
as much. Yeah. But I told you need that math, Negro.
Oh yeah. Oh, especially when it comes to animation. Boy, does that help with the animation.
hmm So you
Is
need
he
that math.
still ice skating uphill with that?
He's still ice skating uphill, man. So, but the thing
Well,
is,
he'll learn.
he's coming along.
He'll learn.
Yeah.
But man, these heifers on TikTok have lost their fucking mind
About
talking to
what
black
this
man
time?
about all this Kamala stuff, talking to
Oh,
black man crazy.
oh. Well, what you expect, man? They think that this is their reparations.
Hey, yo, I found it.
Found what?
BGS. I found the edge.
The who? The edge of what?
The edge of the world.
Now
Uh,
take a picture for me.
Negro, did you go there and come back? Question.
No, no, no. I just need a photo. Okay, you peeked over the edge, and this is what it looks like. I said, okay, I can accept it. I'd accept that.
what up, Ed?
Boy, BGS be in a. You should. It's like throwing a bag with an explosive in a ancient aliens rally. Just show me the edge. The edge
Yeah,
of what? The edge of the world. No,
yeah.
you can't say that. That just makes too much sense. Like, yo, that does
Yeah.
make sense.
I
So,
mean, I mean, anybody that knows anything about geometry, okay, even a little bit about geometry knows that any flat surface has to have an edge. Okay,
Yep.
Yeah.
and if you can't find the edge, then it means it's not a flat surface. Okay. I mean,
Well,
you don't even have to. Anybody that knows what a flat surface is, okay, look at a table. You don't even have to know geometry. It's got to have an edge. Where's the edge?
Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah,
I've actually seen something worse than the flat Earther theory. It was
really,
it was
really.
it
There's a
was
bunch of them. Which one? The creatures in the center of the earth. Which one? Which ones are the the
I've
the,
I've heard
the,
that
the
as
blue
well.
aliens that are
Yeah.
disguised as blue bloods and,
Well,
and,
no,
and,
no,
and,
it's
and
it's it's to
leaders.
do
What?
with BGS.
Don't talk
I'm
about Hillary
pretty sure
Clinton
you
like that.
haven't.
Let me shut up.
I'm pretty sure you haven't heard this one, BGS. But
Okay.
this also came from a flat earther, but he
Okay.
also believes that the sun moves, not like it rotates, but like
This is the originally the original
he was like the sun moves in
the,
the
Andre,
atmosphere.
the original thing was the
Let me see
sun
my
does
phone.
circle around the earth and the earth doesn't move. That was the original thought. Okay, go ahead.
The sun does
Uh,
move.
well,
It
that's
does
the
move.
point
What
I
I'm,
was
what I'm
making.
saying is they thought that the sun orbited around the earth. Okay, but the
Oh
sun,
yeah,
yeah,
absolutely, and that's crazy. But no, because I actually saw a really. If I get my car or get my back to the house, I'll show you. It was like a thing where it shows how the sun, like what we think it is. When we
yeah,
show in school, we see
yeah,
planets circling the sun. But
yeah,
then it showed like a 3D model of the sun moving, like in
yes,
its orbit around the galaxy,
yeah,
and then
yeah. I
how
seen it.
the planets orbit the sun,
Around,
but more in a 3D thing. I was like, oh
yeah,
shit, I didn't
yeah,
think about that.
it's on. I think he put that video out maybe 10 years ago or so. I've
It
seen.
makes you scared because it makes you think the sun is gonna leave a planet where
Yeah, yeah,
they show
Well,
it. Like I
yeah, yeah.
think he did.
But the sun is leading and basically pulling the rest of the planets along with it around the galaxy. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
well, like
Yeah.
like just
So
just just
yeah.
just
So
just
it's
just,
yeah.
just to
yeah.
finish
Go
what I
ahead.
was actually saying is that they were saying the sun moves, but within our atmosphere.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a very that idea is like 100,000 years old, man. That's not new. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The original people thought that in fact the original people thought it was that's where the big bird came in. They thought that the bird actually picked up the sun and carried it across the sky.
Yeah. But
Really, that's where they got that from? That's
Yeah, that's
crazy.
where they got it from. And so it's just a
yeah,
modified version of it. Go ahead.
yeah. And another thing, is, especially with black folks, a lot they do believe a lot of this stuff, unfortunately. But a lot of it too is it allows them. Black men have this thing where they like to put themselves in positions of authority,
Uh huh.
and a lot of black men are willing to create magical situations in people's heads, willing to follow them, or they
Mhm.
have the same ideas. Cause I'm not, cause like people are trying to blame these dudes, saying, "Oh, I went and listened." No, no, no. You already believe this, and then you
Mhm.
found somebody to kind of confirm what you already want to believe. So stop blaming these dudes, like a young Pharaoh, for example. Oh man, I went over there and I was Polly and he was lying. No, 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 no. Y'all already believed in that stuff. Once you start going completely away from what where you live and stuff and going to some random
Uh huh.
ass place, you
Uh
can't
huh.
blame him. His edge and his swag compels me. Nah, bullshit.
I mean, there's a reason that you want to
Young
go over
Pharaoh's
there in the
still
first
around?
place.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a reason that you want to go over there in the first place. Because I mean, you got to remember. You have to remember, Andre. I've been in the pro-black community, the conscious community, for like 35, 40 years, man. The the shit that I've heard come out of people's mouths, you couldn't even fathom. Okay,
Yeah,
about
I can
theories,
imagine.
about
And
theories, about
and with
good.
conviction.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like other like a book with that say there's other people on other planets in the solar system and shit like that. So um,
You heard it all,
I,
huh?
I heard it all. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you getting it, especially if they know how to talk that game. Like this dude on TikTok, man. He's like, yeah, the Anunnaki, like that, and he's been on different. He's been on Joe Rogan. He's been on different podcasts.
Oh yeah.
These dudes
Oh,
know how to write, and they all don't look like hoteps.
the Anunnaki has been around for a long time. Um, and the idea about the Anunnaki started in the late 70s and 80s, and basically, if you go back to the if you can actually go back to the old Art Bell Coast to Coast audio, that's when they really talk about the Anunnaki. Okay, so this is not new, and it's really not Hotep stuff because actually white people alien shit.
Yeah, yeah, the ancient alien type of stuff. And I'm gonna tell
Yeah,
you,
ancient
something
aliens. Yeah,
entertaining as hell. But if you're somebody where you will believe stuff
yeah.
easy, I don't reckon. Especially with you combine that with like a YouTube or the way these algorithms work with
Uh
TikTok.
huh. Uh huh.
Especially if they put the right dude in front of you. Oh, that dude don't look like he don't look old. He look and they be. But it's some entertaining shit. Some people be coming up with some like for instance, it's a video with this white chick. and she
Yeah.
used AI. So this is not really the same thing. This is like, think of this more as fan fiction. And
Hmm.
she used AI, and she told the story, and it's a story about how the angels were cast out, and they combined it with like space kind of stuff. So you got their angels, and their angels in space suits, and it
Yeah.
actually is a really entertaining shit.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, yeah. This stuff is way out, man. And basically, anybody that's where a lot of science fiction comes from, and they blend all this shit together, and it comes out all garbled. Um,
Hmm.
so I mean, it's fun to listen to, but the thing is when people want to get serious and think that it's real, okay, well, fine. If you think that it's real, go out and prove it. And
or it'll be like when they're doing like and some of this is kind of true, like the truth behind some of the Peter Pan or some of the stories, the Brothers Grimm stories,
uh huh.
and then they'll start to blend the flat Earth theory because what is it with the water? It's funny how they blend some of this stuff. So that's more of a horror thing,
Yeah,
and these
Well,
rabbit holes you'll get sucked in.
I mean,
well,
basically, if you do it from observation, okay, then yeah, you can see how people will believe that the Earth is flat and how the sun moves and all that kind of crap. Because that's from your point of observation. It looks that way. The thing is, when you try to work out the models, and you have to go up and prove it, with satellites, all that kind of crap. You know that's not true. Okay.
But ain't no
BGS.
real satellites up there. That's just some bullshit,
Oh
BG.
yeah, yeah. Until you turn on your phone and your geolocation is beaming down into your phone. Okay.
BGS. I think the reason why they can never prove this stuff is that they're always at work when a panel is going on. So
But the thing is, you have never been to the edge to prove that what you're saying is true. So basically, it's horse shit. Everybody I talk to, okay, like the thing about the giants, you got giant bodies, okay. How come somebody hasn't taken the DNA of the giant and see if they're actually human or not? Okay, nobody's ever done that. Okay, if you got the body, okay, you can take DNA from a million-old dinosaur, okay,
well,
whose
you
body
still got
whose
white people
whose
out here
whose
looking for
bo-
Bigfoot.
whose body is not intact. Well, the thing is, if you can find Bigfoot and catch him and take his DNA, I mean, you got what? How many billions of smartphones with cameras?
Hmm.
That's why I'm starting not to believe in UFOs. Right? You got 3 billion smartphones with cameras and video. Right? There's enough cameras and lenses and people with cameras that catch one of these bad boys flying overhead or landing or crashing or whatever, right? Nobody's come up with it, okay? Unless everybody's screening this shit out, okay? Nobody's even come up with it. You got hell, you got stuff that's on TikTok and Twitter and all kind of shit that people can't
And
filter.
people be going to weird. People will go to weird places. I mean, they got a couple of ghost ships. People then jumped aboard. Like people will go to places if they're
Uh,
there.
and people will live in these places, okay?
People
Okay.
have died doing stupid stuff in
Yeah.
weird areas. People have died trying doing that or planking or doing stuff. So don't act like it's just yeah, man, and they can't. And here's the thing: they can't take it off the internet necessarily that fast
Yeah,
because
okay.
especially with
Okay.
the way the internet works now.
Okay, Ryan, Glenn, you've seen UFOs. They're real. Do you have a smartphone, sir?
Oh, really?
I
Yeah.
mean, it be this. I just
Hold on a second. Ryan, Glenn, do you have a smartphone? Do you have a smartphone?
stop living in the female side of your brain.
No, no, no. Do you have a smartphone? You got a smartphone, post a picture, okay?
BGS. He's at work. He can't post pictures right
It
now.
can't post a picture. Hi. Yeah. Did you take a picture of the UFO with a smartphone? Did you take a picture
Man,
of it? A video, a picture, something, because it only takes like 6 seconds to hit that button and start recording.
yep,
Okay.
because you can hit it. You can hit it even if your phone is locked.
Yes.
Y'all young folks know that. Stop playing. When there's a fight, y'all instantly know.
No, the Miami Mall story disappeared just as quick as the Vegas one. I don't want to hear that shit. Okay. It's called TikTok. It's called Facebook. It's called Twitter. It's called hell. You can put it on World Star Hip Hop. Okay. They didn't wait around to take bullshit. Well, then I don't believe it. There, I call bullshit. Then, okay.
Yeah, man. So yeah, so going back to the Kamala thing with the what AB
Mm-hmm.
was talking about, yeah, they you niggas, niggas.
What
it's
about the
I
Phoenix
don't.
Lights? The Phoenix Lights was actually a military thing. Okay, so those were actually remember the stealth bomber and shit. Okay, that was actually it was actually an Air Force shit. Okay, the Phoenix Lights. Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it's just funny how these chicks get on this app with so much conviction. Like you niggas got male privilege. Y'all just don't know how to use it. I mean, it's just some of the like these chicks just crashing out on their phones. Like, and I
Mm-hmm.
think they feel it. I think, boy, I'm telling you, BTS, I'm telling you, I've been telling people, yo, it is going to be a special night. My birthday is November. That Saturday, that Tuesday, it once if she loses, black women y'all get your phones out and make sure you got your screenshots, screen records going.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
these chicks
Uh,
are gonna say some amazing shit. It's gonna be like
well,
a comic.
Ryan Glenn, how do you know it's not a U? How do you know it's a UFO and not a secret military vehicle?
Mm.
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
enjoy I
continue.
enjoy some good UFO conspiracy stuff. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
Y'all,
Well,
None of
y'all
it's
go,
real, but I enjoy it.
yeah. That's it's fine to talk about conspiracy, but thing is, okay, you know, UFOs are real, motherfucker. You ain't never been on a UFO. You've never been to a crash site. You never even seen the vehicle. You have no idea what that shit, what that
Yep,
shit actually is. Okay.
them niggas see one of them documentaries that are too real for them. But yeah, you gonna see some Haley's Comet. You gonna see some Haley's Comet level black female fuckers. Cause you got these bitches gonna crash out on the goddamn road. Like
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
really gonna like that first like 3 hours, they gonna
3 hours.
crash out. They
Talking
gonna
about
get on TikTok and they are gonna
talking about election night.
yes. I'll be like I'm gonna get blasted in the nigga just so I can afford
Yeah,
that motherfucker.
I
I
mean,
hate these niggas.
you know what? You know what? The thing is, this election is so important all over the world. I could give a damn what black women think about this fucking election, man. I could care less one way or the other, because
Oh yeah.
at the scheme of things, they don't mean nothing. Okay,
Hmm.
Oh
they don't
I
mean that
think
much
this
to
is
us.
I think this is going to be an especially ugly election night, in my opinion. I'm gonna be on vacation, so don't expect me to be anywhere but on vacation, because this
Why
is
is
going to be ugly.
it gonna be an ugly election night? Okay.
Because I think that depending on how this goes, because it's so contentious, I think that because Kamala Harris is already vice president, she's going to have to certify. If she wins, of course, that's going to be ugly because I think that a lot of Donald Trump supporters are going to be mad about that, and vice versa. And
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that she is going to take that loss gracefully. I'm not sure it's going to go the way
okay.
anybody's thinking.
Okay.
BS is
Okay. What I'm
saying she's
saying. So
black. You
how?
gonna find out that
It's already been an ugly election cycle. How can it get any uglier?
I don't know, and I don't want to find out. That's why I'll be
It
on
can,
vacation.
so I'll say this. The thing,
other than them launching missiles, it can't get any uglier.
yeah,
Basically, by the time you get to election night, basically either one person's going to win or one person's going to lose. Okay.
yeah, because I won't be surprised though if some of the like mainstream analysts like start crashing out. I may watch MSNBC. I usually watch CNN to be honest on that shit. But maybe Van Jones is gonna have a good cry, be on crying watch.
Yeah.
I just don't know what's going on with this country. When did we lose it? Like it's gonna be some antics. They get bolder and bolder and bolder.
I'm listening. This is a live call-in show, so there's going to be a lot of imperfections. Okay, this is not a produced thing, so you're going to have to put up with noises and shit that you don't like. Okay, here's what it is. Okay, it's live, so y'all getting irritated. Ain't nobody keeping you here, so stop complaining. Okay.
BJ, like why is it in the last couple of shout out to I'm listening, the last couple of live streams, BJ like what the fuck fuck is wrong with y'all? And then, yeah,
Ryan Glenn, I call bullshit. Okay.
he be like, what's wrong with y'all? What are y'all that dumb?
Yeah, I mean, he's going hard to support this alien
I
theory.
know. I'm tired of you. If you can't show me any proof, it's a moot point. Let it go. Okay.
Never please believe me.
Yeah.
Do
They
you
coming.
believe?
Well, actually, now that I thought about it, remember,
Why do people keep typing? And I have a link in the chat when you can come up here and talk. Okay. If that's the case, I don't need to have a
Cause
link in
they
the
know
chat.
how
Because
crazy,
well,
cause they know how
because
crazy
Andre's
that
right
shit
there at
sounds.
work.
Huh?
well,
Because Andre's right there at work.
Because Andre's right there at work.
They're at work.
Oh, yeah, in the middle of the night,
I'm
right?
at work.
Okay.
I'm at
Valdez.
work.
I call it the Valdez excuse.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm at work right now, so I mean, but that ain't an excuse.
I know everybody got headsets, phones, they got earbuds, all kind of shit. Okay, that's not an excuse. I want to
Shit, I was in
watch
my
the lips
car. Yeah.
crying. I'll be drinking champagne and Henry, yeah, and yak.
Well, we'll see, but I mean, it is what it. But it's
The,
just
the
gonna be
the
funny because
the link is already in the chat, boss. I dropped it right at the beginning. Okay.
yeah,
well,
as soon
well,
as they start announcing, hold on one second, I'll fall back. As soon as they start announcing who won, especially if it's
Okay.
Trump, I'm going straight to TikTok. I
What is
already know
what
the lies
what
they
is
gonna
about?
start
Okay,
crashing
okay.
out.
What is it about the
We at
giants and
work right
Nephilim, right?
now.
Okay, if you can prove it, right? We got all kind of testing equipment. We got all kind of cameras. We got more cameras than people. Okay, all over the goddamn world. Okay.
BTS.
If hold on a second, you got a Nephilim and a giant. Okay, and there you find the body, take the DNA and run the sample. Okay.
These niggas, black men got way too much to be worried about than to be worried about some
You
fucking
you
giants.
you could take DNA out of a freaking uh, 4 million old whatever it is
Hmm.
that's in amber and get the withdraw the DNA. Okay. So you have a body, any kind of body, any kind of material, you can actually take a sample from it. The thing is, I'm tired of this shit. We have way more. We have too many cameras, too much equipment. Either the shit is true or it's not. Okay, I don't want to hear that shit. Okay,
Well,
giants. If you got a giant body, take the DNA and produce it. Okay.
BTS. I think aliens are real because I remember seeing like months ago that video of like Dr. Umar saying that he got punched by an alien.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I hope he did he leave any DNA traces. Okay.
Hmm.
You need to ask them to support his school.
Boomers won't stray from what was told in school. Where'd you learn your shit, Jay?
Jesus Christ.
Where'd you learn your shit? Okay.
He got a diploma from YouTube University.
YouTube University.
BTS, you're
Art
too
needs to
old. That's
bring
why you don't believe in
that
aliens.
certificate back. I'm sorry.
All these motherfucking scientists that are in the chat already. Okay.
I mean, I was taught in school. I was taught in school that women
You got a you got.
technically mature for boys, but
I got a video of a UFO on my channel. I call
And
bullshit, but it's okay.
you know we're gonna look right.
Now, what if he says you got did you take it? Did you take the video? Or was it you personally took the video? Okay. Did you personally see where it landed and go look at it and make sure it was a UFO? I mean, UFO could be anything. It doesn't have to be an alien UFO. It could be something that you don't recognize. Okay. And a lot of times,
sometimes,
a lot of times these are test vehicles. Go ahead.
yeah, sometimes with all this makeup and weed these black women be
Spirit of
wearing, I be
justice. If you
thinking
want to
they
come
a
up and
UFO.
if you want to come up and argue for it, basically, um, if you believe that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris represent the left, that means you already fucked up. Okay.
Did I walk in on something, Master Teacher, that I shouldn't have?
No, not really.
No, not really. It's just an open chop session. Okay, that's all. The Lionel player.
Because
It was in the sky. It was in the sky. So how do you know it was UFO?
BGS trying to
And,
pull
and the
these
thing, and the
dudes
thing,
off
the
the
thing is,
edge.
my thing is, if UFOs don't want to be seen, why do they use lights?
To a lot of black women
Lights.
in the WNBA, Caitlin Clark is a UFO.
Speaking of which,
BGS, I guess
Y'all,
yeah.
y'all don't realize the theory of UFOs been around since the 40s. Okay, you guys think it's something new. Okay, it's
Man, the
not.
theory of UFOs has
Snowman.
been around as long as I've been
I
alive.
watched a
It's been
lot of the
alive.
old. I
Yeah.
watched a lot of the
I mean,
old documentaries. BGS.
I am an Art Bill. God damn, dude. Art Bill fanatic.
Somebody got
They
He
helped
got
me go to
turn
sleep.
off YouTube or something.
that got to be Snowman or Ryan with the
That's
echo. They
Ryan.
popped in.
Yeah.
Ryan
Snow,
coming here. Ryan's sounding from that UFO ship.
So,
Snowman. Snowman.
uh,
Go ahead.
you got to change your settings, Ryan, to echo cancellation.
I'm gonna tell you what messed me up though. There was I forget the movie, the UFO
Hello.
movie. It was one of them. But in
Ryan,
the end of the
you got to go out and change your settings to echo cancellation, Ryan, because you're echoing.
But in the end of the movie, like they took him. It was one of the ones, and they took. It was a family, Jewish family. They thought it was one son. It was actually another. And they ended up zipping him up, and
Hmm.
in the ship. But at the end of the movie, because it was like a suspense thriller type of movie, they had this radio. These like little walkie talkies they used to use, and it was like he was like Brian, Brian. He's like yeah. And then ended the movie. I was like, oh, that fucked me
You
I
know
think
what? Like
that,
this.
and this is just my opinion. There are a lot of there. This is just my opinion. There's a lot of plausible information surrounding UFO existence, but there isn't any sort of credible evidence yet. So
Yeah.
there's no confirmed. So until there's confirmation, like it's just a story at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes, all
So
this is a
until we get
story.
something,
Yeah.
it's a story.
It's a story. I don't like people campaigning for this shit. Y'all think I was born yesterday? Okay, I was watching UFO shit, man, back in when I was a little kid, when I was 5 or 6 years old. Okay,
this
that's how long it's been
this
around.
this
Okay,
is how
Hmm.
you shut it down, BGS. If you ask them, do they know what coast to coast is? They're like, no, I don't. You already know. Because even I know
Well,
what coast to coast is on
Yeah.
the radio.
BGS.
yes, sir.
Do you think Caitlin Clark will go to the European League?
No, I don't think she's already said she wasn't because she's gonna take the time off to rest her body. That's
Okay.
what she has said.
well,
After this
right.
year, she's already committed to next year in the WNBA. That's
Yeah,
if they don't have a lockout because
yeah.
the commissioner is fucking the whole bag up.
You
Right.
know,
Just
I don't get them because they're earning more money now. They want to go down. Now you want to do lockout? Why when the game is growing doesn't make sense.
I
well,
just want to say this real. I just want to say this real quick. I blame
Mm-mm.
AB for all of this because AB always comes in the chat like beaming down. So I guess he needs to took that seriously.
Oh, it's funny. Okay.
The thing is, if it was one country, we're all like a big world government, and we all saw things the same way, then I could actually believe it. But the thing is, you got all kinds of countries all over the place with people with equipment all over the place, and basically somebody somewhere in Djibouti with a smartphone would have photographed a UFO or whatever it is, okay, and actually come back and told the truth.
Yep.
So they can't filter everything.
Yeah.
What's a Gnostic perspective of life outside Earth? I've never been there, so I don't know. Okay.
what the hell?
The thing is, mathematically, it does point to that it should be what is it? Extra. What do they call it? Extraterrestrial life.
Terrestrial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does point to that. But other than that, that's all. It's just conjecture. We don't know. Okay.
Hmm.
I have a message for BGS from my sister-in-law.
What's that?
You wrong as hell for that reparation joke, and she hasn't stopped laughing.
I thought it was rather clever myself.
Man, she has not stopped laughing. Okay, I came
Oh, that's
in
hilarious.
the night I told her. I came in and I said I said your brother-in-law gave me a damn good one, and she gave me that look of, oh Lord, here it comes.
Mhm.
And then I
Uh-oh.
told her the sentence, and she fell out.
Okay.
Yep.
Joseph wants to tell his UFO story. The thing is, okay, I'll allow you to tell the story. I'll give you a couple minutes to tell the story. But the thing
I'll
is,
I'll
I'm
step out of the
no,
way.
no, no. It's okay. I'm getting ready. I'll bring AO down for a second and bring him up. Okay, so he can tell his story. Okay, if you want to. The thing is, what I have not asked for a story. I've asked for proof. I've heard millions and millions of stories about UFOs. Okay, from some people said personally said they saw it. Okay, they saw a UFO. The thing is, okay, fine, you saw UFOs. In fact, just recently in as recently in L.A. there was some kind of anomalies flying overhead, right? That wasn't registered, right? But the thing is, it said they might have been UFOs flying. But the thing is, nobody knows because why would UFO fly with lights on? It doesn't make sense to me unless they want to be seen. Okay, but go ahead, Joseph. Tell me about the UFO story. Testing, 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 testing. Joseph, you there?
He
Are
must
you
be a
guys?
friend of Ryan.
I guess so, man. Okay. If you're not ready to speak, I'll bring you down to you are. Okay. All right.
So BTS,
Come on, man. That wasn't necessary.
What was necessary? Excuse me.
Not you.
oh, I said he must have been a friend of Ryan's.
Oh, this yeah. Well, if you can't take a
I was
joke,
just
man,
messing with you.
so chill out.
I mean, jokes are funny.
Now, jokes.
Can you hear me now?
Is am I gonna have to bring out the bad twin on this session, or are we gonna be friendly?
It wasn't aimed at
Yeah, I
you.
mean that's yeah that
I don't
Ryan
care. I
shit was
don't care
light
who was
work.
aimed at. You're on my panel. Okay.
My
Can you
apologies.
hear me now?
Thank you. Okay. Now, if you got if you have something to say, because I'm detecting a bit of an attitude with you, sir. Right? That's what I'm feeling. So is that true? I'm just there's just something that I'm feeling that's mistaken.
Yeah, that's mistaken.
Okay. So now
I'm in
tell you,
good spirits.
doesn't sound like it, but go ahead.
Well, that's just the way my voice sounds. But no,
Really? Really? Okay. You're the life of the party, but go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, I didn't really have a story. I was just saying, if anybody had any questions, I didn't mind coming up, but I didn't necessarily really care about the conversation.
Okay. The thing is,
Mic check.
but you kept posting it in the chat. The thing is, I have been listening to this stuff for well over 60 years. Okay. And if you know who Art Bell is, right? He constantly talk about aliens and alien abductions and all kind of crap, right? Okay, and it's entertaining. It's so good to listen to. But the thing is that you saw it. Okay, Y- people say they see stuff all the time: Bigfoot, aliens, giants, all kind of crap, right? Okay, fine. Okay, but if you're gonna, if I say okay, fine. After a couple times that you say you saw it, I said okay, you saw it, right? If you're gonna keep repeating it, oh wait a minute, where's the picture? Where's the proof? Okay, because anybody can say anything, get up at any time, right? And I've heard this for hell on Bart Bell since 1990. I've heard it for 35 years. So what's different that you have that's different than
Mic
everybody
check,
else?
mic check.
Just
Okay.
out of my own curiosity, what would it take for you to? Not that I'm trying to make anyone believe. I wouldn't necessarily care whether they believe or not. But is that all it would take?
It
Is
would
a photo?
walk
Yeah,
up
with
with
himself.
authenticate. Well, basically, if it lands, okay, because up in the sky it could be anything, right? If it lands, walk up to the goddamn thing and take a photo. And then we can actually determine is it of American, is it of Earth design or something else?
Well, that's a good point, and I would just think that out of my own personal experience, I never mentioned whether it was alien or not. With all, I mean, it could have been human made. I just don't try to uh, infer what it was. So,
I mean, I remember because you're probably too young for this. Remember when they were experimenting with the stealth planes, right? Okay, and especially in Nevada, right? People thought they were UFOs, okay, until they finally 5 years later said, "We've been testing the stealth bomber planes and the lights that the wing the wing design that you see, including the Phoenix lights, were actually stealth planes." Okay,
But wouldn't that still be classified as like a UFO?
To us, it is, but not to them.
So it's
All
very
right.
likely that somebody could have seen a UFO, but it was just man-made. So
It's
it's not
man,
like they're lying.
it's man-made. But thing is, when people say UFOs, what do you think they mean?
Unidentified
Alien,
flying
No, no, no,
object.
no. They mean they think it's an
maybe
alien
alien contact.
craft. Yes.
I personally
Yeah.
don't. I don't put that type of projection on it. It could
I
be
mean,
anything, in my personal opinion.
okay, okay. That's your personal opinion. Well, I said
Most people,
when most people hear UFOs, what do you think they mean?
they think alien. They
No,
don't
no,
think.
I understand what you're saying.
And what,
I'm just saying that.
and if you come on here, unless you say that you don't know what it was, it could have been either Earth design or alien design. You just put UFO out there. 99% of people are gonna think that it's what?
What's the problem with that?
Okay, man.
Well, what?
Okay, all right, man. All right, okay, all
Uh,
right, all right, all right. Okay, we did.
I
Okay,
can see
enough.
the
Well,
problem with
well,
it.
Do
No,
you
let me
no,
know
no,
just
what?
no, no,
say,
no, no, no. Well, if okay, if you can't get what I'm saying, okay, then and I've repeated like 4 or 5 times, okay, and that's not an issue to you, but it's an issue to us. Then okay, that's your opinion. I have to, and I'm good with that. There's nothing else to talk
well,
about.
well, let me just say this because I
Real
am
quick.
being respectful. It's it seems like you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
No, I'm not. Because
How
because
so?
you because you put up in the chat about UFOs and UFOs are real, blah 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 blah, right? And I kept saying, okay, where's your picture? Okay, where's your
I
proof?
I
Now,
said UFOs are real.
hold
Go
on.
ahead, go ahead, go
But
ahead.
thing is, what I'm saying, the perception of UFOs in the media and all over the world with people, they think that you mean alien. Okay. If you said I don't mean alien, then we said okay, well, you don't mean alien. We can say okay, we can accept that. Okay. But you
But
didn't. You didn't clarify it in your chat, did you?
I'm clarifying it right now.
Well, then you clarified it. We accept your clarification, and we accept your opinion, and that's fine. Okay.
But you're making a
No,
conflation.
no, I'm not. No, dude.
I'm saying UFOs are real, not aliens are real,
Oh, okay.
and I've made the distinction.
But you didn't make the distinction in your chat. Okay.
But I'm making it now, so why is
You
it a
you
big deal?
you made it, and now we accepted it. Did you hear me say we accept your opinion? Did you hear that?
It seems like you're trying
No,
to
no, no,
be
no, 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 no,
upset.
no. Did you hear me say I accepted your opinion?
I heard it.
Well, then that's it. Okay, that's your opinion. Okay, and we accept that. I'm not trying to make anything out of it. Okay, it's plausible, it's reasonable. We accept it. Okay, not there's really nothing else to talk about. Okay,
Well, what was the point in asking for a picture?
because all right, forget it.
Whoa.
No, 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 no. Because it's gonna go nowhere. Because we thought that you meant because you didn't clarify it. You didn't clarify was alien. It could have been not alien. Okay, and if you saw a UFO, okay, that doesn't mean it's a UFO. It means that you don't know what it is. Okay, the government knows what it is, but you don't. So it's not classified as a UFO. Okay.
So I do have an actual story.
That
If
Yeah,
anybody,
PK. I
anybody
got a
got
question
one
for
more.
PK real quick.
Hold. Okay, let me finish with him
I
before
will.
you. Can I finish with him first before you guys start up?
Uh,
We got time because the thing is, I'm doing this so people can actually speak and get this shit off their mind, and I would like to do it, okay, in an orderly manner. If you guys don't want to do that, then you know what, I got what 200 people watching. I can just close it down. Okay, so basically, I'm gonna finish with him. It only gonna take about 30 seconds because I have no idea about what it is. If you want to be precise, okay, because I've been trained as a scientist. If you're gonna be precise. Okay, don't nitpick after the thought, right? Because you're going on people's perception, right? And you can understand most people think when you say a UFO, it means alien. Okay, if you actually clarify that's not what you mean, then we wouldn't have gone through all this. I said, okay, man, I get what you're saying, and been done with it. So now you got 30 seconds to clear up and say whatever you want to say, and we'll move on.
My apologies. I thought I was just contributing to the chat, but you got it, man.
All right. Okay. And there's no disagreement. Okay. There's no disagreement. All right.
All right, so
You,
yeah, I was
you
just
got
gonna
you
say
know,
real quick. That's why I want to jump in here. I'm gonna be quick. Do you know what a UBB is?
what's a UBB?
An unidentified bad bitch.
There's no such thing as an unidentified bad bitch. Okay. All bad bitches are identified upon sight. All right.
Well, you may not. Well, you may not know her name.
Yeah.
So,
No,
but
no, no. You don't have to know her name. You see her, she's a bad bitch. You just don't know what her name
you're
is.
like, hey,
Okay.
yo, I saw UBB. What's the UBB?
I saw a bad. Everybody know that she's a bad bitch upon sight. She's been identified as a bad bitch. Just don't know who her name is. Okay. All right. All right. What's it? Ryan wants to tell a story. Go ahead, tell your story, man. Oh, Joseph wants to tell the
All
story.
right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that was me. I'll keep it under my best under a minute 30 seconds. So I'm condensing it.
Okay.
I would say about 15 years. I'm 36 now, so about 15 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
um, on Earth Day, and I still to this day don't even know what specific day it is. I know it's in the springtime, but it was
Okay.
Earth Day. It's memorable. Um, we see, well, I saw a bunch of lights in the sky.
And
Um,
where were you exactly?
so this is Detroit,
Okay.
like in the hood, like 8 Mile and Gratiot, straight like Eminem.
Okay.
So you got a
So,
bunch of black people. Go ahead.
what time of day or night was it?
Oh, so this is it was between 10 and 11, 10 and 11 p.m.
Okay. So basically, people are still up. Okay. So okay. Now
Right,
tell your
people was
story.
up,
Yeah.
people partying. You know how we are, right? So um, I see a bunch of bright lights. Now you got
Mm-hmm.
street lights, of course. You think that's just, but these are unusually bright lights.
Mm-hmm.
So I go outside thinking like, where's that coming from? I'm thinking it's a spotlight. Usually when you see big bright lights, they're looking for somebody. We know
Mm-hmm.
what that looks like. So you have
Yeah.
police looking for somebody. See helicopters in the June. I go outside, none the wires are thinking, who are they looking for this time? And I look up into the sky,
Mm-hmm.
and I just see you see these bobbing lights. It's like a rainbow color. So at first it's just all white lights, but you see rainbow color lights. It's just one object. Now I'm going to
Okay.
stick to this the object. I'm not going to speculate and say it was aliens and all this other stuff.
Okay.
But you just see this one big light spotlight. It's up in the sky, but it's so bright. It's like a moving star. It's
Okay.
like a moving shooting star, and it's kind of like that's not a shooting star, but it's circulating. That's odd. Next thing you know, you see there's one light, and then you see one light on the right and to the left, and then
Okay.
another light onto the right to the left until it forms this triangle shape.
Okay.
But it's missing the bottom half of the triangle. So you only see lights on the side and the very top, obviously. So
Okay. So
like
side
your
by
phone
side.
light.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then next thing you know,
Uh-huh.
I hear these not the helicopters you see they use to chase people down, they're looking for shit. These were military grade helicopters you would see like
Okay.
in a Vietnam movie. I've never seen it before. So at
Okay.
first I was confused. I've never seen it. So and they're hovering really, really low. So low to the point you can see these guys. It was crazy. You can see these
Okay.
guys out with manning, all I can describe as machine guns or something that's some sort of like when you see the movie in the Matrix when they shooting
And so
that
in
big
other words, the
veteran.
50 caliber machine guns on the side. Okay.
And even to this day, I didn't even realize what that was. It was just a big ass gun they're holding it. I'm
Yeah.
like, wow, they must be.
It's
Who are they looking for? I said, no,
okay.
they can't be looking for no person with that. And then you're looking at these lights and you see these big helicopters going towards this light. So
Okay.
then at this point, it's not just me outside, it's my brothers outside. And I'm
Okay.
thinking, now logically, you think, well, am I seeing this? So I look at him, I said, you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, right? Yeah, I see it too. But I said, no, is there something wrong with us? Because we don't, this is something you see in the movie. Next
So
thing you
so
know,
so a big old military helicopter lands
just
in a
one,
neighborhood and nobody
not
comes out to see
lands.
what the fuck it was.
No, this is when people start hearing the noise. So the lights, they
Yeah.
saw it,
Yeah,
and
but
then
you
you
know how
hear
much
the noise from the helicopters because
you know how
it's
much
a
noise
very
a military helicopter makes.
well. I know now because that was my
Okay.
first time experiencing it,
In other
and I'm
words,
like 20 some
in
years old.
anybody in the neighborhood is gonna come out and hear this bad boy. So did everybody come out the house?
Negroes ain't that
Okay.
lazy.
No. Now, everybody come out and see what it was.
Can I ask a
Right.
How is
question
it
when you
gonna
No,
get
no.
done?
Okay.
I
Can
gotta
y'all
finish the
finish? Can
story.
y'all hold up for a second? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
Okay.
I would
saying
like
like
to ask a
I'm giving
question when
you
you get done with yours, if that's okay.
It's okay. You're
it's
not going anywhere. Okay. Y'all calm down.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm giving you the cliff notes. I'm telling you, I'm trying to make it entertaining too at the same time, but keeping it factual as to what I remember as
Okay.
far as the premise of
Okay.
what I
Okay.
saw.
You said a minute and a half, and we're into like 3 or 4. So, um,
But also keep in mind, true, I don't want to go back and forth about it because I feel
what,
like you was
what,
clarifying, so it's not
okay.
my complete story. So it's kind of
Okay.
breaking my train of thought.
Okay. Come on. We have the lights.
All
We
right.
got the helicopter. We got them out with guns, looking at these lights. You have your people out there seeing the same thing that you're seeing, and that's where we are. So what happened after that?
All right, so at this point, you hear the loud helicopters. At this point, this is when the people start coming outside. Is when they hear the one chopper. Then you
Mm-hmm.
start to see two, three, four, and
Mm-hmm.
it's starting to get more intense. They're hovering real low,
Mm-hmm.
and at this point, we realize they're not looking at people, and we're looking at the sky at this triangular shape, and this triangular shape is getting bigger and bigger, and the lights are getting brighter and brighter, and at this point, they
Okay.
start having a rainbow color formation to it, and they just kind of
Okay.
start bobbing and weaving in the sky. At first, you see the lights very high up, and then
Mm-hmm.
they start coming lower and lower and lower, and the
Okay.
choppers are going towards this light. All of them are
Okay.
at this point. I would clock it around 6 or 7 at this point. So now you see, I come out from the backyard, I go out front, and it says, anybody else seeing this? So me and my brother, we go out to the front yard, and then we see literally the whole block looking up at the sky at the same time.
Okay.
And they're like, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? So we're just at this point speechless, right? It's something like you would see in a movie. We're
Mm-hmm.
looking. So
Okay.
this is what happened next. And this is the part that actually still kind of creeps me out because I'm getting goosebumps as I think about it. Because all that stuff was kind of crazy as it was, but next thing you know, the lights are coming lower from these UFOs or UFO. Can't really, I don't know if it's multiple lights or many of them don't know. It's coming lower, and now you can see somewhat of the triangular formation, somewhat
Okay.
because it is pitch black outside. And you do see
Okay.
the light from the helicopters pointing towards it, but
Mm-hmm.
they can only go so far high, I guess, or whatever. So
Okay.
now you see this thing bobbing and weaving. So next thing you
Okay.
know, it's like it was just it bobs, weaves, shifts back and forth. It stops, and it said that's weird for about a minute or two,
Mm-hmm.
and then it zips left, zips right, and then like real fast out of nowhere. And then
Okay.
the choppers at this point they were all unanimously going towards the light, and
Mm-hmm.
now the choppers start scattering because they saw what we saw, it going left, it going right, and then it just like a shooting star. It was like a meteorite,
Okay.
bright light in the sky, and it was outstanding. And then that was it. So now I'm not saying that was alien or anything like that, but
Mm-hmm.
prior to this, I did not like you and like most people, especially black people. We don't think, oh, that's just ET, that's just third chronicle from the third chronicle, that's
Mm-hmm.
movie propaganda. But
Okay.
to see it, it's like it's not even to this day. I'm not saying that oh, it was an alien because I don't know. It could be.
Okay.
This is something that they were testing.
Is
It
that
was
the whole
very strange for
story, or is there
something.
more to it?
That's his whole story. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, can I
yeah.
ask 2 questions
Yeah.
now?
Now
Are you good or not?
can let him finish. He's not going anywhere. Calm down, y'all. Yeah.
Yeah,
Y'all
I
drink. Y'all.
don't know.
Y'all.
It's a
Y'all.
long story, man.
Y'all drinking too
I
much
told you it was
coffee.
wild.
Okay. Okay.
It was wild. And so for almost 2 years after that, I still second guess what I saw. But so I would ask my friend, who I still see to this day,
Mm-hmm.
18 years later, I said, he has a better memory than I do. I said, did you remember? He actually fills in more details that I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to
So.
forget,
Mm-hmm.
but he said, yeah, actually, and he said,
How.
or it was actually at this time. I'm like, yeah, okay. So I'm
How
not, I'm
low?
still, I'm not crazy.
How low did the lights get? Do you
That's a
think?
good question. Let's just say if you was to look up almost as close as you would see a plane at day,
Okay.
because the lights were bright enough to see, you can like even at nighttime you see a plane flying. Okay, this is the best example: a plane coming to touch or land on a landing pad at the Detroit Metro Airport, and we see
Okay.
that often.
So,
That's
no,
how
so,
low it came,
so in other words, basically, we're talking about maybe 100 feet in the air.
possibly. Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
that sounds about right.
So in other
Whatever
words,
that speed.
the helicopter lights would have shown on it. It was 100 feet in the air. Okay. So did you see? So did you see any part of the craft at all?
Only just no, just the lights. I'm not gonna
It's the
say I
lights.
saw
Okay.
distinctive. It was coming so low I could see you just see the lights forming the triangle, but the lights getting bigger and bigger as it gets lower to
Okay.
the ground before it takes off.
Okay, yeah. Nobody knows what it. All you saw was lights. You didn't actually see the craft. Well, but I have no arguments with it. People see stuff all the time, and it could be okay. Could be. The thing is that after all these years with so many devices out there, because had you had a smartphone, right? Um, Even 15 years ago, basically, they had smartphones. Okay, had you had a smartphone, you could have taken a picture. Okay, you had well, more
Here's the
than.
thing about that.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you.
You stole my
But the,
question.
What I
no,
saw
I
your
agree with you.
question.
My
When any
friend, he got one picture. My
PK,
friend that
be quiet, okay?
my friend, he did take one picture with his and we had the Nokia phones at the time, so it
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
that
yeah.
big,
It's a
obviously.
what came out.
But we all did have phones with some sort of picture quality. It would not have been the quality that you would need to see
It
even the
it it
lights
it,
that we saw.
it, it
It would
doesn't
have to be an
matter.
eyewitness.
It does. I'm aware. I used to be a photographer. I'm aware of the quality of a phone camera. The thing is there anything? Okay, because the lights would have shown up very plainly. So I'm asking, did anybody take a picture of it? Are there
My
pictures
friend did.
existing of things like that? Okay.
I actually had to ask my friend if he still has that photo,
And
and
if he
he
still has the
stopped.
photo,
He said
that
he's
would go
done
a
away.
long way because you talking about
I
15
don't think
years
it
ago,
would because
huh?
I saw the photo and it paled in comparison to what you could see
Yeah,
with the human eye.
but there will be proof of an object there, even if it's grainy.
It would leave too much room for doubt for you,
I
even
mean,
for me. If I
what
didn't
I'm
see it, I would be like, I don't
but
believe
there
that.
will be proof that there was an object that you did see. Okay.
I wish I had the foresight at the time, but you have to. Now you put yourself in my position. It just happens. You're not. Your phone is charging up. It's late at night. You're thinking about going to bed.
Oh
You're
no,
like,
no, no.
man,
If
it's a
if
lot
Ain't
of
no
effort.
motherfucking way. You see some shit like
see
that,
like
bro.
that, you're gonna go
Cameras
back. You're
coming
gonna go.
out.
Cameras coming out. That's true. Camera. That is
Well,
true.
maybe today, but not even. Not so much as anything.
Especially as long as it took, because the way you make it sound, it took like 5 or 10 minutes for this to happen.
About 15 minutes, but you're mystified. Now,
What?
this is because you're all these things are going through your head, all
No,
these
no. Oh, oh,
movements.
oh, okay, okay. You see lights in the air, right? You see lights in the air, okay? And you see it, and all of a sudden you get military helicopters landing, okay? That's gonna take longer than 2 minutes, okay?
Can I offer a hypothetical?
And then you
Go
also
ahead.
don't want to miss it.
Oh,
That's the crazy.
no, you're gonna run back. People gonna run
I
out
mean, I
out the
mean,
house with their
somebody
cameras.
is.
Somebody's gonna take a picture. Go ahead.
I mean, I get it, you didn't, but
No, no.
somebody is.
Yeah, I
PK
did.
PK got the first question. Go ahead, PK.
All right, so you stole one of my questions, so I'll move on to the next one. Because I mean,
Okay.
it's just
I mean,
the idea that nobody took a video even
uh,
15 years ago. It's like,
yes,
come on, man, ain't
yeah,
no fucking way. But you know,
yeah,
I
yeah.
can
Go
answer
ahead.
that.
but then they
It's
said, no,
possible.
that's no, you no,
No, it's not possible.
yeah.
Okay, I mean, we get people
I can
with
answer.
people. We get people even back then, man, in car accidents. Plus, the first thing they do is whip out their phone. Okay.
Shit, world, fight,
Correct.
world star, just
But then
fight
the
to push
second
it down.
thing,
If you go all the way back almost 20 years to the iPhone, okay, people whipped out their
right,
phones. Okay.
All right.
right, okay.
Let me
And so the second thing,
Hold on,
the
Jules.
second question, the important. This is another one. Is with so many people there. There must be someone who would corroborate your story and release this to the public,
Well,
right?
basically he said his friend did, but you would think it would have circulated. But the thing is, okay, say it didn't, okay. I'm not even
He
questioning
don't want
about
to be
whether
seen
it
as
didn't.
crazy. I
Huh?
actually told him. I said, hey, we should. Now this is the internet. 15 years ago is not obviously as sophisticated as it is now.
And
But I said we should put it. He said,
in the
I
mil-
said, no, I'm not gonna look
yeah, but
crazy. People think
he,
I'm crazy.
what was the
Yeah,
thing
but we
is?
all saw it.
The thing is, the military. If a military chopper lands and there's UFOs in there, the military is gonna come talk to you. Okay.
I just want to make clear they didn't land. They were just close enough to where they could have. And it was like, are they gonna land on our fucking garage? That's how they were just too close for comfort. They never
What what what
landed. So I don't want to,
what
add to the
okay,
story.
because we have we have police helicopters that fly overhead within like sometimes with like 50 like 40 feet, okay, of of the rooftops, right, which is really close, okay. If they get close enough to land or not land, the breeze alone will start blowing shit away, okay. The breeze alone. Okay. The noise. Okay, for a
Noise.
military helicopter to get within like 200 feet of a rooftop, you're gonna hear that bad boy, and you hear that
It's
bad
so
boy
loud.
all over the neighborhood. Okay. They're
I
loud.
was
Okay.
I was amazed, and that's why
Mm,
you don't run and get as a kid. I'm 19. You're not thinking, "I'll go get my." Now after the fact, I was like, "Damn, what was I thinking?" Now to answer the last guy's question real quick, he said,
mm-hmm.
"Well, surely there was somebody in the neighborhood." I'm sure there was, but I don't know everybody in the neighborhood. I knew my friend, I knew my brother, obviously, and I knew one or two other people who didn't take a video. So
Okay.
if I was more proactive and asking around, "Hey, did you get any video? Do you know anybody?"
The
I'm
whole
sure I
the,
probably could
the
have found
whole neighborhood will talk about the whole thing, and everybody gonna be trading pictures of the goddamn thing. Okay.
Well,
it. I'm checking
well,
That's some
stories.
shit that don't never go away in public, bro.
well,
If that took place and a
Yeah.
lot of people saw it, that's not something that would ever
Yeah.
y'all
Yeah.
would know each other
Yeah.
very quickly.
If you're out in the middle of nowhere and like driving on the freeway and basically there's not a neighborhood around, you see some shit, okay, well, you saw it and there's nobody to see it, but thing is in a neighborhood, in the neighborhood and military gets involved, shit like that, then people saw that shit, man. You can't avoid it because
Even
it could draw
fools you
attention
don't
to it.
like,
well,
they be
Yeah.
like, "You see that shit?
You see that shit. But
Well,
go
I
ahead,
don't
PK.
like you, nigga, but you saw that shit."
Last question and we'll get to Jules. Okay.
All right, last question is with all this information in the military, I guess, being 100 feet flying near you, did at any point any official from the military or police department ever make contact with
Yeah.
anyone there?
Because if you saw them out with the 50 caliber machine gun close enough to see the machine gun, then they were pretty close. Okay, you can't see them from like 200 feet. Okay, if you saw the 50 cal, they were within 100 feet. Okay, so you felt the breeze from that chopter. Okay,
well,
That's,
well,
these ain't little planes. Go ahead, little
well,
helicopters.
yeah, BGS. It's like an
Real
important thing
quick
that's
because
being,
Jules
yeah,
next. Okay.
yeah, like just real quick. It's like an important thing that's being missed here. It's like I think we're missing the context because he said that he was partying in the hood when this happened, and
Uh,
he's
I
also
heard about
wondering why the aliens never why they never
He
landed in the
didn't say
hood.
nothing about aliens.
He didn't. He all he saw was
Sorry,
lights. He had no idea what they were. Right. The thing
sorry,
is,
sorry.
if you
Not
party in the
aliens.
hood in Detroit, in a major metropolitan area, there's got to be at least 1,000 people that saw that shit. Okay.
Stay
it.
off the
I know my
wheel.
block
Well,
around the corner dead. Next
either
block
way,
is
it's
about
like
20.
One
why
time.
they
One
never
time. One time. One
landed.
time. Huh?
Well,
I,
either way, it's just why they never landed.
what I'm saying is, well, the thing is, for a military helicopter to actually land, man, and blow over all this kind of shit, man, that's a big disturbance. So it could have been alien. It could have been they're protecting uh, whatever kind of uh, experiment that they have. Okay, because they didn't shoot it. They didn't shoot at it.
They
Okay,
shoot at it.
they
They
didn't
were
shoot at
chasing
it,
it. That was
huh?
weird.
Or
They
they're
were trying like
following
if
it.
that's something
Or,
that they
or,
own, why are they
huh?
chasing it? And then why they went
Be-
up
uh,
on the
it,
dispersion of this
it,
object,
they,
they go
because it,
scattering looking for it. Where did
because
it
okay,
go?
okay, put yourself in their shoes, right? You got an experimental military operation, right?
Okay.
It's got to be what protected, right? Who protects it?
It would be the military.
The military.
Correct.
So if you protect it, you have to do what? Follow it, right?
I mean that's true.
If
We could
if
also
they,
be
if they want
curiosity.
if they wanted to see what it was, they'd have been up next to the lights. Okay.
But is it also I agree with that. Is it also true
Fucking
that
Cloverfield
the
paradox.
military
That
So
that
what?
the military is known for traveling to look and see. It's kind of like the curiosity. Okay, what is this thing? We're getting reports. So what you're saying is true, but could it also be true that they're looking at something that they don't understand what it is, and they're
Is
looking
they,
for that?
so
Like they think
basically, okay,
the
put yourself in their shoes. Okay, they're human beings just like you, right? If you want to know what it is, what you're gonna do?
I'm gonna look, I'm gonna follow, I'm gonna
You,
trace it
you're gonna go up next to the bad boy and see what the fuck it is and put a light on it, right?
as much as I can.
As much as you can. They didn't do that, so it's hard to say exactly what it is. Okay.
But they were going towards it. Right? So the lights was on us, and then it went.
don't put a
Then the
light
So
on the
why
spotlight
light.
so
went to
why
the
so why
sky.
were the lights on you instead of on the object?
That's what made it more suspicious to us. It's like they're not
Exactly.
looking for
They're
people.
not. They were
They're
not
looking
looking
at
for.
this object.
They were looking at you because they're probably protecting the object. But that's would be my first guess. Okay. But go ahead,
Possible.
Jules. You want to jump in?
But no, nobody
Uh,
came knocking on the
th-
G-man did not come knocking on the door asking,
th- that's
questions, and that's actually what I hope didn't happen. They
that,
didn't
that,
ask me that.
that's probably why it was not alien. Is because they didn't.
I don't know, man. Earth, it was just, it's something you have to, it's like, I still want to stand on that, oh, it's just a UFO, it's still not. But there's a goosebumps factor to it where the reason why I can recall something like this 15 some years ago on Earth Day, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, it's something I still don't want to know, but I just know Earth Day, and it's just very distinctive experiences that
We,
I just all I can do is give a story
about a
and
year
talk
ago
about it.
we saw something very similar. There's about five of them in the air flying around. Okay, and they didn't make no noise. People know what the fuck they were, but and but they flew over and there was no reports of them. Okay,
You talk about
so
yourself personally.
it,
Nellis Air Force Base.
yeah, yeah,
You look at
actually
yourself.
saw it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I actually
Have you
saw it.
seen anything, BJS, that like gave you going like that's odd? Have you seen anything close to
I
what you
see.
hear
I
the
see.
stories like
Yeah, I,
myself or other people?
oh, last year we saw about five
That's what you
objects.
said.
The thing is, I haven't seen that. The thing is, it's okay. Um,
You don't
okay,
want to, is what I'm telling
why
you.
not? Well, I would want to.
It's
'Cause I
you
would
will
want.
be. You say we all do when you watch the movies. I'm
Yeah,
telling
I
you, it
want to.
sounds good on paper, but
Yeah,
when you see it, it's like no, please don't let this be real. So you don't want it to be
unless
real.
something lands and gets out and starts blasting people. Yeah, I want to see it.
Like Mars Attack or something. No, I mean
Yeah,
I think they're more benevolent if they do exist.
Oh
whether
They're
my
more
God.
benevolent than
where
us.
they are. And so, in other words, if basically if something lands, okay, and an alien gets out, I want to walk up and see it. I want to look at it.
Now it'd be too because of the perception, the big eyes, it's a
You you
beautiful
you you
look
you
that they
you
have.
add you
That's a
ask
good
what
thing.
I would do, okay, not what you would do, okay. I would want to see it.
Well, okay. It hasn't happened though. Like
Oh
even
well,
like
no, no,
looking
no,
at it.
no. What I'm saying is that's your perception of me, okay. I'm telling you what I would
Fair
do.
enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay. Okay. Now, Jules, go ahead, man, because this is, we.
Like
I
I
don't
was
mind
saying.
telling. I don't mind telling stories, which is fine, right? Like I accept your story. That's what you saw. Okay. Um. So I'm accepting your story. Okay. Yeah.
Art Bell
But
Airport.
go ahead. Yeah. Well, man, yeah. Art Bell at
That's
work.
good.
Yeah.
What they say?
It is. It is. Go ahead. Go ahead. No,
No,
Art
no.
Bell does it all the time. He accepts the stories. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the most famous UFO story is the Betty and Barney Hill story. Right
Yes.
from the 1940s, they said they saw a UFO,
Hmm.
and they didn't report it until
They were actually abducted by
yeah, well,
UFOs.
yeah. There's a couple of different versions, right? But
Yeah.
they didn't come forward with that story for almost 20 years until they appeared on an episode of I think it's like This Is Your Life,
Yeah.
and the reason was because they were an interracial couple in Maine
Hmm.
back in the 40s, 50s, so they
Hmm.
didn't want to like get more attention to who they were. So I gotta ask Joseph, are you married to a white woman? Are you afraid that Keisha's gonna come and get you?
I'm terrified. They're coming. Oh my God, they're coming. It's funny.
Yeah, I mean, like I believe that there's UFOs. I don't know if that means that there's necessarily like little green men. I mean, I think it's more likely, swamp gas or, willow lights or, usually probably skunk works type of stuff coming out from whatever Air Force base is nearby. That's the most likely target. Um, but yeah, I mean, you saw something weird in the sky. Yeah, I've definitely been in that situation. Normally, I've been a little bit too drunk, so I don't trust my opinion on that. But yeah, I mean, be careful. Keisha's coming, man. The women in black.
Have you
Yeah,
had
you
something
do.
weird in your car?
Yo, can I jump in a second?
Like an unidentified bad bitch?
A
Nah,
BBL floating in the air.
she
Like a
like me
Lizzo?
just like me just said, if she's bad, she's been identified from a
Yo, if
mile
I see
away.
one more black man say they would have sex with Lizzo,
Ugh.
Well, I heard Lizzo lost weight. I don't know what she looks
She
like now, but I heard she lost weight.
she looks like Queen Latifah now.
no.
Man, I ain't gonna lie to
I'm
you, bro. That's a good ass
I'm out there.
story, man. I like the story. I like the story. That's all I'll say. I think we've had some different not only what do you call them, different people in the military who have come out and share stories about these types of sightings and whatnot, and I think that they're interesting as well. The biggest problem
Yeah.
that I have around that surrounds much of these conspiracies in general is that we don't have any confirmation, nothing to go off of besides stories at the moment. And all the information and videos that we have that come out aren't enough to substantiate much of anything. So we don't have enough to basically say whether it's true, false, or anything else at the moment. So, but I enjoy the
Basically,
story though.
what he
Oh,
was
good.
saying was it was basically Cloverfield if it happened in the Detroit hood.
Yes, that's it.
It's a
That's
good,
the movie.
it's a good B movie.
When I saw that movie, I was like, this was like, I turned that movie off halfway through when I saw it. I was like, this is too,
Oh, for
I don't like this. This is not entertainment for me. It's like someone who's been to war and they watch war movies or play war games. They're like, I don't really want to play it. I don't really want to watch it because I've been through it. It feels like that's Cloverfield. That's it.
She was watching it with his girl, and she said, "I want to see it." Nah, why turn that shit up? What are you doing? For real, I ain't playing with your ass. I'm tired of you. Nah, for real, don't get it. Because the way the Cloverfield thing works with like the found footage and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. The last one they did, when they had the monster in the sky, you like all the way in the sky, and I'm
Yeah.
like, yo, anyway, shout out to Cloverfield.
So
Yeah.
so
Hey,
That
is the
movie
topic
made a lot
tonight?
of
One
money
one.
for a little bit of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, is the topic
it's a
tonight?
good movie though.
Is it UFOs for tonight
No,
or?
it's
No, no,
it's
no, no.
open.
Please,
It's open. We started talking about what they somebody brought up flat Earth and it went to flat Earth and it
Mm,
went to UFOs and now it's
gotcha.
all kind of conspiracy. But that's not really the topic. It can be
Yeah,
anything. But
basically
Well,
BGSA
since
is
we're
open, but
one at a time, y'all.
BGSA is open, but we testing the hell out of that shit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, we'll listen to the story if you have it. The thing is that it's not. It's people trying to put it forward as proof. Okay, it's not
Right.
proof. Okay,
hey,
it's
I
just a
got a good
story.
well,
story too.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
got a
bro.
good
Hey.
story too. I want to tell it. I think it's a good one. So I
Okay.
went outside today and it got cold. So I think that America been using the weather machines again, and
They
they
are.
trying to cause issues, man. I don't know what's going on, man.
Okay, okay. Basically, if you go back and look at chemtrails from 1995, right? They call it global cooling. Okay,
Yes.
you can actually see the planes in the air spraying these what they call clouds. Okay, to cool the Earth. Okay, in LA, it's a constant thing for the past 20 years, right? When the Southern California heats up too much, what they do is you can see the planes in the sky making clouds to actually cool the earth.
I got a
You
story
might, you
about
might,
an
you
One,
might
one
be
interview
time,
right
one
with
time,
about
one
that.
time.
Candy.
No, it's not even right about it, but they have pilots that actually tell you that they actually paid to go up and spray this shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I
Well,
mean,
hey,
HARP
hey,
HARP
let me
is
jump in, man.
real.
Let me jump in. Let me
Huh,
jump in right quick,
yeah,
man. Let me jump in.
it's definitely
uh,
real.
Hey,
uh
BGS, man. I want to ask you something, man.
huh.
So look, so it's kind of related to a lot of this, to the election, but more so with black folks in general, right?
Uh huh.
And one thing I really see that's been happening, honestly, since this whole Kamala thing popped off like years ago,
Uh huh.
I really feel like there's like a real class divide when it comes to Kamala, right? Because they always talk about the whole, HBCU D9 stuff when it comes to
Mhm.
her.
Uh huh.
And I'm in them circles. I'm in them circles where I see how those folks be turning up for her.
Okay.
And now I'm on the other side of it. And I guess my question per se is, over the last few years, we've
Uh
seen
huh.
where because of social media, people who didn't have a voice before
Mhm.
now have a voice, right? And for a long time, those D9, Boule, Talented Tenth, the folks that's kind of been cozying up the white folks, they've been having a voice to speak for black people, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
And in recent years, in the last, like, say, decade and a half or so, due to
Mhm.
social media, a lot of the people who don't come from that, who your blue collar workers, they got their own voices. And I'm wondering, is there like a pending like class war, like a real like visual public
Yeah,
class war?
there's going to be a class division, made by the people that are involved in it.
A class division? No, I think the division has always existed, but
No,
I
no.
think more of a class like a war, like a.
Basically, that's why they would come with the octanes, right? Basically, okay. Somebody's got listening to something in the background. Is that you, PK? Is that Andre? I can hear myself.
I'm on mute, so it wasn't me.
Okay. Okay. Maybe. Okay. The thing is that
Not me. I was on mute.
okay. The thing is with this is that the black community, since especially since Plessy versus Ferguson, has been class compressed, right? Because how often are you actually around white people?
I've been telecommuting since 2020, bro. So that was working. So not often, man. I've been telecommuting for the last few
So
years.
do you live like in a mixed neighborhood or a white neighborhood or
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
that?
My
Okay, do you?
neighborhood is it's I mean I'm in Atlanta, bro. So it's
Oh,
mostly
you're in
black,
Atlanta. Okay, that's a different story. Okay,
but no,
okay.
it is
Yeah.
it is
Well,
mixed too.
in other words, if you're in another kind of major city, basically, you know that the class division between white folks is very stark, right?
Yes.
Somebody from the trailer park is not going to go to the same barber shop, store, or shopping center that somebody from the upper middle class or even the upper class will go to. Okay.
Hmm.
You're not gonna see trailer park people walking through the Beverly, what I call the Beverly Center, or some upscale part of town, right? They're not gonna be tromping through Beverly Hills shopping, right? Okay, they're not. Okay,
Hmm.
but in the black community, basically, you can have somebody that's damn near a billionaire go to a local barber shop and get his hair cut and mix with everybody else. Okay,
Hmm.
Yep. Yep.
so in other words, the black community is class compressed.
Do you think it's as class compressed as it used to be?
It's always been class compressed. Um, I think it still is. I think because a lot of your upscale women, because this is something that was funny to me because in in L.A., right, we have
Hey, you
people.
breaking up a little bit. I don't know if it's just me. Okay,
It
well.
it could be me. It
It's
could be
you.
YouTube. Okay, can y'all hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yes, you're
Yeah,
good.
Yeah,
You're good.
I
You're
it,
good.
heard
it
you.
probably it
Fine the
probably
whole
is you.
time.
Yeah. Well, the
Yeah,
thing the
that's fine.
thing is, there's an upper middle class like school that's next to a university called Carson, right? Where they have the big ass
Hmm.
homes and they have the manicured yards and all the other people are actually educated upper middle class. They go to fucking Watts and Compton into the lower class people to party. Okay,
Hmm.
that's class
So,
compressed.
so, so
Okay.
look, gotcha. So,
BTS
you in
something.
LA, right? I've been listening to you for a minute. You in LA, from what I understand, right? Or at least in Cali to a certain
Yeah,
degree.
yeah. So the lower class people don't go to Buckhead and shop.
Oh, they do.
What?
But there's two
What?
malls in
No,
Atlanta,
no, no,
right?
no, 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 no. So another because Buckhead is almost like supposed to be like the Beverly Hills of
Yeah.
Atlanta, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So
Yeah,
so
right.
so in other words, the lower
They do
class
shop there.
people don't go to the Buckhead and shop, do they? They don't.
Lennox
BTS something.
Well,
Like
Mall,
well,
One
Kmart.
time, one at a time. Huh?
let me get it with BTS for a second, man. So
I mean,
lower
you
class
you.
people.
I'm
Go ahead.
asking a question. Did you answer my question yet?
Okay, you're right. Let me ask you directly. Not specifically to Buckhead, but there are other big malls like Perimeter Mall, Cumberland Mall, up all the way up there in what was it, North Point Mall.
Mm-hmm.
That that lower class people would go to, but not necessarily the Buckhead. But Buckhead, I don't know if you heard,
You
but
lying, bro?
Buckhead.
No, 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 no. Hold on,
Okay,
hold on, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. Don't
dude,
jump
I
in
have
like
no
that.
reason to lie.
No, no, no.
Um,
Don't. Hey. I addressed him.
okay,
Okay. There's a reason I
okay,
address
okay,
people
okay.
that jump in like this, so there won't be no kind of
Yeah,
cross-platform arguments, right? That's why I jumped in. I jumped in for you. Okay.
This
That's why I
girl.
did it.
gotcha. Okay, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But what was I saying?
So no, so
So you go to
I'm asking.
Buckhead.
So there's no people because you won't see people in the trailer park going to Beverly Hills and shop at all. Period. They won't even be there. Okay.
No, no. But what I was about to say was Lennox
Mm-hmm.
Mall in particular. I don't know if you heard about the shootings that
I,
happened in
I,
the
I
last
have
few
no
years.
I have no idea about it, but go tell me about it. Okay.
Okay,
I'm not from
so
Atlanta.
in the last few years, okay, right. So the black folks have been going to Lennox, like, and
Okay.
Lennox is in Buckhead, right there across from Phipps Plaza.
Uh huh.
So as far as like shopping at the mall in Buckhead, yeah, but at Lennox Mall and Phipps Plaza per se, but not the little boutique shops. All of the little
Okay.
side little spots or whatever.
Oh,
But as
okay.
far as
So,
Lennox Mall. Yeah, black
Hmm.
folks been in the mall and stuff like that.
So in other words, the boule bougie type people don't go to the hood and shop and get haircuts and shit like that.
No, no, no. That's not what I'm saying at all.
No,
That's
no,
not what I'm
I'm
saying
asking
at
you a
all.
direct question. What I'm saying is the bougie boule people that go to the HBCUs and the upscale shit that have PhDs and shit like that don't go to the hood and hobnob or go to picnics or go get their hair cut. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, 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 no. They do.
They
I'm
do.
sure they
So,
do. Yeah, yeah.
okay. So
So
in other words, in the white community, that doesn't exist. Okay.
right, but let me just give a little context.
Go ahead.
Just cause,
Okay,
just
go
cause.
ahead, man.
Jesus
No, no,
Christ.
no.
No, no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
even
no, no.
like.
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, just let me get a little context. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
We all go to the same haircut spots. You know,
Mm-hmm.
as far as the
Mm-hmm.
ladies getting their hair done or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
once they split off, you have some people going on one side of town. You have some people going on another side of town, right?
Okay.
And
Okay.
and, and I think like this, like maybe it's just I'm not sure where everybody is who's listening or who's on the, but in Atlanta, there is like
Mm-hmm.
exclusive spots that a lot of folks, regardless of your income,
Okay.
will go to.
Okay.
But what like some folks might go to the hood, somebody afterwards. Some folks
Yeah.
might go to 100 black men. You know what I mean? Like 100 black men get up.
I,
You
I,
know what I mean?
understand. I understand. But
Yeah,
in other communities, okay, the poor people don't mix with the upper class people like that. Okay.
yeah,
At
gotcha,
all, okay? At all.
gotcha.
That's why I call class compression. You don't live in the same spots, but the thing is, you go to the same barber shops, but you might meet at the same festivals. You might even have go to the same
Hmm.
picnics. You might have some
Right.
similar friends, shit like that. That we come together. That's called class compression. Okay, not class
I,
separation.
yeah, I understand. I understand.
Well,
So,
what
I understand. So
just
most of let me
Hold
just
on,
just
follow
y'all.
me on BPS.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Let him talk, okay? Go ahead, finish, man.
Yeah, I call it in for BGS. I much respect to everybody else, but I call it in for
I
BGS.
understand. I
So
already stopped him. Okay, so just continue. You
gotcha,
concentrate on you, not on them. Okay, I got them. Okay.
gotcha. So I guess ultimately, I guess what I've been seeing is that, like I said, it's really been blatant and apparent when it comes to the whole Kamala thing, right? Like the class
Mm-hmm.
division, and it honestly kind of seems like I said earlier, when it comes to social media, and
Mm-hmm.
people who didn't have a voice now have a voice. It kind
Mm-hmm.
of seems like we're getting to this like the
And
precipice of this like climax where like even online, right?
so,
What you might get.
so,
I'm
so,
listening.
so why is Kamala trying to claim hood credit by growing up in Oakland if she's trying to separate?
Right. Right. So, but because like you said, there is a class compression, right? So there's a close
Mm-hmm.
proximity between people who got it like that and people who don't, right?
Yeah.
And to my understanding, just from what I've seen around me, right? What I've
Mm-hmm.
seen is those who got it like that, like they'll get theirs. They get their student loans forgiven.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get maybe rubbing shoulders. They Greek, so they might feel like they might get their little Greek stuff popping or whatever. But then they're like the foot soldiers that's sent out, right?
Mm-hmm.
To the low, for lack of better words, to the blue collar folks, to the
Yeah.
lower class folks,
Yeah. Yeah.
they
Yeah.
send out to them to try to convince them to say, hey, she down with us. But when the truth is, that's why I feel like the disconnect is kind of starting where like the people who get to rub shoulders with the Greeks and the D9s, they get theirs and they get sent out. But I feel like the disconnect is kind of starting, like it's kind of being
It,
real
it, it,
blatant.
it, it,
Like
it, okay, so where's the disconnect? Because you hear Hillary Clinton talking about going down to the trailer park and campaigning.
when I don't know if not. I'm just from my
Do you
understanding.
ever
I
heard
dropped my phone. Got my
Hillary
phone.
Clinton or any other upscale upper middle class person going down to the trailer park and campaigning?
No. Hold on. A, I don't know because I
This
don't
class
follow him like
separation.
that.
So it's in other words, I just saw a video of Kamala Harris talking about throwing hands. Okay, is that
Yeah,
upscale upper middle class way of talking to people?
no, it's not. But you know what? And you know what? But you know what though? The thing is, the I'm gonna just say it. The bougie Negroes who go to these schools and been to D9 schools, they'll
Mm-hmm.
buy that stuff. But the folks who come from it, they know she fake. And I hate to even like talk like this, right? But
Okay.
I'm the guy who grew up in the hood and then went to the Ivy League HBCU school, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I always
Mm-hmm.
looked at them like y'all playing hard, but you ain't hard.
They,
Y'all playing good,
but
right?
the thing is, they still, basically hood culture and bougie culture still mix, okay? Because
It
they
is.
watch the same fucking shows, okay? They listen to the same fucking music. They go do the same fucking dances, okay? They glorify the same people, okay? Because those Negroes that are in bougie Ivy League schools, quote unquote, right, are the same people that listen to gangster rap, okay? And bump it in their car.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
BGS, can I just like quickly say this and like
Go ahead,
go
real
about my
quick.
business? So,
Cause you're Canadian, you have no idea what the fuck we talked about. Go ahead.
actually, I was having a conversation with somebody that
You're
wanted to.
Canadian, you have no idea
Yeah,
what the fuck we
Canadian,
talking
bro.
about. Okay.
I'm Canadian,
That's
bro.
that's that's kind of like an
I'm born
whatever.
and bred Georgia.
I'm not.
I'm
No,
born
no, no.
and
Hold
bred
on. No,
I'm
Georgia.
no,
not.
no, no.
I'm not gonna argue that. It's just like I was having a conversation with somebody that has been in the space like as long as you, and I asked him like the question behind the scenes. Like I was asking him, like, what
Okay.
do you think about like the current thing happening now with
Oh,
the
oh,
whole?
uh-huh.
I didn't even ask the question yet.
Hey,
Like what?
well, you have to get to the question, man. We don't have like 5 minutes
Well,
before you actually go to the rundown.
this
Get
guy
to the
was
question.
rambling on nothing for like 10 minutes. Like
Okay.
just
No,
real
no. No, I understand what he's saying. Okay. To you, it's rambling because you don't understand where he's coming from. I know
well,
what he's talking about.
I was looking at the chat like he, but
I, I, I
I'm not gonna argue the
okay,
point.
Andre. Okay,
I
Andre.
I
I don't know
mean
why
no
you. I
disrespect.
don't even know why you commenting on this. Okay, why are you commenting
I'm
on
not
this?
I'm not commenting on like whatever you guys are talking about. It's just I
Get
just wanted to ask you something real quick.
get the
If
question.
I'm
What's the question? What's the
I'm
question?
I'm trying to get to it,
No,
but
you're
like
not.
you
Get to the
jumping in.
question, man. I talk. We do this all the
All
time.
right,
What's
all
the
right.
question?
Now I want to ask BJ's
I'll
question.
okay. Like now you want to talk. You sat here quiet this
No,
entire
hey,
time. Okay.
Andre. Question. What's the question?
Okay. The question that I was asking is that do you think that the Black Manosphere had an effect in the reason why
Yes.
Kamala changed
Yes.
changed her?
Yes. 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 I mean, you. How long have you been here, Andre? You've been here at least 4 years, right? Okay.
I didn't even finish my question.
You asked me, do I think that does the black manosphere has it had an effect on Kamala changing tactics? I said yes.
No,
What's the rest of the question?
the tactic that I was speaking of specifically was that initially when she was talking about like the tax credits, right? And
Mm-hmm.
like I only heard people in the Black Manosphere saying that like the tax credit she was talking about is not a loan, and
Mm-hmm.
now she changed her position to
Mm-hmm.
offering a loan.
Okay. Uh-huh.
And yeah, and I only heard people in the Black Manosphere talking about it. So I was
Okay.
wondering if you think that had a if you had like if you thought that the Black Manosphere had an effect on that position, why she changed that to that? Because I like
And what
you
was
guys
my
before.
what was my answer?
I didn't ask you the question before, so I wouldn't know what your answer
Yeah,
was.
you did. I
I
said
didn't ask you the question
yes.
before.
Yes. I'm trying to explain why it had an effect. Unless you know more than I do.
I okay.
Why do you think Dr. Neal came back? Okay, Dr. Neal was actually coined the term the ice cube effect, right? Which is the
Mm-hmm.
separation between black men and everybody else, right? They actually asked for tangibles. Okay, that's where it started 4 years ago. Okay, Stacey Abrams found that shit out in 2022 with the ice cube effect, right? The shit's real. They learn from their mistakes. She's behind. She's behind as far as not only black people, but also black men. Black men down to like 75%. Okay, instead of 91%. That is a problem. Would you not change tactics if you were her?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like the
Hey,
point of my
No, no.
BGS.
Hold on a
question was
second. Hold on a
that
second. Would you not
Sorry.
change tactics? Does that make sense?
yes, like it would make sense to change tactics. I'm just wondering why she suddenly chose to change tactics because
Okay,
like
okay.
uh,
No, no. Okay. Why do you? Why? Okay. Okay. Why
my
do you
nigga's got
think?
to stop
No, no, no.
trolling.
Why do you think, Andre? Why do you think she would change tactics?
That's what I'm trying to find
No,
out.
no,
That's
no,
why
no,
I
no,
asked
no. I
you.
want to know what you think. I already told you, but you don't accept that. Why do you think?
I already had my thoughts on this, and I
Why?
have
No, no.
actually.
Tell me what you think. I don't care what you had on it. What do you think? In like
I,
in
I,
like
I
in like 50 words or less. What do you? Why do you think that? What do you think?
so it was more of a rhetorical question, but I do think that the Black Manosphere had an
So
impact on her.
okay, okay. So why do you think she changed tactics?
Well, like I said, like it had an impact on her, right? Because
Why do you think she changed tactics? What's your opinion?
I just said my opinion. Like the Black Manosphere had an impact on her.
Okay. Oh, the thing is, I just told you why she changed tactics. In fact, what somebody from the Democratic Party said the exact same thing. She's behind in the polls, according to with black women and black men. Okay. If that is the case, what are you going to do?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I was looking at the chat.
All right.
From the
Why you? All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Forget it. Forget
chaos.
it.
All you do is
So
like
just
fucking
so
Andre. Never mind. Okay.
so
Brother, go ahead.
just
Go. Go.
to
Go
it's
ahead,
just like
brother.
I didn't even get to finish what I was saying.
You
Like
did.
you
You
interrupted
did,
while I was
Andre.
talking.
You've been rambling for like 10 minutes. Okay.
I want to ask BJ a
I
question.
talked for not even
No, no,
10
no.
no.
minutes without
Andre,
getting interrupted.
Andre. Okay. We gave you attention for 10 minutes. Okay. You asked the question. I answered the question. Okay. I answered the question thoroughly. Okay. Go back.
What?
Go look about the black male polls and why she changed tactics. Okay. That's why she did it.
That wasn't even the question that I was
Well,
asking.
then you have to wait for the next question. Okay. Somebody else. Go ahead.
Hey,
Uh,
look, I wasn't really
now
finished
hold
talking.
on. Hold on. You're not
Okay.
even next. Okay. Go ahead, Chaos.
You said about a book about how to deal with the money and aspects of how you say what to stop the
It,
bleeding.
okay, if you want to know it, I had 3 videos I just put up. Okay, called "Changing Your Relationship with Money." I put up the first 3 episodes of it. Listen to that. It's all there. You don't even
Okay.
have to get the book. You
Okay.
have to get the book. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'll listen to
Okay,
that.
I said it at the very beginning. Okay, people asked me about it. I said, well, I should go out and find the audio if I can about what Joe Dominguez talked about his book and his course. Right? You don't even have to buy the book. It's actually in the video. Okay.
I asked how I was late when I listened to the stream. That's what kind of asked.
I understand. Okay,
All right.
but thing is, if you watch what I put up, okay, it's
Mhm.
already there as a pre-recorded video. I put up 3 episodes. Okay.
Okay. All right. Cool.
It's good. If you need to change your mindset about money, go ahead and listen to that.
And the thing is, I'm tired of getting pushback about this shit. I get people, yeah, you're a communist, you're a socialist, motherfucker. Why don't you listen to the fucking video and make a determination? Okay, it's not even me saying it.
Exactly.
People
But
people
just to
ask
kind of
people ask me for this book all the time. Okay, I suggested over the past 3 years this book. Right. Okay, I found the video, I found the audio, I put it up as a video.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't ask for no money, no donation, no nothing, right? Okay, I could have put it up on Patreon. I did. I put it up so it's there. The whole course,
Mm-hmm.
condensed, is there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are sites. Actually, I think the whole audiobook, somebody did transcribe it using one of the online tools
Okay.
on YouTube.
I
So,
mean,
but
I
yeah,
mean,
the one you
I,
put is
I,
good.
I have the book. Okay,
Yeah.
I bought the book 3 or 4 times. Okay, it's not as good as the audio. Okay.
Yeah, I listened to it probably like 3 years ago. The first time I heard you mention it,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a solid book.
Yeah.
Because it goes into a lot more detail about how you should focus on what you need to, like dollars and
Focus on.
cents, and yeah,
And he gets a lot. He gets into a lot of stories about how he's helped people do this kind of stuff. So
yeah.
it's probably a little bit better, probably a little more digestible, as far for most people. That's why I put it up. So I'm gonna put up the last episode probably tonight. Okay, there's 4 of them. So that's probably the best condensed version of what I'm talking about. Okay, as far as the course as you control your spending. As
but
people ask
just
about.
to kind of backslide a little bit to the whole Atlanta thing, like I wasn't trying to come down on you, bro, because I lived there for like 13 years. So
Mm-hmm.
I know that place like the back of my hand. I lived
Mm-hmm.
there.
Okay.
So the thing is, the only reason I interjected like I did to tell you that them people do rub shoulders is because for the longest you used to have people that usually live right around the corner from a lot of them colleges and HBCUs. Literally go down to Atlanta near the stadium near Buckhead too, and go
Mm-hmm.
party, go shopping. They
Mm-hmm.
do that. But then they meet up in the strip club too. They do
Yeah,
all
they
that.
do. They all that stuff. Yeah. Yeah. That's why.
So
That's
don't. I mean, that's why I wanted to interject like I did because it's not. I couldn't allow for you to basically try. I don't know if you were trying to intentionally or as an accident or you were trying to make a
I,
larger point. But those people rub shoulders, bro.
I think he's trying to flesh out a theory. I think that's what he's trying to do. I just don't agree with it.
Yeah,
If it's happening, I don't see it. Okay.
that city has a lot of problems. I would.
Huh? No,
Atlanta
not
has
really.
a lot of problems.
Atlanta's doing fine. All big cities have problems.
So I think the biggest thing is they could be a lot better off if they had really invested in the infrastructure like they need to, because they're the major
How,
southern hub.
how, how much more do they need to invest? What do they need to invest in as far as what?
I mean, so the architecture of their interstate system is built for basically 1920s traffic, but they have
Mm-hmm.
2020s traffic, right?
Okay.
And they refuse to do it because there's a north-south divide, there's like a rich-poor divide, there's a black-white divide,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't make that infrastructure investment back in the 40s, 50s, 60s with
Yeah, because
the
they
highway
have to.
administration,
Yeah.
but now they need to because they're major terminus for
They
rail.
can't.
They're major
They
city. Yeah,
can't.
they can't now because they didn't then,
Nah.
and
Oh,
they
okay.
have
Okay.
major
Oh,
rail
how come they can't now?
because they
Because
never.
they'd have to build. They didn't do it back in the past. They've already built around a lot of these areas,
Yeah,
suburbs, and there's
Okay.
too much
they have to do it.
infrastructure now that they have to
Okay.
basically wipe away.
They have to do it before
You
you
know
can
what?
build something.
For the 105, they came and took out a whole bunch of homes. Okay, a whole bunch of infrastructure that was already built up. They just did it. It's called eminent domain.
True, but do they do that to rich people?
Yeah, they did.
All right, man. I'd love to see that happen in Atlanta. That would be crazy.
I, I what I'm
Wiping out
saying,
slots of Sandy
if
Springs.
if they really need to do it, they will do it. It's called eminent domain. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they already had that freeway that caught on fire and collapsed and shit like that. I mean, I just don't see it happening because they have
Yeah,
all the
it's
tools.
it's unlikely. I don't see it happening because you got to think about it. Two 275.
Mm-hmm.
The loop right there, man, just to go around Atlanta is a travesty. Like you got nothing but houses all around that shit. There's no way. There's too many businesses, too many houses.
Yeah.
They'd have to literally reconstruct the highway from scratch
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because they made it like you got to look at you'd have to look at like the city map itself.
Yeah.
It isn't like the north or the west in the aspect where they had go ahead.
I mean, go. I mean, they're doing it right now in Los Angeles, called Ram Stadium and the surrounding areas. Right, had to take out a whole lot of homes. It took out a whole lot of upscale condos to do that shit. Okay.
Yeah, but in the South, man,
Well, I'm not. If they really want to do it, they'll do it. The thing is,
they don't want to
um,
do it. They don't want to do
they don't want
it.
to do it, so
Yeah.
it's okay. So
It would make it. It would have made it a much better city,
i-
but it's the one thing that's really holding them back.
people are happy with the way it is, okay, so they're happy.
Eh, eh.
They're happy.
The regular people have to tolerate it. The rich people are like, yeah, this is why we like it.
Try to come to
I
LA
think
and try to come to LA and drive in LA traffic. Okay, it'll change your mind.
No,
I
thank
think
you.
one of the main reasons that hasn't happened is because three reasons really. Though I'm gonna compress it and make it short though. Uh, the main reason is that those people that live in those rich areas actually occupy most of those penthouses in the Atlanta city proper.
Mm-hmm.
But in the suburbs around it, a lot of people travel into Atlanta to work, and so
Mm-hmm.
they don't have any reason monetarily to change that infrastructure from the bottom up. There's just no
Yeah,
reason to. There's not a monetary incentive.
exactly, exactly.
Yeah, Atlanta does have some nice. I mean,
Yeah, cause
if you got money and you want to live in the South, Atlanta would be the spot.
yeah. But your money goes further. Okay,
Yeah.
because they'll do it if there's incentive for them to do it, but there's not a monetary incentive for them to do it. 'Cause it happened all over Los Angeles. Okay, because they have a monetary incentive to actually do it.
Yeah.
and in rich areas too, like the beach areas, happens all the time. And these people have lots and lots and lots of money. Okay.
Yeah, but Fire Nation is pointing out. All right, so Atlanta traffic feels like LA traffic, except for Atlanta has like a quarter of the population that Los Angeles does. If you want to expand that out, I mean, there's no way it could catch up with like the whole Southern California metroplex. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, basically, I mean, um, for the most part, what they're trying to do is get people off the freeway and out of the cars in Los Angeles because it's not going to do them any good to build more freeways.
no, no,
In
because they
LA.
built it up enough. Like you can get around anywhere you want to in that area on those freeways, but they're
Hmm.
not. They are well constructed, but they do not work the way they designed them to.
And the thing is to move the industry out of the center and into the suburbs, which it was basically tried to do with the what is it, Marietta. They moved all the aircraft industry and stuff like that and move money outside of the Atlanta proper.
Yeah.
So that would be the best way instead of trying to bring people into the city, move that shit outside the city. There's really no reason for the all this stuff to be inside the city. Okay.
The
Except
reason that Marietta even got that access was because of the money that
Hmm.
Marietta was generating because of places like Lockheed Martin,
Yeah.
yep.
right?
Thank you.
So it,
Thank you,
mhm,
Newt Gingrich. Okay.
No.
right.
Plus,
So
they won't build
it
out
was.
rail
Mhm.
lines. They won't build out rail lines either, so people can travel off the road and be on
Well,
rail.
there's another thing that happened with Marietta or Cobb County is, in particular, which is the history
Mm-hmm.
behind it. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like you got to remember, Cobb County was trying to separate from and never be a part of Atlanta because of the demographics of it with black people. That was the thing back then. Now that's changed a lot more over the last, I don't know, 30 years or so,
Mm-hmm.
but that you get a lot of problems that stemmed from that, and now they're dealing with newer infrastructure that they don't have a good plan for how to put it in now because you already have properties and houses on it. So, and like you said, you know, Lockheed Martin. Let's just be clear. You got literally a Lockheed Martin
Yeah.
in a base there. So I mean, like, what's
Yeah.
he gonna do?
I mean, Johnny Anderson, basic car culture will die, especially in Southern California, because the cars will be so expensive. Okay, and
Mm.
number two, all they have to do is not allow the cars that are on the road to actually smog and be
Well,
registered, which
I
they're actually slowly but surely doing. Go ahead.
so I remember reading that regulation that was coming about that no new cars would be sold, and thought, oh, that's going to be there's a market for used cars, and I think
Mm-hmm.
it's going to kick in 5 to 10 years.
It's already started to kick in. You see less and less of older cars. But the thing is, I live in LA, and the thing is, older cars do not pass the emissions test anymore
Yeah, yeah.
because of the
Well,
computers.
yeah. Well, I tell you,
Well,
probably
you
the
can you
cars
can
like
you can say all you want. I have like 3 or 4 cars that didn't pass.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2015 and old and later, you got a good shot. But
Yeah, but the thing is,
earlier, yeah, it's up in the
I
air.
mean, I would say 2005 and going forward, it's okay, right? But the thing is, anything before that, but slowly
Yeah.
but surely they're working their way up.
Well, get that Honda Civic from 1985 and give it
They're
going.
they're not they're not they're not passing the smog test. That's the problem.
Ah,
You got to understand. They want you paid to travel.
well,
That's
yeah,
that's that's the
yeah.
end game. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to go for 80, you got to spend some money.
No, what it is, they want to get you out of the cars because of emissions, and the way to do it is start restricting the cars that can travel on the road.
So how that's gonna work with a family as a traveler?
It's okay. It's real easy. Okay, it's called Uber without a driver. Okay, you call a van. Okay, it's just self-driving. Guess who can fit in the van that's self-driving?
Americans are just not built to plan that far ahead.
Yeah.
It-
If you're a Gen Z, you're better shot at doing that. But anybody older, you wouldn't.
if your car does not smog and it's between the bus or you walking, guess what the fuck you gonna do? I don't care if you're 90. Guess what the fuck you gonna do? Anybody? I'm 65. Guess what the fuck you gonna do? My mother's 85. Guess what the fuck she gonna do? She's almost
What
90.
you got? You gonna
Wait,
do
wait,
what
wait.
you got to do?
After a certain age, you really want to stop driving anyway. After a certain age,
No, no. What I'm saying is, if you my mother still drives. Okay, she's 80. She'll be
God
86.
bless
Okay.
her.
Yeah,
God
she
bless
still drives. Okay, but the thing is, if the car won't smog, you can't register the car. Okay, you got two choices: either you get on the bus or pay whatever $40,000 for a new car, $50,000 for a new car, or you call it Uber.
Or
Now,
you ride dirty because we got a lot of people in Atlanta that do that too.
you know,
Yeah.
You can, but think, okay, say in 5 years, which they haven't done it, which they could do it, right? Okay, you can have you got traffic cams all over the place. They can spot you in a heartbeat. Okay, if they really want to, they just don't.
you know. Interesting. You mentioned that, BJ's. It makes me want to say that people that lease their vehicles or had to pay like a note. I think
Hmm.
if the note gets too expensive, because most people
Hmm.
always they try to change the car every year. After taxes said, yeah, that this will definitely work, because no one's gonna be paying no almost 1,500 for a car note and insurance.
Well, insurance is ridiculous now. But the thing is,
Hmm.
um, why do you think new car sales have fallen off? It's because people can't afford the motherfuckers. Okay.
Yeah, shit. I'm a used cars person. I fuck with
Hey,
that.
the
Dude, the
vast
used
majority
car market is
is
screwed right
huge.
now.
It's huge, yeah, because people can't afford the new ones. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, this they've been planning this shit for a very long time. Okay, and California is at the forefront. Trying to get a car registered in California, an older car registered in California is a nightmare now.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless it's a what's it called? A classic. And it's like that in most cities, unless it's a classic where you don't know what
If
the fuck is the tag. What it's a special tag. It's gotta be like it depends on where you live. It's like 20 years or in some cases or something like that.
if the bitch don't smog, the bitch can't be driven. It's not gonna get registered. Okay.
Oh, they don't even do that there? They
No,
don't allow for classics?
no,
Wow.
no. If the bitch don't smog, it can't pass the smog test. You can't drive that motherfucker. Okay.
Ooh, that's rude.
And that's
Glad I don't live
California.
there.
Yeah.
But oh, don't worry, it's gonna spread in nationwide near you. You know what I'm saying?
Bullshit, I live in the sticks, nigga. There's cornfields out here. I ain't worried about nothing.
They don't give a fuck. They say if we need to move electric, we gonna make it happen.
I just told you I live in the sticks. They don't do that here, bro.
Like I said, if they want it, they would do it. Like B just said, if they really want to do it, they could do it. Am I right, B just?
Yeah. If they want to, they can do it. The thing is, do
They
they
could
Oh
do
want
it.
yeah,
to?
if they want to, but
So
they're not going to.
we're not gonna
Not
debate that.
here.
You know what I'm saying? Well, like I said, don't be comfortable. I tell niggas stop being
Hmm.
comfortable.
It is what it is. Okay. Niggas are gonna be comfortable. Okay.
Yeah, well, I tell niggas get off your comfort.
Yeah, good luck. Okay.
But you know, strange thing, because how Elon Musk left in one of them self-drive cars, it makes me want to say, if people say I got a call in a self-drive,
The,
I want
the,
how
on-
quick it come to you.
the only reason you don't have more self-driving cars is because of the Trump's ban on Huawei's 5G chips. That's why.
Yeah. Well, if he's going into office, he's going to have to make it happen eventually, anyway.
We'll see, man. You know, with these people doing nutty shit, man, I can't even call it. Okay.
They
Yeah,
might.
all the shit they've done is so nutty, I can't even call that shit no more. So
Yeah. You know how America, we do things backwards.
everybody does shit that doesn't make sense. It's just it's not just all over the fucking world, man. You know, so basically, it is what it is. Let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Mm.
But the guy,
Anybody else? Because we're at 2 hours. We're gonna go like maybe 30 more minutes. So yeah, I'll jump in.
yeah, for the flat Earth brother, I'm saying, if you believe in it, God bless you.
I don't know why that keeps coming up, man. It's really simple. If you got proof, give the proof. Not all this mumble jumble.
Yeah.
A flat surface has an edge. Take a picture of the edge. That's all you got to do. It's not
Yeah,
that hard.
What's the most recent crazy conspiracy theory that's come out? I haven't been paying too much attention to the conspiracy theory like community, so I'm not really sure what the
I mean,
most recent stuff is.
it depends on whether it's major or minor. Okay.
What do we got? What's on the menu?
Somebody just sent it to me. Da, 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 da. Okay, let me go ahead and play it. And it may be conspiracy, may not. So, but we'll play it, and you can judge for yourself. Okay. This might be
Sounds
minor.
good.
Let's see.
No, no audio. Oh, there we go.
240.01 is based on intelligence activities, and this is going to be super alarming. It's very alarming to me. Essentially, what this directive does is it regulates the DoD's intelligence collection, retention, and distribution on civilians. And this has been around since 1982 and has largely been untouched since 1982, outside of a few changes dealing with like technologies and stuff like that. But 2 weeks ago, on September 27th, Catherine Hicks, who's the Deputy Secretary of Defense, she approved an executive order authorizing the DoD to amend this to allow the United States military, the Department of Defense, and its intelligence arms to collect, retain, and distribute intelligence information on U.S. civilians. There's laws against this. There's laws called the Posse Comitatus laws. When I worked in special operations, we would do joint efforts with the FBI, the DEA, the Border Patrol, Customs. We do all these operations, and we would always get briefed by lawyers warning us of the Posse Comitatus laws. Couldn't even take a picture of a license plate. Couldn't report on a civilian because our citizens should be protected from a military. Our military does not exist to collect or to use force against civilians. Now, apparently, that has changed. Those laws have been overridden by this executive order, 5240.01, and it goes further than just collecting. It actually states that the United States military can be used to stand against civilians and use force to include lethal force against civilians. I know this sounds crazy. It may sound like fear-mongering to intimidate people to vote a certain way for the election, but unfortunately, this is real. Don't take my word for it. Look it up yourself. Read it yourself. Look up DoD Directive 5240.01, Section 3.3, Levels of Authority, subsection 2A, where this is all spelled out. And actually, this is something that already took effect. So this is in effect right now. It was in effect as of September 27th, 2024. By the way, Chief Justice Marshall of the Supreme Court said this: a law repugnant to the Constitution is void. And that includes legislation from Congress. That also includes an executive order from the President of the United States. A law that is repugnant to the Constitution is void. We're protected by our Constitution against stuff like this. But my question is this: why would an executive order, when President Biden is on his way out of office, why would our government give an executive order to change this DoD directive 1 month before presidential election? Remember, this thing hasn't been touched, largely in part it's been attacked since 1982. Why would we do this now, 1 month before presidential election? That's a question that we should be asking, and every citizen should be concerned about. And I would ask you to share this message as far and wide, because this directive has been signed and it's been pretty much kept secret, and it's important that every American knows about it and is informed about it. Stay informed, guys. DoD, Department of
All right. Is that enough for you?
Yeah, that's tasty. I like that.
All right.
I'll chew on that.
Okay. All right.
Conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Well, it might be fact. We don't know.
Well,
It,
they
it,
already said they were going to watch Americans anyway. If they're putting all these bills and paperwork and trying to scare people, say, okay, that's nice.
it could be. I don't know. The thing is, we have to check it out and see if it's got legs or not. But he asked for conspiracy, whether it's fact or fiction. So I gave it to him.
There you go. And I like what Red
So,
Supercell said. Yes, Behold the Pale Horse by Cooper. Yes.
kind of, but that's, that depends. But
Yeah.
that's Behold, Pale Horse is like 40 years old, something like that.
Actually, the book came out in 1991, so it's like 33
hmm
years.
I thought it's
This
older than
guy in
that.
the chat right now, man, like he is super salty about black men being able to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. Like, bro,
Who,
if you got a problem with what we're talking about, like, come up here and add something to the conversation. What the fuck?
okay, who's that? Spiritual descendant
This
of
guy,
Kushites?
yeah,
Who him? Okay.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know where they come from, man. Okay.
The crazy coming out.
We talk about conspiracy and shit like that, man, and all of a sudden people jump in and probably even calling each other saying, "Hey, they talk about conspiracy over here." The thing is that, man, I've been doing this shit for so long, man. It's basically there's very little that you can actually tell me that I probably haven't even heard of
Mhm.
before. Okay, I've been doing this a long time, so
Yeah, I just don't like the tone policing of the conversation. Like, just because we are up here having a discussion about things that we want to talk about, why do you want to change the course of the discussion to fit whatever you want to talk about?
Because he's
From the
not up.
chat, no less.
He's up here, and they basically they can make whatever comments they want, as long as they don't do it too many times. I don't care. Let them. Okay. It doesn't mean anything, man. Shit. Okay. Most of the
You're
shit we
right,
talk
man.
about doesn't
I'm
mean anything.
salty.
I know you.
I get
Why you
salty.
so? Why the fuck you so salty? Today? You didn't get no pussy today, something? What's going on with you, man?
You're right. That's a problem, man.
That's a
I need
problem.
a
Oh, you need,
Snickers. That's
yeah,
I need a
yeah. You need a
Snickers.
Snickers, man. You need,
I'm hungry, bro.
you need to go. You need to go back and find one of them old baby mamas, man, that you used to fuck with, man. Just
Man,
get the
no, they need to stay away. They wild.
just get the just to take the edge off, okay?
Yeah, yeah, I might go hit some later. Maybe
Yeah,
yeah, probably.
I think it's a problem with you, okay?
Yeah, I might today. Yeah, maybe.
Hey, BGS, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
All right, so from listening to you for a while, man, and from what it seems like, man, you kind of been the whole behind the scenes, not so much conspiracy, but most of the details behind the scenes when it comes to politics and all the extra stuff. Like you said, you don't do domestic politics because it's kind of pointless. Everybody in their emotions when it comes to domestic politics.
Uh
So
huh.
just a question, man, because I've kind of in the last I'd say 4 to 6 years
Uh huh.
kind of had my eyes open to like I guess all the BS when it comes
Okay.
down to like domestic politics.
Okay.
And you go through the motions where you're trying to tell everybody like, hey, no, take a look at this video. I'm trying to tell you. So
Mm-hmm.
I guess my question is like, how do you get through? I mean, just dealing with like, because at this point, I guess my question. Well, let me just get it together. How do you figure out how to balance mentally, knowing what you know,
Mm-hmm.
knowing what's going down, and just seeing everybody around you kind of going along and believing the BS, and you kind of and you want to try to tell them, but it's kind of like it's like pointless because it's like so much effort
Let,
you put
let
into
them trip
it.
over the rock, and they'll ask you why they tripped over the rock. How did the rock get there in the first place? And then you tell them.
I don't. You know what? The rock for me, the rock was the 2020 election
Okay.
when we all had the big protests and everybody was all up in arms, and then some kind of way they got kind of diverted into or detoured into voting for Joe Biden and Kamala, and then
Yeah.
really nothing really came of it as far as black folks are concerned. And
Basically, Trump lost the election because of COVID. Point blank.
no, no,
Period.
no. I'm not disagreeing with why Trump lost.
Mm-hmm.
I'm speaking more so about the energy behind why black people specifically,
Mm-hmm.
got behind and went, because of all the protests and stuff, they
Mm-hmm.
went off and they viewed Biden and Harris as a solution to
Mm-hmm.
everything that was going on. And then
Okay. Oh.
when
Oh.
when they got him in,
Uh-huh.
nothing really changed. And it's like,
Okay.
well, y'all kind of acted like that was the
Th-
solution.
at the time, he was a solution to the problem that you had at the time. But the thing is, it didn't work out, does it? Every solution doesn't work.
Hold on, you think? Hold on, so you think that you think that he was a solution at the time, or you think they believed he was a solution at the time?
Okay, basically, the Biden was the alternative to Trump, who had COVID and lockdowns, all kind of shit. People are actually tired of that shit, so they're tired of him. So, what's the alternative?
I think that's
Gotcha.
up to the people to make that. The people made that decision.
And they made what's the alternative? They had basically it's basically a two-party country for the most part, right? Okay, you don't like
Yeah.
Trump, who you pick?
All right. Right. I'm not disagreeing. Okay. So, right. And it's right.
So,
So I
so,
guess,
so, 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 so,
yeah.
what's your point? What's your question? What's your point? Because I'm not, I'm not tracing out your
You,
point.
you, okay. You know what it is. We're seeing it happen right now. Right. We're
Uh
seeing it
huh.
happen right now, where we're
Uh
seeing all like the black celebrities, the radio shows, any
huh.
black media outlet is
Mhm.
pointing us in one direction, and they
Yeah.
do this every election. They always point us
Yeah.
in one direction
Mhm.
as as this is the solution. Right.
Mhm.
The black folks in mass kind of turn in that direction. We go that way. And then, as always, after we vote, we get them in. We kind of
Mhm.
come up empty handed. and they were sitting there like, okay, well, what do we do now? And it seems like there's no accountability. They always say, let's vote them in and then hold them accountable. But that hold them accountable part never happens. It seems like it never happens.
It's kind of they've been on his ass. They've been on Kamala's ass. They've been on Biden's ass. But when they get in, the president has an enormous amount of power. And a lot of stuff that they do, you don't even hear about because it's built into whatever executive orders or laws or whatever that is built into. They take advantage of, right? Like most people didn't know about the TPS program bringing in immigrants. They heard about immigrants getting money and welfare and stuff like that. The thing is, but nobody knew why. Okay, because nobody actually came out and said why until Trump actually brought it up. Now everybody knows why because people had to start telling the truth. Okay, it's very difficult
Hmm.
to keep up with this stuff. Because
Gotcha.
though people have
Hello.
been complaining about migrants coming in and taking over buildings and pushing them out and getting welfare, they've been complaining about that for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. No, no, and I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess two things is well, we can circle back because I really want to know the why. I see it's going on, but the why that's the part. But the question is like more
Uh
so
huh. The the
about.
the why is as far as what you got to make your question plain because I'm not getting to what your question actually is.
Okay, I got two questions.
Okay.
The why. Why are they bringing all of these migrants in? A lot of them are like grown ass men, right? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's
Okay.
the first question.
Okay.
Is the
Okay.
why?
Okay.
And then yeah,
Let's take the one first. Okay. We don't have
yep,
to.
okay.
Okay. First thing is that I actually played reason this all kind of started sounding off because I actually played Dennis Schweikert talking about the budget and the budget shortfalls, right? And the taxpayers and not the tax revenue coming in to actually make up for the budget shortfalls, right? Okay. And then
Mm-hmm.
so I put that together with the immigrants coming in, right? The migrants coming in, okay? Because Schweiker
Mm-hmm.
said this we need more taxpayers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If we're in demographics, we're not having enough babies to actually bring in have enough workers that are taxpayers, okay? And babies
Mm-hmm.
don't pay taxes, right? What do you have to
Mm-hmm.
bring in to start paying taxes?
Grown folks.
Workers, right? Okay, that's
Yep.
like, but workers can't work if they don't have visas and work permits, okay, and a
Mm-hmm.
place to live. You have to supply all that, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
which is
Right.
what the whole program of Biden did, right? They brought them in on the TPS. You gave them a visa and a work permit, and basically a temporary Social Security number. They actually start paying taxes, start supplying
Mm-hmm.
tax money to the budget. Okay, they just didn't
Mm-hmm.
tell anybody. Okay, so that's why they brought him in. What's the next question?
Gotcha. Okay, so the next question is, you and I both know that average folks don't even know that. Like even those fault line clips you was playing, like that
Mm-hmm.
opened my eyes to a whole lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it's like translating that to the average person who
Mm-hmm.
ain't even like listening to this, and they,
Mm-hmm.
and you already know, man. Like these folks are talk to you like they know everything, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like, nah, y'all, you really don't know what's going on, and but there's no accountability when they, well, I guess to a certain degree when they get it wrong when
Okay.
either your family members get it wrong or the radio host get it wrong or
What
all these
is,
black
don't
media
worry
outlets.
don't worry about them saying that they're wrong. Okay, if you're out there to give information, don't worry about all that shit. Right? If they ask a question, okay. My mother
Mm-hmm.
said that about FEMA. Okay, and that
Mm-hmm.
Trump had said that FEMA was broke because they gave all this money to migrants. Right? Okay,
Yep.
and she
Yep.
didn't believe it. Right? So I just pulled
Right.
up the document and showed her. It's right there. Okay.
I had to do the same thing to my sister. Yep.
And because they don't know. Okay. And what did she
Mm-hmm.
say? It was crickets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all you can do. Okay, I mean, I
Yeah.
do this so that you guys have information. You actually go out and spread it to your family and friends, whatever you're gonna do, right? I should
Yeah.
show you the proof. Okay, that doesn't exist. Okay, here it is, right here. Here's the documents. Here's the video. What else do you want? And
Right.
then it's crickets.
Right. Right. And you know, and I'm with you, and that's the part where I ran into the crickets. I ran into the, oh well, the detour to Trump or something, right? And I guess like mentally for me, it's kind of like, dude, we don't because if they kind of kind of if all of our people, black Americans, following whatever they've been told, and when you present something to them, footage, gov documents, straight up audio, video, and they want to believe what they believe.
Uh huh.
I'm be saying, with you, man. Mentally, that kind of made me feel like, dude, we fucked. I mean, I'm sorry, like we done fucked.
You're talking to civilians, man. They don't get it. They're not supposed to get. They call them the sheep or bewildered herd for a reason. They follow. They don't think. Okay.
True, but I got two sons, and and I do be wanting. I want to have hope that black people gonna get it together. And when
Uh,
it seems like that
it,
ain't gonna
it,
happen, like
if your women don't come around, I had this talk with Hammer for like 5 hours, right? If the women don't
yeah,
come around and change who they are and how they go about things, it's done. Okay. If you want to
yeah.
stick with it, fine. If you want to keep things going, fine. You want to do, I could care less. But thing is, as far as I'm concerned, it's done. What are you gonna do? It's not gonna
so
change.
so so you so
You
you
got to
so
do something, man. It's cooked already, bro.
Hey,
I'm
well,
asking. So
tell
I'm straight up
tell that
asking.
to people that have hope. Okay.
So right. Because I'm be real with you. Like my hope is shot. I was shot. It was shot when they voted for Joe Biden. But for me, I'm asking, man. Like
Uh huh.
so, like that. If that's what it is, and I know you mentioned you got
Hey,
grandkids. If that's what
Trump
it is,
Trump
man.
was not gonna get reelected after COVID. Man, he wasn't. I'm sorry.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying, for me, for the outlook of like black people being up in arms about the what was it, the documentary called the 13th, and then
Mm.
going and vote for Joe Biden, that
Uh
kind of
huh.
killed my hope. So what I'm saying is
Okay. Okay.
the last few elections just kind of killed my hope for black people
What do
getting
you
it
what do you,
together.
what do you hope? What do you hope for? I'm asking.
For me, it's the simple hope of, I guess, if you present that, hey, this is what it is, then that would
That-
be enough.
That's this
That would
this
be
ne-
enough.
this never happened in history. Where has it ever happened in history in any country?
I ain't even I couldn't even tell you. I
Exactly. It's
couldn't
not
even
going.
tell you.
That's what the human beings are just like that. Okay. It is what it is. Okay.
So black
If,
Americans
if
do, man. Like we just done, man. It just is what it is.
they're not any different than white people. Okay. White people do the same shit. So why are they any different? Until it actually affects them. Now they care now because they're not getting their welfare or their jobs or their benefits from the government. Now they care, right?
Yeah.
That's why
You know,
Kamala Harris is only getting like 75% of the black vote instead of 95%.
yeah. You know what it is. The biggest, I guess, not. I guess, well, it's a lot of red flags, but the biggest kind of like the was it the Titanic's going to hit the big iceberg. It for
Mm-hmm.
me is that we are living in a moment where it's a transition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because up to this point, well, it's largely been Black Americans and white Americans, and it's been a lot sprinkled in between, right? But
Okay.
moving
Mm-hmm.
forward, moving
Mm-hmm.
forward, we
Mm-hmm.
gonna have the kids of all these folks all the immigrants who came in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we've had a hard time getting
Mm-hmm.
what we supposed to get
Oh,
from these
what are we
white
supposed to
folks,
get? Okay. Number one, white supremacy is dead. So whatever you want to get from white supremacy, you're not gonna get. Okay. Because it's dead already. Okay. You're hoping to get something from white folks. They may give it to you with what little power they have left, but it's already dead. Okay.
true. What? That's a revelation to me, and I'm kind of I got to wrap my head around that. I got to wrap my head around that,
Okay.
right?
Who's in
But
charge of the world right now?
no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I
No,
got
no,
to
no.
wrap my
I'm
head around.
I'm asking you a question. Who's in charge of the world right now?
Some white folks sitting in the office
No,
smoking
no.
that.
China, the BRICS, Russia, they're all in charge of the world right now. It's not the white folks. Okay.
Okay, I do know China putting in work. Yeah, you're right. I do know China over there putting in work. But right, but as far as just for me,
Okay.
as far as America's concerned,
Okay.
what I was saying was that if we didn't get it from the white folks who owed it to us, then we
Mm-hmm.
damn sure ain't about to get it from the children of immigrants who could come over here and grow it to be grown
It,
folks.
it, it, it doesn't
We
matter,
damn sure
baby.
ain't gonna get it.
It doesn't matter if they come over and they accept the contract to be American. They have to accept the contract of America. Okay, it doesn't matter who you are. Okay,
Yeah, but they don't
because
care.
they would not have
I know
been
you know they
they
don't care.
would not have an America to go to if it wasn't for the sacrifice.
Well, we got to be the ones to keep that word alive
It
because as
w-
far as I done seen, they don't even care. They don't even
well,
care.
if they don't care, then it's dead, man.
And that's what I'm getting at. That's the
There's
iceberg
there's
coming
there's
to the Titanic. That
there's nothing you can do about that shit. If they don't care, then it's not gonna happen. Nothing you can do about that.
BGS, you my dog, and I'm listening to you. I think I found you on your insecure reviews, bro. I'm gonna tell
Uh
you, and I listen to you, man. That's hard.
huh.
That's hard to wrap my head around.
Okay, 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 okay,
I
okay.
accept it.
No, no, no,
It's
no, no.
hard.
Tell me what the solution is then. Somebody's got echoes.
I don't even have it. That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead. Tell me what the solution is. Oh, oh, this is Quincy talking. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got,
yeah.
you
I'm
got.
saying. I'm
Uh,
asking you the questions because because I've been sitting here this whole time thinking, dude. I think, and we can't say the F word, but I think we F. I think we done. I think we
how,
done for.
how are you going to change somebody's worldview?
Yeah, that's tough. I'm with you. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
If they
yeah,
don't believe it, they're not willing to fight for it. Then guess what? It's done.
yeah, yeah. So is that because I'm just be transparent with you, man. I'm married, going on 10 years. I got two sons, and I get it. So is that why a lot of y'all pushing the save yourself, black men, MGTOW, go get it how you get it?
Who,
Well, elsewhere,
who's fighting for, as a black man? Who's fighting for you?
nobody at
So
all.
if you want to get saved, who's going to save you?
My goddamn self. That's it.
Exactly. What do you want?
You're right, man. You're right. You're right. You're right. I feel you. It's it's like you just got you get slapped in the face and then
You
all of
you
the
you sound
wheels fall.
you sound like you sound like a camera last night. Okay. I don't
What is
care
that?
if I
What is
want to
that?
hope on what.
What is it? What is it? Was it a Tamara?
And I want to keep trying to save this community that doesn't want to be saved. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Now for the record, I've been on the whole way back to shit, Sergeant Willie Pete, Black Man Vent, way back when. I've been on it for a
Mm-hmm.
long time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but there was, I guess, in the back of my head, some degree of hope. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but
Even
it is.
Sergeant Willie Pete, if we can man up and we can alpha way through it, we can actually save this community. Okay.
Yeah, right, right. And it ain't. It seems like it feels like white folks always one step ahead on the chessboard.
They have no idea. They don't understand it. That's how bad it is. They don't understand us and why we do what we do. They don't. They try to manage us, but they don't understand it. Okay.
Mm,
In fact, the shit that comes on in the black community is actually spreading to them. Okay. It's actually
mm-hmm.
spreading all over the tangle pathology that Clark talks about. It's all over the world now. It's not just here. Okay. They don't understand that shit either. White people are not the devil or gods. Okay. They're people just like anybody else. When it happens to them, it happens to them. They have no control over this, which is scary to them. That's why they're scared right now.
Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, look. It's a tough pill to swallow, man. But I gotta swallow it. It is what it is.
You can
Um,
swallow it. You can swallow the blue pill and go back to sleep and live your life and wake up whatever you want to believe. Okay, if that's what you want to do. Thing is, these are the facts. Okay, this is not a red pill. This is black pill shit. Okay, it is what it is. Okay.
dude, I've been listening for. I'm 100% with you. I've been listening
Mm-hmm.
for a long
Evidently
time.
not, because you still have hope.
Well,
Okay.
no, the hope that I had, like I said, the hope kind of started dying back in like around 2020. But I'm with you. I'm with you. I've had a bit of hope, but given how we always, dude, I'm with you. At
So
this point,
okay,
more and more each
okay,
day, I understand.
let's get down to what you really want, man. Let's talk about what you really want instead of going talk around in a circle. What do you really want? Okay.
Can I say one thing? I promise I'm gonna circle right back to that. I'm gonna say
No, no,
more and more.
one thing, because we got Dr. Marifa in the channel. We've been talking for a while. Okay.
Right. No,
Okay.
it's one thing. It's one thing. It's one thing.
Go
And
ahead.
I'm circling back with what I really want.
Mm-hmm.
I more the more and more I understand why the guy in the Matrix wanted to go back into the matrix.
Mm-hmm.
I understand it. I
Yes.
100%
Go
understand
back
why
to
he
sleep.
wanted to go back in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get it. But honestly, as far as what I want at this point, I really wanted black folks, black Americans,
Mm-hmm.
to see the game just for what it is. Um, just to not to. I mean, as it stands right now, we real beholden to the
You,
Democratic
you,
Party.
you
And
want me to be blunt with you, okay?
be black. I'm a black. Hey, I'm be
You
black
want me to be
peace.
blunt? They see the goddamn game. They don't care, okay? They see the game. They don't care.
That you know what? That's what I. That's a part of it. Yep. I'm
No,
with you. I'm with
they
you. They cool. They cool with the game as long as they get to ride the wheel for a
then
little bit.
the Democrats are not even hiding the game anymore. They see the game. They don't care, okay?
Right, dude. That's what I've been running into the last 4 years.
It's
I could show video. I've shown family members and friends videos
the
and footage and documents, and they still play dumb.
my brother told me I'd rather have a dead body in office rather than Trump. Okay, he doesn't
Yep,
care.
yep, yep.
Okay,
Yeah, man. Yeah,
they
man.
see they don't even hide the shit no more. They see the game. They see what's going on. They don't care. Just let me have my Democrats. The Democrats actually lie to me the way I actually want to be lied to, and I'll go back to sleep. That's all they want. They don't care.
Right.
They don't want to see
And
this
and,
shit no more.
and let me just and say. I'm
You
gonna just say this in
you
closing.
got a minute. You got a minute. Go
I,
ahead.
I'm gonna say this in closing. I'm
Mm-hmm.
with you. I've
Mm-hmm.
seen that but that for me, that's when it kind of turned into. Well, y'all need to just shut up when white folks do us dirty. The next time we get shot in the head by police, shut up. The
Yeah. You
next
know what?
time,
Mm-hmm.
it is what it is because you accepting it, and you let it be known
Okay.
that you go roll with it no matter what. So stop complaining,
It's,
and that's the part that really hurt me.
okay. Number one, I show black people when white supremacy is going to come to an end. Guess what? They start weeping. Okay. Why? Because they're going to get hurt too.
Yeah,
They don't
yeah,
want white supremacy to end. As much as they talk that shit, okay, they don't want it to end. Okay. They don't.
yeah, yeah,
Don't.
yeah.
So
I'm with you.
in other words, if you want to keep hoping and take the blue pill and go back to sleep, that's fine, man. I got 3 kids. I got 5 grandsons. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and at the end of the day, even the people that are up there, high up with all the kind of power, they can't control this shit either. Okay, it's
Yeah,
on automatic. It's gonna happen. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. Nobody can stop this shit. Okay.
yeah, dude. That's a tough.
Would
I'm
you?
gonna send it to one of my best friends, man, because he need to hear
Okay.
this. Because he my
Okay.
dog. He need to hear
I mean, you
this.
can swallow it. That's why I tell black people, right? Black men, okay? These women are not going to change the way you think they're going to change, right? Either you accept them as they are or move on, okay? Don't come to me complaining about these bitches and this kind of stuff. Then you're not going. You can't after 12 generations. They're not going. They can't change wholesale like that. It's impossible. You have to actually accept who they are and what they are, or act accordingly. Okay?
Or
I'm
find
get
another
tired of hearing
chick.
about this shit. Find
Mm-hmm.
there's 4 billion other bitches on the planet. Find another one, okay?
Hey, let's see a
Yeah,
standard issue for all of them.
It's standard issue for all of them, right? Okay.
yeah.
But my black queens and my black men motherfuckers, that's what if you
My
want to
black
down that
queen.
if you want to down that hill, okay? I don't care, okay?
Got about 5 left.
Yeah,
You
no, I
know,
ain't down on that hill.
One one
I
one
ain't down on that hill, but I'm
yeah,
with
I'm
you.
gonna just put, when it comes to this conversation, I gotta go to my gaming console. The Black Station 3 or the Black Station 6, and I gotta go to the.
how to get 2 Africans on my panel at the same time? Ain't this a bitch? Good.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord! Oh
Hey,
my God!
Sauchi, I got one for you, man. I got one for you. Where is it? Where is it? Okay.
Oh Lord! There's 2 Africans here.
Okay.
Oh my God! We're in the middle
I
of
got one
Wakanda.
for you.
Yeah.
I knew you come back.
I trust you didn't lose sleep over it.
Worrying about you be like wondering if the sun gonna come up. Ain't about to wild out over it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Charles.
Man,
Go ahead,
Hey,
Charles, and
hey,
we'll
real
get into
quick, real
Doctor.
quick. Hey,
Hey,
BJ,
it does.
it was an honor, man.
it's an honor for me too, man. I'm actually glad you guys actually listen to me. Okay.
Uh,
Always,
uh,
man. I appreciate it, man.
All right.
Oh man,
Go ahead, Charles, and we'll actually get to Dr. Marifa.
you can't play that shit and not let a Baltimorean speak. That's sacrilege, nigga.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I had to play for Sauchi, okay?
and, you know, so the church says woo, woo. It's kind of funny because when niggas talk about this shit called hope,
Mm-hmm.
it's amazing to live in a world when you never had it in the first place. I wake up, people be like, "You drinking coffee early in the morning?" Fuck coffee. The way the world is, you need cognac.
Yeah.
I
I
got a
mean,
bone to pick with you.
but
You supposed
hope has to be placed properly in the context of the environment that you're in. Otherwise, it's wasted. Go ahead, Charles.
well you already know we got Kamala Harris who's gonna run the ship, right?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
She's been put in the place of running the ship. Okay. According to the people that need her to be there. Okay.
Uh,
If it was up to them, she wouldn't be there at all. But things she has to be there.
she has to be there. Who else could we put? Even though, do I think she'll get it? Probably, most likely not.
If
But
Nikki Haley had a chance to win, and Kamala Harris probably would not be up there
she
as a
probably would
candidate.
not even. She
Yeah.
probably would not even.
No.
And even Kamala doesn't have that much of a chance. So that tells you.
Well, you know what? I lost my faith in people and the voters a long time ago
I've
because these
lost my
idiots
faith
can do
in.
anything. Yeah. Go ahead.
I've
Well, go ahead,
lost my.
Charles.
Well, you know they always say never underestimate the desperate, the stupid, and the crazy.
Yes.
So when you look at it, and
Mm-hmm.
when women say we should have power too, why? So you could squander it. Like you really think you're powerful? Everything you do revolves around men. You can get all the degrees you want, and you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna want a man who has more than you.
That's what the feminists don't understand. Okay. Okay. Then you don't really want power. Okay.
You don't want power. You just want a figment of it. Because
Yeah.
guess what? You can never truly give power because power has to be what? Taken.
Taken or earned. Okay.
And those are quality
And,
traits that women have
and
done.
and power can be given because people trade power for all kinds of shit. We do that all the time.
And it's kind of crazy because here's the part.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at the historical. Name any female you know.
Mm-hmm.
How many women are benevolent with power? Exactly.
Oh.
As soon as you made that
No, no, no,
noise,
no, no. There are tons of women that are benevolent with power. Okay, they do it with each other all the time. Okay.
come on. Is the teleprompter went out for a second, beach guest?
No. Okay, the thing is that you have to understand who she is and what she represents and why she's in the spot that she's in.
No, no,
Okay.
no, no. I'm just talking about women in general because I've rarely seen benevolent women in power.
I see
Rarely.
them. I see them all the time. I see them all the time.
I'd be like, I've told so many women if you didn't have that badge and a gun, that man would have stomped your ass.
Well, that's a different kind of power. Okay. There's all
And
kinds of
then
power. Okay.
there's all kinds of power. Now, are there nice women? Sure, but I rarely see nice women in power.
I
That's the
mean, I
thing. I
mean,
rarely see nice men in power.
you
So
had you
just
you've
let them
had
go there.
you have queens in England for the last 20, 50 years. Okay, they show the same thing. They show the same trait. Okay, there are women that do that.
Well,
So
some of them are in the tower still smoking and drinking.
some of them are, but I'm not saying there's a lot of them. But the thing is, uh, they do exist. I see them all the time.
You know the old saying, you got to be a hell of a person to deal with true power.
You have to be trained to deal with it, and most people can't. Most
It's
people.
very, it's like, it's intoxicating. Soft power, hard power. Uh, I'm going to come up with a new term called medium power. You know, for the people who like power but not too much.
If
Um,
I mean, if you can exercise power, okay, especially extreme power, you have to have the personality to actually deal with that shit. Most people can't.
Most people cannot deal with power. That's it's the reason why most people don't go in certain fields, like where you may have to take a life or deal with death on a day to day basis.
Yeah, because it goes against the core of being a human being for the most part.
And I think that's the part where the average don't understand that.
and
And
and they're not supposed to because those kind of people wash out pretty quickly.
yeah, and that's the reason why you have guys like myself who
And
has to come in. And sometimes it's funny when you're the trainer of this,
hmm
and when people be like, "Well, Charles, you act like you haven't seen anything." I said that's because I'm a good actor.
and because that kind of shit will wear on you. Say if you're president, right? And basically you have to send like 100,000 people to their death. Can you do it?
Me personally,
Mm-hmm.
if it's necessary,
If it's necessary, but things there's a toll on your soul that it will take.
it's gonna take a toll. Well, you got to. It's kind of bad to ask a guy like me if I would do it if it's necessary because I was one of them people who might have been sent.
What I'm saying is, you might be sent. The thing is to
Yeah.
actually send people, okay, on your signature, okay.
Trust me, proud to
Uh,
be a simp. I know who the Iron Lady is. Um, yes, I know. She was the one. She was the one who actually sent in the SAS during the Iranian embassy seizure in
yeah,
1980.
there's been people, Catherine the Great, going all the way back to
Catherine Great.
going back to the I
What was
forget
the
her name.
pharaoh's? What was the
Yeah,
pharaoh's wife?
no,
Nefertiti.
no, even before her. Okay, they
Mhm.
actually had to become pharaoh for a while.
Yeah,
So
yeah. It wasn't like Cleopatra was the last one. I know it was like not Nefertiti. What's the one? The one.
Jesus, I forget her name, but
Yeah,
we
like
start with an
it starts with
H.
an
Yeah,
H. Yeah,
yeah,
it
start with
starts
an
with
H.
an H.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's
Any,
like, and don't get me wrong, I respect a woman who earned her power because, like I told him, I've always given a talk to many people in all the fields I've been in. Look,
okay.
nobody asks you to be a woman. Nobody asks you to be a man. Everybody asks you to do your goddamn job.
Yeah.
And that's the part where looking at Kamala, she's not going to do. Now, if it was somebody like Susan,
We don't know, but the thing is she qualified for that job? That's what we're
hell
trying to
no,
determine. We don't know.
hell
Okay. And what I'm saying is what we're trying to determine. Okay. But we're gonna get into Dr. Murphy since he's got the PhD privilege.
how you
Go.
doing, doctor? Hey, doctor, I got to tell you about this little rash. Oh, you're not that type of doctor. I
Not
keep
that.
forgetting.
No. No.
It's an old corny ass joke.
Yeah.
Well, how you doing, fair doctor?
Hey, peace to the chat and to the panel.
Yeah,
And
so
You got a lot of people with titles in your chat. You know that, BBS?
I know. So how's my dirty foot Jeffrey doing today?
which is still dirty. Still dusty. Still a
Somebody
jet.
was on early complaining about a Kenyan city girl, man.
Well, that's what you get.
She acts like a feminist.
That's
Okay,
what
that's
you
what you
get when
get.
you buy a product and you don't read the
The label.
manual
Exactly.
and the warning sign.
Yep.
Oh my God. Anyway, I get a kick out of that, Doc.
Well, you
It's funny.
you started some trouble earlier when you're talking about moving to Kenya and all that stuff.
I did.
And
How so?
yeah. I was just thinking, like, I wonder how that conversation goes on with your special friend. I guess.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
They love. They're starting to really love Black American men. They, that's a trend now.
yeah, that sounds reasonable from what I'm
Hmm.
hearing too.
Yeah.
Um, and also because it's not so far, with the white guys normally they have a reputation anyway. So
Yes.
outside of the money and that sort of transactional
Yeah.
bit,
Yeah.
there's a
Yeah.
reputation they have. So
Yeah. Yeah. In other words, basically, I think they're saying with Black American men, they get a fairer deal uh, than they do with the white guys. So it's start South Africans say they don't want white guys anymore. So I've heard that.
yeah, and
It's,
also
it's,
they
it,
have
they're they're turning sour on white guys.
yeah again, but yeah, there's also history there.
Yes, that's true.
It's
Yeah.
normally very surface level, but yeah, with African Americans, I think you get status with the American bit of the African American, and
Hmm.
you get the sort of familiarity of being,
Being black, and then black African American men are actually egalitarian by nature, by training. So
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I'd put that sort of, you know, as part of the package for sure.
Yeah, yeah. So the city girls are starting to like African American men. So we get up this, and he believes in my dreams, and he's willing to let me do this, that, and the third, and even talk back every now and then. Oh, this I can rock with this.
Yeah, it's a good experience, that's for sure.
I don't know how the men are gonna feel about it. In about
Well,
5 or 10 years.
well, yeah, it could be tricky. Honestly, it could be
Yeah.
tricky if I'm being honest, because particularly on the issue of status.
Yes.
So you know, what it will do is constrain the market, isn't it? So that
Yes.
you only have at the top, you have Africans with high status and
Mm-hmm.
African Americans, and then the rest
Mm-hmm.
are in trouble.
Yeah.
So that could be an issue, but it's not new. It's not abnormal. It typically happens with these kinds of things. So.
I'm seeing that Kenya is more able to actually absorb it than I say like a place like Ghana.
Yes, because there's a lot more history and interaction with peoples of different kinds. So
Okay. Yeah.
it's a fairly easy environment. By easy, I mean a bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
If you go to some other parts of the continent, yeah, there's that tension.
Yeah.
So you find a lot of expats, also because of the expat sort of community that goes all the way back to the British times. There's a lot of familiarity with this sort of Western interaction. So
Yeah. Yep.
it's easy even for like an African American to go in and just, blend.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why they preferred us over the Chinese, but that horse has already gone out out of the gate.
Yeah, that's a different. Now we're talking about something cool. Yeah, and also I would say Obama's election really helped, also big time, in creating that sort of image, that
Yeah.
social image and social capital actually. So that in terms of it bridged the gap in sort of the distance between what a Kenyan is and what an African American is, at least symbolically, or from that sort of perception point of view. So
Yeah,
that
I
really
was in West Africa. It was him called the Son of Africa. The Son of Africa's on the throne in America.
and, and those are West Africans. You can
Yes.
imagine what's happening. People are going mad. Yeah, everybody became more. Now I know the country. My mother is my cousin. Is the cousin.
So we used to have Martin Luther King, Jesus, and John F. Kennedy, right? As
Yeah.
as far as on the grandmother's wall, okay. John F.
Yeah.
Kennedy came down and actually replaced it with Obama. Next
Yes.
to Jesus and Martin Luther.
Yeah, all the village dusties had Obama. Hey,
Okay.
ashy footers,
Say it again.
I'm saying the ashy footers,
Ashy footers.
Yeah.
Ashy
Obama.
footers and the dirty footers are all in agreement. Okay.
Yep, Obama is one of them.
He is.
With the sandal on, man.
The sandals.
With the saddle and the baritone.
Yes, sir.
I will not stand here and let you both talk about Black Jesus like that. With the abs and the good hair, you bunch of niggity elementary.
We hear you, Black Thanos.
No. I'm more of dark side. I'm more pragmatic.
Yeah, all right, Mongo. So, what do you want to talk about, Doc? Since you jumped in.
No, yeah, just reinforcing, and sort of offering my 2 shekels of support on particularly on the diaspora, sort of Black American moving into Africa stuff.
Mm-hmm.
because I know some of the other stuff is a bit too hot to touch
Oh
nowadays.
yeah. Right. I think after the election it might cool off, but right now, yeah, they're really intense.
Yes,
In fact, what is it? Sputnik got taken down like a couple
yes,
days ago. So
yes,
I
yes,
don't
yes.
know exactly all the details, but also they just disappeared. So
Yes, it's but well, we knew it. Africa Stream and all those guys,
yeah,
it was
yeah.
just a matter of time. But yeah, I think you're generally right on the point of for Black American men moving into Kenya and places like this.
Mhm.
Um, you know, particularly the interest in sort of developing something more concrete is there. There's an opportunity there.
Mhm.
It helps, of course, knowing the lay of the land, because if you don't read the terms and conditions, say,
Yeah,
it can
yeah.
be tricky. It can be very tricky.
I mean, it's called trial and error. You're gonna have to go through it. There's no way
Yeah.
around it. Yeah.
Yes. 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 That's true. But it's an interesting dynamic, because
Mhm.
what normally um, actually, it would be interesting to see, because that market was previously sort of dominated, a sort of quote unquote exotic black market, if you call it,
Mhm.
by the sort of Nigerians and South Africans and people like
Okay.
this.
Okay.
So now Black Americans coming in adds a completely different complexion to that. So the continental, passport bros, if you like,
Mhm.
kind of being taken off their perch and being replaced by Black Americans. That would be interesting to see.
Yeah. The class dynamic.
The
There's
class.
enough of them. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But again, I think so far, yeah, Kenya is probably a, a more hospitable destination, so that I can think of to actually do something meaningful.
Yeah, I think it's oversaturated in Ghana because now the people, the Ghanaians actually see you as a mark more than a brother. So they're treating you
Mm.
like an American instead of like a black person. So I think Kenya's not there yet. Will they be? I don't know. But the thing is, they're not there yet.
Yeah, not yet, not yet. And it will also be interesting to see what was happening in Ghana when the early movers were coming in, and how that interaction was going on with the locals. I don't know. Just
The thing is that the competition for business and stuff like that, and buying up land and stuff like that, is not going over well with the Ghanaians.
yes, I would expect that.
Yeah.
I would expect that. But yeah, you're right. Also, you're dealing with a much bigger opportunity space.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
if you want to go in Mombasa, you can just stay there,
Mm-hmm.
Nairobi, or go up Eldoret, these other cities.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of space to just do your things.
Yeah. I think a lot of guys are coming to, I think, to Kenya, especially Nairobi and Mombasa. They're more about city life. They're not really about trying to go out into the village and start a
Mm.
farm or shit like that. Where they're trying to do that in Ghana. I don't think Ghana's quite prepared in the same way that say Nairobi or Mombasa is as far as city life.
No, no. Yeah, I was there. It's yeah, but a good few years
Yeah.
behind. It could be environment, whatever, local context, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. There's a lot of decisions about with Ghana because they didn't. They were actually caught between the East, which is Asia, and the West. They didn't quite want to give it up. So, but the thing is, Kenya said we'll take all of that. We'll take all
yeah, I
that money
remember.
plus infrastructure. So they built it up faster. So they passed Nigeria and Ghana as far as that infrastructure. So.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. Actually,
Hmm.
post 2003 Kenyan administration. That's when those big
Hmm.
deals
Yeah.
are
And
being
then
made.
Yeah, and then when in 2013 when they actually made the transition, Ghana was still kind of, I don't know. So
Yeah.
and Kenya actually made a bigger investment in the internet than
Yes, that was a big deal.
even than Ghana. And Ghana had it first. And they just never did anything with it. But Kenya, they went all in. So.
Yes, I remember that very well.
Hmm.
Particularly with the fiber optics once they came
Yes.
in.
Once they came in,
That,
they went all in to actually do the build out. Where Ghana still hasn't done the build out for the internet or
no.
fiber optics. Even though it's there, they got four or five lines coming in, but they haven't done anything with them. So.
Yes, and then there was the other sort of geographical advantage because you have at least three, four major sea lanes there.
Hmm.
It makes it easy to connect with the Middle East. The
Yes.
Gulf.
Yeah.
There's a historical relationship there.
Yeah.
It's cheaper to go directly to China.
Yeah.
So, and you open up Central Africa,
Yeah.
biggest port in the Eastern Seaboard. So yeah,
Yeah. And Europe's right there and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that's true.
yeah, it was quite easy to identify that particular spot. So
Yeah.
until this current guy came into power, and then
Yeah, he's a blip. Actually, that guy. Okay, talking about the Queen's hand.
the Queen's hand. Yes.
Anyway, we won't speak of him too much. Okay.
No, sir. No, sir.
I resent that, Mark. I'm not her hand.
I'm her foot.
I'm her foot.
Just ashy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but yeah, hopefully things turn around maybe after he leaves. But yeah, I think the train is still inevitable anyway.
Yeah, I think he might be able to slow things down, but he can't stop it.
No, not no, impossible.
And I don't think Europe has enough money or power to actually stop it either. So they can slow it down, but they can't stop it.
Yeah, and also the environment, like all the other countries around,
Yeah.
they're moving in a completely different direction.
Yeah.
And so at some point, when the neighborhood changes, everybody paints their house. Well, we got to paint yours at some point.
Yeah.
So,
And what is he going to say? No to Chinese money in infrastructure?
and now it's Chinese with bricks and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who do you trade with?
Exactly.
So here's what it is. Which I just shake my head about the speed of this.
Yeah, yes, and how it's making people panic.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, they would panic. Yeah, because everything's been turned on its head.
Yep. Yeah. I
But
totally agree.
but they allowed it to be done. He thought it was going to work. I said, okay, if it doesn't work, you ain't got no more chips to actually invest anymore. So.
We'll bring joy.
I'm like, man, go ahead. I'm like, go ahead and just get it done. At this point, I don't even care. Put her in. Let's go ahead and get it done, and we'll deal with the aftermath afterwards. I'm tired of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does get exhausting, to be honest.
I know, especially on your end, because you hear this shit all day long. So it's like
Yeah.
you can see what's coming, and people are trying to pretend like it's not coming, or there's alternatives, and there's not. There isn't. At this point, there's not.
It's true, and also there's something that the Russian president was talking about predictability, because with all these things that are happening, from our end, and I'm sure the same is true, Saudi, when you're trying to figure out what are the trend lines and how do you start to move in position for those trend lines, you need predictability of some sort. And that becomes very complicated to do when you have all this fluid.
When you have a transition like this, you have a big, huge transition. It hasn't happened in like 500 years. What do you do with it?
Yeah, and it's so chaotic,
Yes. Yep. That's what is happening.
It becomes very difficult.
Like they're complaining, like that's why I played this guy, China Business, right? He talks about this shit all the time. How everything's been turned on his head.
Yeah.
And,
Yes, yes,
and
yes.
with two competing systems side by side.
Yeah.
Yes, and with a very antagonistic style of competition.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, basically that's what happens. That's what happened like
Yeah.
in the 15th century. Okay, same thing kind of
Yep.
stuff happened. So
Yeah, that's true. It's only this time it's much bigger, and
Yeah.
yeah,
the stakes are much higher than
yeah,
they were
they are.
before.
They are.
Yeah, definitely.
And
Yeah.
and they when you roll the dice and you gamble big, you lose big. So
Yeah.
Mm.
trying to explain that to the American people is hard.
Yeah, it is. Even Europeans, it's very very difficult to do.
Yeah, I think they see the writing on the wall. Yeah.
Well, you guys gonna send yourselves to early death trying to convince them.
No, not really.
Uh,
I mean, the writing's on the wall. I mean, it's in your stores, it's in your prices, it's in your jobs, it's everywhere. You can't help but see it.
I, in my experience, I don't think a lot of people they see it, they feel it, but they
Mm-hmm.
really don't understand what's really happening. Because that's why I said I'm just gonna be quiet now because I'm just gonna go crazy trying to tell. Because I've tried to tell people, giving them all the facts, and they
Yeah.
still don't get it. I'm like, I can't do this
You
anymore.
you can't tell them they're gonna trip on a rock until they actually trip on the rock. Okay.
Yeah.
And they turn around to you. How'd that rock get there? Okay.
The Empire to stay. I don't
Oh,
want
okay. This is why the rock is actually here, and you tripped over it, right? Uh, Establish that the rock is indeed there, right? Yeah. Okay. That's why the rock is there. You guys go. Oh, now I see why the rock is there. Okay. But there's another rock down there about like 15 meters. Okay. You're gonna trip over that one too. Well, how do you know? You got to go through this again. Don't worry. Just go trip over that rock. We'll get to that. Okay.
You'll get there.
You'll
See
get there.
that's why you're called the Master Chaser. I am not.
I just don't trip over the rock now, like my mother with the migrants, right? Trump was lying about the money given to female money getting to migrants. I said, really? I said, okay. You think so? She said, yeah. What does it say there? How much money did they give them just in 2024? 650 billion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, you notice the Republicans hit the videos on that hearing. Okay. It was
Yeah, about the
unlisted.
migrants. Yeah, yeah.
It was unlisted. It said, okay, y'all didn't really want them to know either. Okay. Stop with all
Mhm.
this shit. Okay.
They said absolutely not. I don't want the American people to start using this against this election. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Hide it. Hide information. Okay, we'll do it.
No, they don't want the blowback because if people really know and then their jobs are on the line too. How come you guys can't fix
Yes.
this shit, right?
Yep.
And they can't.
I know job security is very important to people. I understand.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I mean, the thing is,
Fuck, I did
the
that.
Biden, they're doing what needs to be done. They're just not doing it in a proper manner. Okay.
Yeah.
Because even Bill Clinton said, you guys are not having babies. Okay. Straight up. He just said it, which he probably shouldn't have said it. He's too old to care right now.
I don't give a fuck. I say you bitches not getting breed enough. You're
No,
not,
no, and
not
you
getting
got.
well. You're worried about this economic. Say I need to have enough
He's,
money. To
he said you need to
fuck
vet
that.
these people coming in properly, but you need them in here. Okay, that's what he said.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I need the bodies. But what I'm gonna do? I gotta race. No, fuck that. You're not giving bodies. I'll let.
Tell Granny in 5 years when they slash her Social Security in half. Okay, tell her then. Okay, not now. Not now.
Boy.
Tell her then. Okay.
You see, this is why I don't have the patience, man, to break shit down anymore. This is why hey, what's going on right now? As far as I'm concerned, there's two things that I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna be a part of. I'm not gonna get left behind, and I'm not gonna get ran over.
Yeah.
So it's either you get what I'm saying or peace out.
I mean, the biggest argument I got in my panel about the election is what color is Kamala Harris?
That is
Tell them
true.
niggas.
I've noticed that. I've actually noticed that.
Like it really matters at this point.
You know, I have one word for that.
What's that? Pedestrian.
Pedestrians.
Yes.
It makes me tear my hair out, even if you show them evidence. Okay, it makes me tear my hair out. Why is it so important to you?
You know what? I got an answer for that, and I'm gonna say it's to
Go ahead.
that reference this chick's background. I said, listen, in America, if you're ADOS, you're not gonna have two ADOS presidents be as president in this country. So stop it. They're gonna give you some half breeds, and you're gonna accept it. You're gonna accept that one role and shut the fuck up.
You could have had a female ADOS president if she wanted to run. She didn't want to run. Okay.
And that's Michelle Obama. She's the only one you're gonna get. That's in your lifetime.
And
Said
she
no.
she didn't want to run. Okay. Being president is
blame
not.
her.
It's not as easy as you think it is. It's not that easy. Okay. Okay. Y'all think the shit is easy. It's not. Okay.
Of course. That's what professionals do. To make the hard look easy.
And she wouldn't be president if they didn't need her in this spot. Okay.
Yeah.
Because Obama didn't want her. Okay. That's what I was trying to point out to people. Well, he insulted black men. That's fine. But that's not the whole point.
Yeah.
It's not the point I was trying to come across.
He's doing his job.
He's doing his job. That's what I was trying to tell people.
And he does his job to the best of his ability. And if you niggas not undown, he's gonna say, I'm gonna get Kamala on you.
They don't care. I feel disrespected. That's all they care about. Okay, man. I'm not going to explain it no more. Whatever. Okay.
They feel, and I think you in the chat room still connect. That you can live in that high horse all you want. It ain't gonna be shit.
See, in other words, she's Indian and Irish. Okay. I keep getting that. Okay. When you show me the proof, high art. Okay. I actually show you his lineage from his side, right? Okay. Show me the proof. I'll come back. Okay.
Matter of fact, if anybody should drop the video with Beaches,
She's only part Delcine and part weed smoker. That's it.
Because his relatives in Jamaica say that they are black. They don't say that they're Irish. They say they're black. His cousin said the exact same thing. She's black. Okay.
That nigga in the 70s had a fro that was black as shit.
In fact, I showed my grandson. His picture. He said it looks just like my father. Okay, except a little lighter. He could have passed. He would have been a black man in America. Is what it is. Anyway, back to Dr. Marifa. He wants to jump in.
She ain't black.
How you gonna get? You gonna just tighten up?
Oh, it's Jeffrey's fault this time.
Yes.
Okay,
It's Jeffrey. Oh man, your new nickname, Dr. Marifa, is gonna be Jeffrey from the Fresh Prince, man.
Yeah, and Dirty Foot Jeffrey. That's what we call him now. Okay, right. He's not Dusty Jermaine, but he's Dirty Foot Jeffrey. Okay,
Dirty Foot Jeffrey. You know, he holds his malt liquor with a pinky up.
Yep, and a bow tie.
Yeah.
See, you said it, Dr. Marifa. I was going to add it, but you said it. Great minds think alike.
Dirty Foot Jeffrey does have a bow tie everywhere he goes. That's for sure.
In BGS, it's Ashy.
Ashy Jeffrey. I'm sorry. Okay.
He only puts the lotion on his feet during prominent days.
Oh,
he got with the dark shades on. Man.
Hey, where did I get?
They shouldn't have given you Ashy Blokes YouTube.
You know what? I will tell you this, BGS. I would have married her for the accent alone.
Yeah, she's doing quite well. She's actually working for an equity firm, so she's doing quite well.
Oh, she sure is then. Okay.
Yeah. I think I showed her LinkedIn.
No, you never.
Okay, I'll show it again. But go ahead, y'all.
Okay. Yeah, man. And she never gave us YouTube. Well, bitch, we got YouTube now. We're gonna expose y'all.
Yeah, I had to do that one for me.
We got a lot of money.
Yeah, I had to do that one for me about Ashy Blokes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I have to ask Dr. Marifa one thing.
Sure.
What's your favorite drink of choice that's adult beverage?
Grand Marnier.
Ooh, oh my, oh my. Okay.
Yes. Man, you know what? You were a black man before, but you my nigga today.
Mixed or straight?
Straight.
Straight. Oh, really? Okay. Okay.
I never mix my drinks.
Okay.
I know you. I know you know.
It always goes into my Cadillac margarita.
You know what? I will say this to you.
That's
The
very
fish,
good too.
With the 101 proof tequila.
Oh
going
my.
on proof. Good God, the fuck!
Charles,
You
have you
got
said
you got
you?
you got turpentine. Damn.
Yes, sir. Okay. There. Okay. There she.
Uncivilized.
Let me go ahead and bump it up. There she is. Okay. She's doing
Okay.
quite well.
Straight Plant Communications from the United Kingdom.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the firm she works for is called Inflection, which is an equity firm. So
Not bad. Not bad.
yeah, she's
Our little black princess doing well for herself.
Queens College, King's College. Yeah, so she graduated with a master's in planning and communications. So yeah, she's doing quite well.
Yeah. She's the woman that got hate for the black man. So you guys got
She is because she's dark and she fell into the colorism shit. So
yeah, the Mazzacos getting in their ass about the colors. We're not to do your colors.
in the UK, colorism is something else, especially amongst them.
It's powerful.
It's powerful. Yeah.
At 110, and that was when I was. You know, BGS. I have one of the former Padawans Jedi Knights trying to brag on what he squat, and that's my warm up bench.
At 15, though. At 15,
We're online, man. If you want to be online, you can actually join the conversation.
He's in the background doing
I
it.
know. I know he's in the background, but if we can hear him, so if he wants to be, join the conversation, he can.
Get online. But here's the point that I think about it when you were saying the colorism, man. It's funny because I didn't know colorism was a thing because one, my mother and father would not allow it. But two, I've seen it outside, like in the family, but on the outer perimeter of the of my closest relatives, and they'd be like, "Oh, y'all some colorist motherfuckers, aren't you?" And they would show different grace towards the darker and lighter children, and it's like, wow, y'all really do give a damn about this colorism thing.
It's even worse in Latin America. So.
Oh, it's horrible in Latin America.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I used to only see colorism on TV, but not in growing up.
Who's that? Nate?
Oh yeah, what's up, everybody?
Oh, you mean? I mean, okay. Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, maybe it's not as bad there. Go down south. It's horrible. Okay.
Yeah, my sister was light skinned, my brother was dark skinned.
Okay, so your family didn't emphasize it, but yeah, you go to school, it's going to come out.
I have a good question, BGS.
Yes, sir.
When Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black,"
it's a dog whistle. Yeah.
So where did Kamala vote?
Where did Kamala vote? As far as what? Vote for him?
Yeah, I'm just playing with you because that was
Okay.
just one of those one things I will never forgive Charlemagne. Like, dude, you always have the wildest people on your show saying some of the stupidest stuff.
He's a Democratic shill. What do you expect him to do?
Of course, because I'm just like, you had everybody from hot sauce to you ain't black. What else is next, man? I'm just like,
If you're gonna visit Venezuela, be very careful. It's still not as safe as it should be. Okay.
Venezuela, man, they got more gangs than people than populations in that place.
Well, the thing is it's they actually, because of the sanctions, it actually became pretty rough. Okay.
You
couldn't walk around with a cell phone with an intact screen. You have to actually break the screen or put a cover over it where it actually looks like it was actually broken. Otherwise, you couldn't carry it around. That's how bad it was maybe 6-7 years ago. So I would still be careful. It's not the safest place to actually go. So be careful. You want to go? Be careful.
They're like a nomad.
And know somebody when you get there. It's like almost like Nigeria. You got to know somebody if you're going to go there. Just can't wind up there and walk around.
What are you doing?
Yes. So I got a question for the doctor.
Yeah, jump in.
Hopefully, we don't get in trouble tonight.
That's fine.
I just wanted to know. I'm just going to assume, and hopefully not make an ass of myself, that behind, in your walls, you guys are projecting a Trump administration, and how are people preparing for that?
It's a yes and no, and it's an answer, but it's kind of a yes and no. Yes, in the sense that I'd say people are preparing for potential Trump administration, but because in the international sphere, as you know, it can be dangerous to align yourself too early, especially when
True.
things are a bit up in the air, because it's very hard to know if you're a leader of, I don't know, Singapore or something like that, to know exactly who for sure who's going to take the office. Anything can happen, particularly if you have a very heavy hand of the state in election matters, as we are seeing in this case. So we almost have like a triple strategy kind of in general terms. So on one hand, you have a potential Trump presidency. So I know this, for example, with the big ASEAN countries, China, etc. They're now looking at, okay, what does this mean 2027, etc., etc. And then there's also a potential Harris administration. Of course, on the other side, the continuation of the Biden policy with minor adjustments. And then the third option is to sort of, and this is becoming increasingly, I won't say popular, but an option that is increasingly gaining prominence on the table, which is to approach this issue as more of a uni-party. So regardless of who gets in, how do we US-proof international relations, etc., etc.?
Oh.
So yes.
Okay. Whoa, that's totally different, right?
They're on defense, because if we can't tell, they can't tell. Okay.
Yes, and it's also very difficult because once you align, let's say, yourself with one camp, and then the other camp gets into power, now you're in trouble.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
you got to go kiss some ass. Yeah.
Yes, it's almost like trying to predict future markets trends or something like that.
Yes.
Because your balance of trade, your trade agreements, all sorts of things.
Yes.
Are dependent on who gets into the White House, because the U.S. is such a big country, you know.
Yeah. So you make a twin strategy.
You make a twin strategy.
It's the third one that I'm hearing, because I mean, initially, my assumption is that I would be prepared for either. I mean, me personally, that's what I'm doing. But when you mentioned the third option, that's why I was like, oh, okay, because if especially if certain parties are really more geared towards the third option, then to me that's really making a big statement that things behind closed doors are moving a lot faster.
Yes.
Than people realize. Like I'm trying to.
When people screw up, it actually moves faster. Okay.
Yes, and this is why I think in the previous. Sorry to
go ahead. No, go ahead.
But I think we've mentioned a few times. It's amazing, and that's the reason why I'm saying it's amazing. The full implications of this administration are just amazing. Not surprising, but amazing to see. Because typically, if I look back to the first Trump administration, it was more about Trump proofing the system, not necessarily US proofing the system. And when Biden was coming in and talking about all this return to multilateralism, there was sort of an expectation that what we are going to see is more sort of Obama-esque, a continuation of Obama. You know, Biden was Obama's vice president, they were buddies, blah, blah, blah. And so a much more yeah, we can contest American foreign policy, but I'm a sort of stable hand a little bit. Um, Now it's appearing as if Trump is more stable, and that's
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah,
yes.
yeah.
This
Which,
is
which,
what Trump learned his lesson.
it's a reverso. What do you call it? Reverso uno, or something like that.
Yeah,
reversal of fortunes. Yeah, yeah. Oh,
Yes. So
oh,
now,
oh, the reverse Uno card, as we call it.
yes,
I,
exactly. The uno card.
I've made the mistake of trying to explain it to pedestrians. I don't do that anymore. What do you mean? Trump is blah 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 blah. Oh, okay. If you can't see what's happening to your life right now, your bank account,
Yeah,
prices,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's in your face. Oh, forget it.
But
You
guess
don't get
guess
it.
guess what they do. That's what they say about it, right? Okay.
I'm done. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
10 years is all Trump's fault, right? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
This fucking weird.
Yes.
Now, with the exception of, I know, if he gets in, I know this, I wasn't gonna say sanctions, but tariffs. It's mainly just for China. I don't think that's really gonna, happen. That's just like, you're really trying to kill us. Other than that, internationally, and I've been saying this from the very beginning. He would be a better. It'd be best if he were in internationally. And I was saying that like 2 years ago, but now it's they fail at such a grand scale multiple times. It's like, dude, sad to say, we need to get this guy in because it's so bad. And the middle classes. And I don't know if the guys really understand when I say it's over. Like, I know some guys laugh, but I'm like, no, like statistically, like, dude, like you're stuck where you're at, and it's probably going to decline for you. You just don't know it.
Yeah.
And that's guys in this space.
Yeah.
So forget about it. Regular folk who really don't know Jack, because this shit is bleeding into the top. Oh, not the top. The second quintile. In this country, and they consume 20%. 20. That's critical mass. So we're talking 150 income to 220. Not household. These are individuals. So if they're starting to feel it now, regular folk, this is what I've been saying.
They're underwater.
You can't recover, man.
You're not underwater. You're the Titanic.
Yeah, they're not gonna recover.
No. You're the people in the bottom of the boat. You're in steerage. Okay.
Yeah.
You up there.
No, you're already floating. Okay.
Yeah.
There's people out there looking, they shaking hands with off the carry. Aquaman.
And it's scary because a lot of them they want the continuation basically to go on, but that's why I said I have to be quiet, because I'm not gonna go crazy over this, because if you don't understand that it will not get better for you, you are really, your worldview is it's really bad.
But the thing is, even if they understood it, what could they do?
Hey man, I guess I'm a fighter.
You're a global elite, so you have options. Okay, what options do they have? They don't have the options that you have. Okay.
You got to remember, Salji, people don't want the information. It's because they can't handle the truth like that.
At this point, it doesn't matter. Like okay, you have stage 5 cancer, right? What are you gonna do?
True. That's true. True.
Okay, you can tell them or not tell them. It doesn't matter. They've accepted or denied it. It doesn't matter. What?
Yes, what did Thanos say? Inevitable.
I would say 4 years ago there was an options, but thing is now, if you elected, it would just go faster. That's all.
Oh yes.
It's like this. It's like, what do we always say on your channel and my channel and other channels? Number one thing human beings fear is change. And that's one of the most hindering things to the human race. Like, look, what's the first thing that the children of Israel did when they got out of Egypt?
Yeah. Okay.
Worship the golden calf.
The human beings fear change, but the thing is, what human beings really fear most is collapse. Okay.
Yeah.
They, you know what?
Uncertainty. Yeah. Yep.
No,
You
I
know
mean
what?
when nothing works. Okay, when you
Oh,
uh,
well, yes.
say like when the banking system, you stick your card in, try to pay your bills, nothing works. Okay,
And the
Yeah.
machine laughs at you.
no, it doesn't. It doesn't even do
It
that.
just
It's
doesn't even
just
work.
it doesn't even work.
Period.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
and so
I've
you
told
beat
people.
so you're beating on the machine and it doesn't respond at all. That's
Yeah.
collapse. Okay.
I've told people. I said, y'all don't want this. You know how everybody has this revolutionary rhetoric. I said, y'all don't really want that because when you're revolutionary, you ever notice we didn't go back to England. We had to fight them motherfuckers. So
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah. That's why I say with revolutionaries, I say walk me through the process. Okay.
yeah, you're gonna get. Are you willing to sacrifice your life and your family's life?
I tell you, walk me through the process. I mean, sometimes you are like, look at the Palestinians. They are okay because they've dealt with it for almost 100 years.
Exactly.
They're ready
They're
they're ready to die. Okay,
they're bred in it.
just like the Vietnamese said, born in the north to actually die in the south. Okay, they're ready
America's too
for it.
neuter, man. Especially black folks.
Because the environment is not there, hasn't ripened them for that kind of revolution yet. Okay.
Yeah.
They ain't built for this shit. Listen,
I
go.
mean,
No, nobody's built for this shit. Okay,
think
name a
about it.
group. Name a group that's from the United States that's actually built for this shit.
Nobody, not even the little hillbillies that up
They're
in the
not.
hills.
They're not ready
They're
for this
not.
stuff. They're not ready for this. Okay.
Nobody's ready for. Let me tell you a good indicator. Nobody was ready for shit. It's called COVID, Negro.
And COVID was minor. Okay,
Yeah.
compared to the other stuff.
Turn the world nicely upside down. Niggas got shook.
And well, that's a precursor. But you know, which is why I understand this administration and the stuff that they do because maybe they saw something that I didn't. Why they thought they could actually do this now instead of waiting.
Well, they wait so that way they could get you riled up so they could do it all over again and say we're gonna sit
I,
back
I think it had more to do with 2027 and China's industrial might and what China was doing as far as their military industrial complex about building weapons and stuff like that. I think because everybody's pointing to 2027. I think that was they were trying to beat that mark. Okay, I don't quite understand all of it, but the thing is, everybody actually points to that date. So,
Well, you gotta realize something. It's that what threat are you to anybody when you don't produce shit?
you know
You
uh,
out?
yeah, but the thing is, what you already have. Okay, so
Yeah,
when you still produce stuff, the thing is, it's not in the quantity that somebody else does. And at some
it's not.
point,
It's not competitive.
in other words, at some point, they will cross over where you can't catch them. Okay.
Well,
Uh-uh.
the scary thing is
Mm,
and a lot of Americans aren't even aware,
mm,
as advanced as China is, especially with
mm-hmm.
manufacturing.
Mm-hmm.
America's number two. Like most people don't even. I'm like, think about it. As far behind as we are number two in the world in
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
manufacturing.
In manufacturing, yeah,
Uh-huh. But
and nobody else is even close.
no,
Exactly.
no,
ain't
no. But
that salty?
So
After
what?
all we consume, ain't that some salty? And we all we consuming, we're number two. Ain't that a bitch?
you gotta remember.
It's a long sorted process. In fact, I might look back at Craig Hewlett's earlier books. He actually talked about this in '94. Okay, it's when I got wind of it. Really got a taste of it in '94.
It's crazy because when you look at, oh yeah, Salchi, put your email in the back chat. I want you to check over my business plan for me.
Or
And what's really scary is that people are unaware of so much shit,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like I'll give you an example. I had to come to a space like this
Mm-hmm.
to speak to people who get what the hell I'm talking about because everybody else think I'm fucking nuts.
Yeah, the thing is that you can make them aware of it, but the thing is what will they do with it when they get aware?
You know what? How do you think Noah was when he built that damn ark?
He didn't. Yeah. He said the same thing. Okay.
After a while, did he give a damn?
Nope.
At some point, you got to close the door, right? Or you'll be drowning with them.
Yeah. Let's play this one real quick because this is what the world is up against, right? And these are Japanese tearing down the electric vehicles, the Chinese, right? So how far ahead they actually are. And speed it up just a bit. I mean, this is the scale that you're working with right now. Okay.
Good morning. When a guy tells us what an amazing deal he got on his new car, that the quality is great, the engineering is best in class, and he got an amazing price, we don't pay much attention. That's human nature, to justify major expenses as a terrific bargain instead of a big expense. Most of us have done it too, and we pretend to have some good reason why we bought one brand of smartphone or a laptop or a new car, because all that sounds better than just admitting we bought it because we liked the commercial. It's a different story though when electrical engineers rip apart a smartphone, or when car industry experts tear down a car. When those guys are surprised at the quality and the engineering and shocked at the low price, now we should be paying attention. Last week, a local government hosted industry experts and manufacturers in an exhibition in Japan, which featured over a dozen torn down cars. 2 companies were cooperating here. Sanyo Trading manages a huge database of car parts, and Caresoft, which is an industry consultancy in the auto engineering. Caresoft is a US company, and there were 90,000 parts on display from top-selling non-Japanese brands, including BYD, NIO, and Tesla. Executives and engineers from 70 Japanese auto parts manufacturers examined the parts, how they were made, and they concluded that Chinese car makers keep production costs low by integrating parts and through vertical integration of their production. Chinese brands also use the same parts for more than one model of car, which also keeps costs down and allows for much more simplicity in supply chain and efficiency in factory operations. Taking the Atto 3 from BYD as an example, the car's electric drive combines 8 major parts into one. This means lower costs, and the weight goes down, which allows for a longer battery life or a smaller battery that's needed. Different BYD models also use the same parts, and BYD is maybe the most vertically integrated company since Standard Oil, so they're an extreme example anyway. But Chinese companies in all industries tend to be much more vertically integrated than Western brands. There were some aspects that the Japanese engineers did not like, but the key takeaway is here. Shock at how few parts BYD and Tesla cars contain. And this is a common theme lately, and it does beg some uncomfortable questions. We did a feature previously on Ford Motor. Jim Farley is CEO there, and he was shocked at what he saw from Chinese car makers. The Chinese brands are moving at light speed. They use artificial intelligence and other tech in their cars that is not even available in the US markets. China has a low-cost supply base, have a lot of great technical features, and they're very competitive in global markets now. Jim Farley has an encyclopedic knowledge of car models, according to the Wall Street Journal. He takes a Chinese car out on the track with his CFO, and afterward the two of them are quiet, stunned at how far and how fast the Chinese had come. This is nothing like before. These guys are ahead of us. This entire piece by Wired is fantastic. It's not paywalled, so please consider clicking on the link below and reading through it. This guy, Tu Lee, has a big problem with all of this, and he asks some good questions. He's saying here, just why exactly are we paying our auto company CEOs tens of millions of dollars a year if they don't seem to know anything about what their competitors are up to? It's literally their job to know what's going on in the car business. China is the world's biggest car market. China has dozens of car brands and hundreds of factories. So why is it that Japanese car parts factories executives didn't know what was going on in the Chinese car parts factories? How come Ford didn't know? It's their job to know those things, Tu Lee says. Caresoft again is here. They're the company that tore down BYD's Seagull in Detroit. Their CEO is a chief engineer at GM and said that the Seagull is a huge problem for US automakers. He's been in the industry for 45 years and has doubts the United States car makers can survive, and they need to radically change if so. The company reports on a lot of the advantages the BYD Seagull has got. The entire car is an exercise in efficiency. Even with a minimalist design, it feels like a high-quality product. And Detroit needs to unlearn lots of what they know about building cars and learn some new tricks if we're going to keep up. Mark Rainford was at Mercedes for 8 years. He's been reporting about the goings-on in China's car industry and warning Europe's top brands that they're not ready for what's coming out of China. Andy Palmer has been in the electric vehicle industry since before there was one. He built the Leaf for Nissan, then became global COO of Nissan. He's been warning his peers about China for 15 years. He warned the Japanese, the Brits, the Americans. If the Chinese get this business figured out, they'll take it over. And here we are, because the Chinese figured it out. And that is the angle to these issues that is so baffling. Kersoff's CEO was at General Motors forever. Mark Rainford is Mercedes. Andy Palmer was a top guy at Nissan. These are guys with decades of experience at the very top of their field, at the top companies in the whole world. And they're on YouTube, and they're publishing reports, so why wasn't anyone listening to them? They've been doing this reporting for years, on China and from China, and now it's probably too late. Our companies will never catch NIO on battery swapping. No company can vertically integrate like BYD has. And we need to reinvent how we design and build cars that fuse many different components into one part and then standardize that part across different divisions. How long will it take us to figure that out? And back to the question that Tu Lee there was getting at. Why are our top guys just now learning about it? How did it happen that BYD opened up dozens of factories and sold millions of cars before someone in Detroit or Japan had the idea to take one apart and see if they were any good? Or just drive one? Why didn't that happen a few years ago? Doesn't Ford Motor Company know anybody here in China who could buy a car and take some photos and email them back? How much money and time was wasted here? And now it's Japan too. Why didn't Japan's auto parts companies know what was going on? Japan's just right over there. And it's literally the job of Japanese engineering managers of Japanese auto parts companies to be aware of new manufacturing techniques, new efficiencies, and better ways to do things. They figured out how to do things better than the American car makers back in the 1980s, but they were stunned too. And it's true that things happen fast in China. Everything does move much faster, but it's not light speed. BYD is not a startup company, and it took those guys at NIO the better part of a decade to get battery swapping right. But it's all too common now that in just about every single industry, insiders tell us, and they tell themselves, that China cannot possibly compete in high-end electronics, or heavy equipment, or in aircraft, or in satellite navigation. And then a few years later, those same experts, including multi-million-dollar CEOs, they're shocked that China's taken over their industry.
Let's break down the code.
When all they had to do was pay attention to the people who were here. This is Lijiang Park, Linan. Be good.
I've actually been there.
Huh? So what?
I've actually been in that park. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I know you have. The thing is, how come those people that should know better haven't? Okay.
Yeah, well, your guess is as good as mine.
It's called hubris. The same reason they thought that the
Yep.
BRICS financial system wouldn't work.
Yep.
Man, the amount of STEM that they're, the population are, that they're pumping out for STEM.
Yeah, for STEM is,
I mean,
is
it's
enormous. It's enormous. Yeah.
It's like, how did you guys? I mean, obviously you're not going to get it precise, but you can't pump out that many people like that and something not happen. Like, I mean, I don't.
They were warned. I mean, they were warned.
Yeah, they didn't listen to
warned.
them.
They were warned back in 2002. They were warned.
Yeah,
okay?
they didn't listen.
And they didn't believe it. They thought it's hubris. The white man's ice is always colder, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They can't get past our financial system. They can't find a way around our oil blockades, for lack of a better term. Okay.
Yeah.
And they did. Okay.
Yep.
And now we're here.
Yeah.
Well, they were going to be there.
Go ahead, Dr. Marifa.
No, I was just saying, and some of them, at least, it's still there. Though they won't do this, they can't do this.
So do they have that deer in the headlights look in their face now? Like I can't believe it. Okay.
Some are, but in denial. Defeat is a very interesting concept.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
At this point, people need to get fired. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry.
Yeah, they do need to get fired, but at the end of the day, what would it matter now? It's too late. Okay.
Hey, examples need to be made. that's what. I mean, I guess that's just the way how I function, man. You are getting paid how much, and then y'all laying off all these people who don't make a fraction of what you make. And they didn't really make any mistakes, but you're making some major mistakes. Nah, you got to get out. Nope. We got to get rid of you.
It would be nice, but really the whole premise is that they don't give a crap. And say, the American people are going to buy this car and we're going to stay in business because the government's going to bail us out. It's like on welfare. Someone's gonna bail these people out. Hell, that's what happened 16 years ago. Car companies got bailed out.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
in
Go ahead.
in 1945,
Mm-hmm.
somebody was in a bunker somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere, and was talking about some armies coming to rescue people.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some strange fellow.
Yeah. They did videos about that, right? He's cussing, right? And
Yeah, some chap. It
some
was a
chap. Yeah. Starmer. Okay. Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah. Yeah.
this is kind of reminiscent of that,
Yeah. Yeah.
in some
Yeah.
ways.
These are white people. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
We'll never get it out now.
So certain are you? Always with you it cannot be done. Do you nothing that I say?
Master, moving stones around is one thing. This is totally different.
No, no different. Only different in your mind. You must unlearn what you have learned.
All right, I'll give it a try.
No, try not. Do. Or do not. There is no try.
Yep.
I can't. It's too big.
Size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? And where you should not.
You want the impossible. I don't believe it.
That is why you fail.
That's white people. Okay. And they're saying it right now. I don't believe it. They're still saying it. I don't believe it. Right, Dr. Marifa?
And that's
Absolutely.
why
They're still,
you lose.
that's why you fail. You don't believe it, even though it's happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
They,
That,
they,
that,
they, they think niggas were gonna do what they gotta do, and then they said, "How you niggas still do it? Because you don't believe."
They don't, even though the writing's on the wall, they still don't believe it. It's been on the wall for a long. I really can tell you, this has been on for decades. They've been warned about this. They still don't believe it. The whole Wolfowitz doctrine is actually disagree with Quigley. Quigley said this in the '60s, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've been trying to prove that Quigley was wrong about the movements of civilizations, right? Okay, they thought they can actually stop history, and
Oh damn.
they've been trying over the past 40 years to actually stop history, okay, or prove that it was wrong. And guess what? They've still wound up in the same spot. They're saying I don't believe it, okay,
Oh.
and that's why you don't believe it. That's why you fail,
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they're doing it
and
again.
and they still don't believe it. That's why all this stuff is going on because they still
Yep.
don't believe it, okay. You know,
Yeah.
Europe is going down the tubes because I don't believe it. Germany's still trying to figure out that if we give them this missile, that missile, and they can target Moscow and blah blah blah, that we can actually turn this whole thing around and still remain on top. So
Hmm.
okay.
Oh,
But
we're past that.
Well, the thing is that okay, had they succeeded in the first, say, 6 months of the Ukraine thing, it was possible to delay things and slow things down. But things, all you did is open up the whole, basically bust down the whole gate and open up the whole pathway for things to actually change even faster. That's all you did, you know. And
hmm
when it worked, turn on, oh shit, this shit works, and Russia's hadn't collapsed, and they're gonna collapse in a month. Oh, they haven't collapsed yet. 2 months, 6 months, a year. Oh, at any moment they're gonna actually fall apart. Oh shit, they're still there and getting stronger. And now they're saying, I don't believe it, even though you can see the X-wing standing right in front of you. Okay, I still don't believe it. Yeah.
While in a major conflict and the sanctions. Like I was stupid. I'm gonna stop.
Okay is because they refuse to believe that China and Russia are connected at the hip, and they refuse. I've been saying that, man, since the '90s, okay, and they refuse to believe that, even though it's obvious that they are, okay, they don't believe it because it's not in writing, like the Black Brain Trust said. No, it's an article saying that
Oh,
that Russia and China are actually connected, so it's not real.
oh,
Okay.
BJ's. Are you saying that they
Let's break down the code step up.
are you saying that they need Crayola? They need them.
Yeah, the big red ones. Yes. Somebody was trying to get in and say something. Somebody was trying to get in.
Yeah, yeah. How y'all doing?
Uh huh.
Hey, what's up, BGS?
What's up?
I,
Huh.
to respond to what the other topic was about. I think the guy was talking about hope. Um, I
Okay.
don't,
Real quick. We don't derail it too far, but yeah, about hope. What about it?
yeah, I don't understand why guys, have hope. To me, I look at this as a liberating feeling. I think more people should have a utilitarian mindset when it comes to how things going in the near coming future. Just maximize your value and do what's best for you and what makes you happy.
The black pill is a hard pill to swallow, man. The red pill is hard to swallow, much less the black pill. Okay, it's a hard pill to swallow. And admit that
Yeah,
admit that what you've been trying to believe in doesn't exist, and that's hard. Okay, for the vast
yeah.
majority of people.
I think more people will be numb to it since people be on social media all day and
Yeah. Okay.
and they said like on the View it's a matriarchy. So
Yeah. Well, they have no choice except to admit it now because after 60 years of denying it, they have to admit it now because it is what it is, right? It's obvious. I learned this, man, back during the financial crisis, right? Okay. You had people that had like
16 years ago.
yeah, had people had like 18 months to get out of a house, right? After it's been foreclosed on, right? Okay.
Hmm?
18 months, right? They're in a house. Nobody's coming to kick them out, right? Okay. Why on the day that the sheriff comes in to put them out, all their clothes and furniture is still in the house after 18 months. After the foreclosure, not before, after the foreclosure, okay? Why is that?
I'm not sure.
In other words, they refuse to believe what's going
Denial.
on. They're in shock, and they refuse to give up their lifestyle. So they're willing to hit the wall and figure it out after, instead of making moves that that the what they believe in their world is gone. Okay, they don't want to believe it, so they cling to it. Okay, even though they know it's not possible to save what they have, they cling to their so-called happiness, right? So they'll stay in the house. They won't move the furniture. They won't try to get another place to stay. They will just stay in the house so they get kicked out. And they have like 18 months to get out, like a year and a half, which is more than enough time. Okay, so when I learned that people can see the truth and just decide they want to do something different. They just say, I don't want, I'm not going to act on it. So trying to change people's worldview, I stopped trying to do that years ago. Okay, as you accept it, the people that really want this will actually uh, come to it, and the people that don't, you know, I'm not trying to convince people into changing their worldview. And some people come here trying to convince me and say, man, why are you here? You don't want to hear this.
Go back in bubble. Nigga.
Yeah. You know, like even Hammer, he uses like 90% of what I talk about in other forms. The thing is, now you cling to hope. Okay, hope for what? And nobody can actually tell me what it is. Okay,
They can't articulate.
because it doesn't exist. That's why. How can you articulate something that don't exist?
Gonna start making you think and go crazy. I mean, go crazy.
Human beings' mind cling to what they know in their worldview, and it's a very strong pull. And even though the evidence is against it, they'll still cling to it. Even people in higher, like that, we talk to these people all the time, right? They actually see this stuff on data on an hourly basis. They still cling to their worldview,
Yeah.
and you can't talk them out of it. And Dr. Reef probably stopped trying to talk them out of it. You know, you just okay. You know what? I'm just here because I get paid. Okay.
They'll call it, that's when you become negative. Oh no,
No,
he's
no.
no, well, I mean they would consider him negative. He's not on the program. He's not
Yeah.
with that. That's when that nonsense starts happening. Even though he's correct, he's accurate.
Yeah. They just keep Dr. Reef around because he actually accepts the black pill, and he's like the check. Okay. And in other words, he keeps them from actually going too far the other way. Okay. Okay. Well, he's right about this and right about this. We're actually going to try this. What do you think, Dr. Marifa? Well, you know, and they said, okay, let's go a little bit slower on this one. He's a check against the belief. That's what he is. That's why I keep him around.
Yep, that's
BG
true.
is
Go ahead, Dr. Marifa.
No, that's true. Like you need something to balance. And then
Yes.
as
Yeah.
much as you know what's going on.
Yes. Yeah.
When you get into other negotiation rooms, we may or may not be saying something to the effect of just keep doing this. But you know, we need to balance the thing, because if you don't do that, then the whole thing goes to pot.
Yeah, you probably make a worse mistake than you probably would have in the first place. So, because there has to be a governor on this, on some kind of this thought. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why they keep people like Dr. Reefer around, because he's the governor. In other words, okay. We say it's going to do this way. He says no, but he's been right the last 9 times. So even though we think it's still going to work, okay, let's kind of hedge our bets a little bit.
Yeah.
That's why I'm still around, because I'm the check. Okay. This little Negro, well, you know, I believe this, but this little Negro has been right quite a bit. He's saying something different. So even though we don't like what he says, we should actually exterminate him. Got to keep him around, okay? It might be something we need to know. But it is what it is. But that's hope, okay? The thing is, hope without, what is it? Faith without works is dead, right? That's what Paul said, okay?
Yep.
Okay, faith and hope only works in an environment that faith and hope will actually has a chance to actually work. So you hope, I can't build this, but with hope and faith, I can actually build this with enough luck and hard work. That's what you put your hope and faith into, something that can actually work. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. That's the black pill version. Go ahead.
I think those guys just watch too much TV. You know, They grew up watching these Disney's cartoons and
Yeah.
They
but
they've been trained by their mama. You were trained by your mama. What did your mama and the women around you say about this kind of stuff? And your teachers and all the other people. What do they say?
well they didn't really think outside the box. I remember
So
my
no,
mom.
go ahead.
Nah, my mom, she just taught me common sense ain't too common. That's all she used to
What
say growing up.
what I'm saying is the way they carried themselves, how they acted, and the stuff they believed in. You pick that up. What do they believe in? That's the thing is that's your worldview,
Yeah.
unless you step outside the box. And when you step outside the box, you are weird and strange. Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. I know what you're saying. So yeah, they used to just doing the right thing, believe in God.
Yeah, and yeah, do the right thing. Believe in your family. Believe in the black woman is
It's God.
in his God, and if you make her happy, all your wishes will come true. Right?
At your
Right.
expense.
Yeah, yeah, at your expense. Yeah. But the thing is, unlike you guys, I was born outside the box. Okay.
Yeah.
Do y'all think?
I'm the little niglet that was reading in first grade, reading all his reading books like in one day or something like that. Because I actually wanted to see what happened, and so
Do
I was
y'all think?
strange from the
Oh
beginning. Go
shit.
ahead. Go ahead.
No. Do y'all think these alphas generation growing up, you think they would have a different social ideology
The-
since they
What
see these huh?
what is your culture? I teach this all the time. What is your culture determined by? What do you think it is?
Your environment.
And what else?
You bitch.
No, you. In other words, your culture is shaped by your environment and who you are, right? Your biology, right? When those two things come together, the culture has to change. Okay, so
Yeah, it's just
it's
you
just
you
what?
got to add social media in because people on social media every day and watching all
What
these live streams.
what is social media shaped by?
It's global.
Now, what is it
So
shaped by? And I'm that's global. What is it shaped by?
the environment.
The environment, right? Okay. Now, social media itself becomes part of the environment and part of the culture, right? Okay.
Yes.
So,
Hmm.
and how you respond, what you're taught, how you respond to it, also shape it, right? So when those two things come together, that's what changes. The culture changes.
Hmm.
So, in other words, uh, was it 20 years ago? The iPhone didn't exist, did it?
No.
So when the iPhone came, it changed what? Changed your environment. Guess what changed along with it? The people.
Everybody.
The people. How you date, how you interact, how
Hmm.
do you meet each other, what you talk about, what you look at, all that kind of stuff changed. Okay, it's the environment. Those two things coming together. In fact, I've drawn this like a jillion times. Okay, because culture is not real. Okay, it's not real. It's actually made up by the
Manufactured.
people in the environment. Yeah,
Yes.
it's actually created out of wholesale cloth. Okay,
Yep.
yeah,
Your
to
environment determines your culture.
determine your
The
culture. Yes,
issue
sir.
with
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's funny that people say that, and when people always try to debate me on that, I said, okay, we're gonna do this simplistically. Do the people in Alaska have the same culture as Hawaii? Well, no. I said, can a person in Hawaii go over there and have the same culture? Well, no. They're gonna have to convert. Why? Because it's different climates, different environment.
Yes.
I, I said you got a fucking volcano coming every goddamn 3 years compared to being chased by a goddamn polar bear
Or freezing to death.
or
Okay.
freezing to death.
Yeah.
And I
I
and I
mean,
said
yeah.
I
Go ahead.
said, you're in LA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Been there for at least minimal 50 plus years.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're originally born in Texas, right?
Yeah.
You don't worry, I got my dossier on you like Batman. But
It's out there. So.
it's out there, but there's a reason why I don't use people governments because out of respect, what you want to be called is what I'll call you.
Mm-hmm.
Even if we were in person, I'll still call you that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, a lot of people don't understand because most people, believe it or not, never really step foot out their culture too much,
Mm-hmm.
or some at all. And because they already know it's going to be uncomfortable. Like, you got to imagine when I'm 16 and I'm wrestling in Europe,
Mm-hmm.
and the blackest thing in are me in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
Even the blackbirds are a little mulatto.
Yeah, they are.
So when you go outside of your culture, and I mean when I mean outside your culture, where
Yeah.
nobody else speaks like you, looks like you,
Mm-hmm.
and the colloquialisms are different. That's why some, like when I was on my live stream, when I said the word bank, yes, we know bank in the dictionary would be a financial institution,
Mm-hmm.
but if you're from the Baltimore and Baltimore County area,
Mm-hmm.
it means you're being jumped.
Oh, okay.
So if you hear me say it one time, slip up and be like, "Damn, that nigga got banked." I'm
Mm.
not talking about he's cashing his check. He got his check
Yeah,
cash.
bank would be you cashing a check in California. Yeah, in
hmm
LA. Yeah.
So that little bit, we're in the same country, but two different colloquialisms.
Yeah.
Subculture at that point.
Yeah. 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 But basically, they seeing this with the change in environment, say like in the third world, internet, roads, food, all this kind of stuff is actually changing the culture all over the world. Okay,
Yep.
and you can actually track it. Even like South Korea, you actually track it from from farming to high tech. You actually track the changing culture.
Matter of fact, the culture was changed because I was looking at a YouTube post
Uh huh.
about a lot of people don't know about Korea. There's like what 5 to 10 families
Hmm.
that are the big tech companies,
Yeah.
and one of the daughters took over,
Hmm.
and that girl had to be fiendish. She was raised literally on her father's hip to run a
Hmm.
company.
Yeah.
You can't marry outside of those 5 families,
Yeah,
those
but
ten families.
her being able to run it, in that is a huge change in culture. She wouldn't have been able to run it
And
like 10 years ago.
Oh yeah.
taking the chair BGS side of
Hmm.
the thing. But that's
Okay.
the point I'm meaning. Like, you don't have 20 years ago, you would never think of a woman running a company in Asia, period, like that.
Yeah.
And maybe a mob, maybe a very illicit business, but not. And even then,
Yeah.
she had to be vetted very, 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 very much.
You think Japan is bad? Korea is like double what Japan is
Yeah,
as far as their culture. Okay.
yeah. It's whew, you think it's strict on how you have to be if you're a black man marrying a Korean woman.
Hmm.
Oh, you're gonna be scrutinized than a motherfucker.
Yeah. 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 Basically, yeah. That's you have to fit into their culture. It is what it is.
I mean,
Yep.
think of our culture when you have people who's Americans who are non-black, hell, even non-ADOS black, and they get around us and be like, "Why is she talking to us like that?" And what are we going to be saying? Oh, it's just Tuesday. And then like I tell people, you want to know what ADOS culture is? A good demographic, a good movie about it. Look up
Okay.
Della Reese and Red Fox and Harlem Nights.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah. That is Ado's culture. That's true.
well,
Like,
Charles, I think you bring up a good point. Well, go ahead, Charles. I don't mean to cut you off. I want to ask a question after you're done.
no, I
No.
was just saying, one of my favorite scenes. Well, swallow it and shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 Basically, yeah. She fussing and making the tuna sandwich at the same time. Yeah.
And then here's the funniest part about that scene that a lot of people didn't get. You
What?
should go. You should go and apologize to her after
Oh
he
yeah.
cussed her out.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
That's
Yep.
definitely Ado's culture right
That's
there.
Ado's culture. Yeah. Yeah. And then start crying after she cussed him out. Start crying. The little boy that she loves him.
Yeah,
That's
and,
Ado's
and
culture, though.
and that's how. And it took me a while to get that. Being born in this culture and be like, why did this chick's mother hate me? And
Eh,
we got
eh,
into an argument.
Yeah.
But now she
Terry Hill, if you really got something to say, there's a link. You can come up and say it. You don't have to keep
and I'm gonna
repeating it
say
in the
this,
chat.
Tara,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna say this, Tara, because
Yeah.
you don't mind if I get a minute or two,
You,
and I promise
you
you
get a
got your
minute.
question.
You get a minute,
Give me
and
a
then we
minute.
go.
Just give me
Yeah.
a minute
You
because
got a minute. Go ahead.
I hate that. To save men if we choose, guess what? You're correct. We choose wives, y'all choose fathers. But yet, who still gets the blame? If you pick a bad father, should a woman be able to go to child support and financially extort money from that man? It's the same shit that I
Okay.
get when I hear about my body, my choice. What about my wallet, what I pay for?
Okay.
And I don't like that because, listen, if it was just a one off, I get it. But when it's a whole group of a demographic, it has to be cultural by default. And there's some, before I even knew BGS, I'm a historian and criminal justice guy and an investigator by trade. There's one thing you have to know. You have to take the common denominator out of every situation. And
Human beings are not individuals. Okay, they're groups of people. Okay, they're not individuals. They're groups. Okay, that's what you move in groups. You don't move as individuals. You actually move as whole people. Okay.
very, very few animals on the planet are individual. Like, think about it. The only thing I think that are individuals at
And
best are tigers.
Tower Hill, they have a thing called a bathroom. Okay, it's called a bathroom. If you actually want to talk about, well, stop repeating yourself. Okay, I don't want to actually give you a whole speech. Okay, we talk about big suites of people, not talk about individuals. Okay,
See, the
You call
individual
those
part,
people asexual. They
yeah.
think they have sex with themselves and have a baby at the same time.
no,
They
no,
asexual.
that's not what we're
Come
talking
on,
about.
man.
Okay,
No, the part is this, and I'm going to dumb it down for the people who don't have two
mm-hmm,
letters in the front of their name and three in the back.
mm-hmm.
Talking about you, Dr. Marifa. But here's the benefit. Here's the gist of it all. When you start noticing how your family acts and behaves, and once you go outside of your family, i.e., the first social experiment most
Okay.
kids do in their life is called what? School.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start noticing, why does everybody dress and act the same? Oh, it's cultural. Guess what you're
Okay.
going to do? You're going to act like, I'm pretty sure the reason why you speak proper compared to a lot, I'm pretty sure you say partner and cuz when you're around your boys, but you're naturally a proper dude like I am.
Okay.
But that's how you were taught.
Okay.
But most, but mo-
I want to do an experiment. Tara, what are your choices bound by? Okay. Do you speak like you speak? Do you speak Japanese, Tara? You speak Japanese. Okay. You speak Japanese. You speak Chinese. You speak Korean. What do you speak?
Ain't there a Rosetta Stone so you can learn the
It has.
English?
Just, let me do this, man. Okay. What do you speak? Okay. You can type faster than that. Come on, baby.
Don't keep us waiting.
No, no. What do you speak? Okay. You speak English, right? So your choices are bound by the environment that you're in, okay? Or what you think, how you think, what your worldview is bound by your environment, okay? You're not an individual. It doesn't exist like that, okay? You're taught by people, shaped by people, nurtured by your environment, okay? Those are your choices, okay? You can make choices within that, but thing is, they're still limited.
Okay, BJS, I might have to ask you a question because you genius on this one. But then you make different choices than what you were told. Those were your choices.
I'm
Then you
still,
make a different decision.
I'm still bound by my choices, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's your
It's,
framework,
no,
your
if
groundwork. But you make your own decisions. Have you not?
okay, if I go to McDonald's and I want pizza, okay, what choice do I have?
McDonald's used to sell you pizza. It didn't sell well. Now you
No,
ain't got McDonald's
well,
pizza.
what I'm saying, if I walk into a McDonald's, okay, what am I bound by?
Well, you're bound by the menu, but I think
You're bound by the menu. So basically, you can only make choices within that boundary, right?
Burgers
yes.
Yeah,
and
but
Hold
fries.
McDonald's
on, hold
gave
on,
you a
hold on, hold
choice
on,
on the
hold on, hold
pizza.
on. What?
McDonald's gave you a pizza. No, hold on. BS. If you're
Hey,
going to use McDonald's,
hey,
McDonald's gave you a choice of
LaShawn,
a pizza. You didn't choose to eat the pizza.
LaShawn. If you walk into McDonald's right now, do they serve pizza?
No, because I didn't make the choice to buy the
No, no,
pizza.
no, no,
That's
no,
why
no.
it didn't sell
LaShawn,
and they canceled it off the
LaShawn,
menu.
LaShawn, listen to me. Okay, I'm trying to make a point here. Okay?
I got you, sir. I
You're
got you.
bound by the menu that's there. Can you make a different choice?
Yes, I can go someplace else.
But the thing is, you have to go to a different what environment, right? Okay.
That's fine.
Can you
I'm
buy?
black. I
Can
can
you?
go to any environment that doesn't accept
Can,
me.
can
I can
you?
go to the environment that accepts me. I
LaShawn,
mean, ain't that the same thing you did?
LaShawn.
I'm not arguing with you.
Yes, you are. I'm trying to make a
No, I'm
point
not.
that. Okay, LaShawn, if you're not gonna be quiet, okay,
I'll shut up.
okay. I'm not even talking to you. Okay. You're bound by the choices in your environment. Okay. You can't make a choice outside of that. Okay. Unless you go to a different environment. Okay. So what you think is an individual choice is not a choice. Okay. It's not really a choice. Okay. For the most part. If
Yes, I apologize. I thought it was a personal attack against me, and you were talking about it
I'm
about
ta-
everybody. I
I'm ta-
apologize.
I'm talking to her to make a point. Is that okay? How did you get
No,
into this?
no, I thought you were talking about me because we always attack. So I took it as a personal thing, but you wasn't talking about me. And
I
I
was
apologize because I misunderstood you. And
okay.
now I get your
Okay.
point.
I'm okay. I'm not talking to. I'm talking to her. Okay. I actually called her name. Okay.
Please continue, bro.
And in other words, the in other words, you're not an individual. Otherwise, you'd be out in the middle of the woods somewhere. Okay. And then you'd be bound by the choices in your environment about where to eat, what to eat, how to cover yourself. Okay. How do you stay warm if you're cold? Okay. What to wear. Okay. Is bound by your environment. Okay. You're not an individual. You never are.
Well, BGS, I think you make a great point in terms because I wanted to sort of that's a separate thing I want to bring up, but the fact
Go
that
ahead.
we aren't individuals, and that we need a group, I think that's the quote unquote hope that people are holding on to, and it could because people, whether they consciously or unconsciously recognize it, they
Mm-hmm.
know that they can't do it alone, and so they default go to we need to save the black community, but ultimately if there's any semblance of hope in there, it can't be the whole black community, right? It would have to be the chosen few.
Is the black community really trying to save itself?
That's what I'm saying. 99% of the
No,
people who are in it aren't,
So
right?
if the people in the community don't want to be saved, how are you gonna save it?
Well,
Don't say
I'm not
No, no, no,
arguing.
no, no. Oh, can you guys shut the fuck up for a minute,
Yeah.
please?
I'm not arguing that it can be or that they it should be. I'm saying that it's the innate drive to be social is what is giving people hope, right?
It's
you
basically
can see.
this is how you are socialized to think. Okay. I'm trying to tell you that's your worldview. Okay. That's what you've been preached to since you've been a little bitty baby. Okay. That's why you think that way.
Well,
It's
and I
something
want to
that's been implanted into you. Go ahead.
No, that's facts. Now, I wanted to bring up a question because I wanted to
Hmm.
sort of tease apart some details because there's some two points that you brought up. The first point is that specifically the women can't change, or at least
Hold on a second. Tara, shut up. Okay? Shut up. You didn't get the point. So you didn't get the point or the analogy. Just go ahead and shut up. Stop typing. Okay? Go ahead.
yes. And people need to understand, analogies are used just to for specific context, and people try to extend analogies, and it's like that's not what they're for. They're just for making a specific point. But anyways, you bring up the point about on one hand that the women aren't going to be able to change because they've been socialized for so many generations to be a certain
Mm-hmm.
way.
Mm-hmm.
But then on another point, we're talking about that they're going to change with the environment. Now, I do understand that the environment is going to change people in a certain way,
Mm-hmm.
but my argument is that I don't think that it's going to be strong enough to change, particularly that the
What,
black
what,
women in the way we want.
what do you want? What do you want black out of black women? What is it that you really want?
What is your desire?
Am I talking to
What
you, Chaos?
Well, for me, I mean,
Because I can talk to you if you don't want me to, Chaos. Is that what you want?
No, I'm doing some right now.
Thank you.
well, just to before I answer that, I don't think they can change. But if they could change, and what I
Mm-hmm.
want, it's to bring everyone up to like a standard level of just society, right? To value, right? To
Mm-hmm.
value themselves and to value their children, to value like the things that most cultures do in order
Mm-hmm.
to succeed, right? And that can be fluid. We can decide what goes into that bag, what those values are. But right now, there
Mm-hmm.
are no values that they value besides right now. Regardless of anything else.
Okay. Oh, say that again. You can only decide with the on the menu that you already have. Okay, you can't go outside of that. What are you trying to
BGS, I
change?
don't mean to interrupt,
You
but
do
could you remind
what
him of how many black men did that and they're dead because they got assassinated trying to make it work and they got killed because
okay,
they didn't want us to have it?
they have what? I mean, the thing is, you can only do what's inside your choice as you put on the board. Okay, that's what you get. Okay. Um, Sometimes the choices do open up. They try to close them off. Okay, but the thing is, I'm trying to get into what he's actually trying to say. Now, repeat that again, Mr. Drama Bear.
Um, that I don't think they can change because the point, to your point, it's been so many generations of being habitualized into this environment the way it
Mm-hmm.
was, and there's so much trauma,
Mm-hmm.
and just the way they do things is just not going to change. I don't think.
Can't
I don't think.
can they can change? Can they change fast enough for you?
Oh, I mean, it would take generations, and it would create. You would need specific things in the environment forcing them into that quote unquote desired
And
direction,
so,
and
in
we
other
don't have
words,
those things.
so what is the question that I asked you, sir?
You asked what do I want out of them?
No,
Is
I
that the
said,
question?
can they change fast enough for you?
No, and before I even answered, I said I don't think they can change at all.
Okay. Well, the thing is, okay, so if they're not willing to change and meet you halfway, they're not going to actually start making a move toward that change. What are you actually asking for?
Well,
Help,
again, I
that's a
don't,
good question.
I don't think they can. But what I'm saying is, I think you brought up the point of in two things that the environment will change them, and then on the other side, you're saying that they can't change, and so I'm trying to figure out.
The-
So get a little bit more detail in terms of
oh,
what you're changing.
number one, the environment will change them. Okay, into what? We don't even know what that is, right?
Okay.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, will it be fast enough for you? Okay, that's number two. Number three, do you want the environment to change that will actually change them? Can
The
you
third one,
accept it? Can you accept that?
I don't understand what you mean by
You know,
the
if
third point.
it's going to take a crash to change them the way you want them to change, right? Is that what you want?
Well, it would take a crash, and I don't even think it would change.
Or
I don't even think
collapse.
they would change them.
That's not the question. Is that what you want? A crash?
Of course, oh no, of course not. But I don't even think they would change in that
That
scenario.
has nothing to do with the question, right? Okay, there's separate things,
Yeah,
right? In the environment that would take to change them, you don't even want. Okay.
In the event of a crash, yeah, I mean for sure. I think we could if we're just making up scenarios. I can make up scenarios that aren't necessarily a crash. But to your
In
point, the most realistic
2024,
one would
that's
be
all you running on
You
is make up
you
scenarios.
you've been on the verge of a crash since 2007. Okay, wholesale. Okay, that's how close you are. Okay, and not including the so-called broken arrows that have been suggested in the military terms. Okay, that's how close you are. Obama averted that. Okay, that's why he was actually elected to avert that. Okay, that's how close you are. You're on the verge of another one in 5 years.
well, and I think the reason why they wouldn't be able to change in a crash, and I think Charles might understand this because he was in sports and he was in the military. In drastic scenarios, people fall to the level of their training, right? So I don't think in a drastic scenario, all of a sudden they're going to be cooperative in a way that's even helpful. They might be needy and they might come ask for help, but they're not going to. Their core programming and the core way that they do things is still going to be there because they don't know any other way.
You just defeated your own point by making a point. You
and
defeated your own point by what you just said. It's saying.
if a bitch is hungry, she'll get on cold real quick. Okay.
She'll say that, but then I mean, what does that look like past a day, right?
I mean,
Like,
if a bitch is hungry, she'll get on cold real quick.
I don't believe that. I think she'll say that. I think
Go
she'll say that to get inside.
go to the Ukraine and see if that's not the
But
case.
that's
Okay.
not. But you're talking about a completely different culture that they've had better training.
If a bitch would get on cold rather than starve to death, okay, I don't care who she is. She can be rich. If she got to starve to death, she'll get on cold. Okay, she will.
That makes the most logical sense. But when we're talking about this specific demographic, there is no logical sense. I mean, I was watching the other.
No. Oh, it's called logic goes out the window, baby. It's called survival. Okay,
I mean,
it
I was
trumps
just
everything.
watching just in LA the other day. I was watching a news thing about a pregnant black woman. She's homeless. Everyone's trying to get her help, and she's getting ready to have a kid, and she's refusing to help.
Guess where I'm
just
in?
To live outside.
Guess where I am, sir? I'm in Los Angeles. Do people starve in Los Angeles?
Yes.
No, they don't.
No.
There's plenty of people there's plenty of homeless people on the street that go to Hollywood.
Okay.
He lives in the
No, hold on a second.
Listen to him.
Hold on a second. What color crayon do you actually want, McDrama there?
I'd like a green one.
Green one is thin or wide?
Wide.
Wide. I won't be able to read.
He gonna be giving out a lot of green cards. I tell you right now, he gonna be giving out a lot of green cards.
Thin ones. Okay. I said, do people starve? I mean, go hungry in Los Angeles.
Homeless people, or just people in general?
Anybody. I don't care who they are. Anybody.
It's a sad fact that you made American homeless and immigrant homeless a different damn group.
LaShawn. Do people starve in Los Angeles?
Okay, I'll go with you.
Okay.
Great.
Where in America do people starve to death?
Okay, I mean you're talking
Appalachian Mountains. Appalachian Mountains. They starve to death.
LaShawn, can you please be quiet? They don't starve to death in Appalachia. Okay, they don't. Okay.
Might go look up the stats, BGS.
They don't. There's no person that starves to death in America. There's always food. Okay.
Yep. Either food not good for you. There's always somewhere you can eat for somewhere.
If people are starving any place in the world, they will fly in food. Okay. They might not have a house, but they will fly in food. Okay.
I feel you.
Why the government don't give out cheese no more, BGS?
LaShawn, please. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
One at a time, y'all. God damn. Okay.
Really,
I'm gonna shut up.
Really quick.
I'm gonna shut up because I remember history and y'all don't know about it yet.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. In America, we're known for throwing away food.
Yep.
That's serious.
It's impossible to starve in the United States. But go ahead.
We are getting so far off. I concede that point. That's not the point I was making. The point I was making. Your point is an extreme scenario crash that they will.
Yes.
They will get on code. I don't. You have to really get into details what that looks like.
Okay.
Because if we're all hold on. Because if we're all starving,
go ahead. Yeah.
Because if we're all starving, right, we're all in a dire scenario.
Okay. Okay. You know the threes, right? Okay. With 3 minutes without air. Okay. 3 days without water. 30 days without food. Right. Okay. And you probably will die. Right.
Yeah.
Put a bitch in a desert.
China.
Okay, go ahead, LaShawn. Go ahead and talk, man.
No, look at China. No, really. BTS, you making so many points. But look at China's economy. They had the lowest production rate.
Let him talk. Let him get it out.
Listen, our fishermen ship everything to China because it was cheaper for them to process and ship it back. We've been shipping everything off to everybody else, and you complaining about
Okay.
What? You can't
Okay.
even make your point about the point that BGS asked you your question. Could you answer
Okay.
BGS
All right. All
question?
right.
All
All
right.
right.
Because you're not making a sense,
Guys,
and it
guys,
sounds
we're
like you've
trying
been
to.
listening to women,
Let him
and you're
finish. Let him
not
finish. Let him
using your
finish.
own
Oh
talking
my
points.
Let
God.
him finish. Let him finish. Okay.
I'm
All right.
sorry. That's it. I
Jesus.
ain't got time for it. Look. I ain't as old as BGS, but you know what? I survived every damn time they try to put my ass in prison, jail, or whatever. Y'all ain't even get it. Y'all get to be sensitive. I couldn't be sensitive. BGS can't be sensitive. BGS,
Ice
you
House,
know how
bro.
many people BGS got to take care of on an everyday basis, and you complaining about the chick
You
you met
got
yesterday on a Snapchat?
you got
Bro,
30
you don't
seconds,
even know.
Sean. You got 30
Dude, you don't
seconds.
even
Go ahead
know
and finish.
me.
No, don't worry.
I
McDermott
got you.
Bear. Okay.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay. Now, okay. If people are in the desert actually thirsty, guess what? Will actually to actually survive the next day. Anything that you want, right? Okay. They'll get on code because they have to. If you're starving, there's no food. They'll get on code.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no, yes, to solve their immediate need for water. But I'm saying you extend that past the day, past a week, past a month, they're just going to fall back to their initial habits
Why would they fall back to the initial habits?
because they don't know anything better.
No. It's because the environment allows them to.
Exactly.
Exactly.
If you don't know where your next meal is coming from, okay, and the only way to do is to get on code with that guy. Guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna follow him all over the world if you have to.
Or you starve or you die.
The reason that woman can be homeless because she's not out in the elements. She's homeless in a shelter. She's got a
No,
tent.
she was in a tent. She was in a tent.
She's got that's a tent is shelter. Last time I heard, right?
I mean, I get you. This scenario is going all over the place because now
No,
I
no,
have to
no, no.
know
It's
the
not. No, it's
points.
not. They're going all over the place, right? I'm trying. The thing is, though, under extreme conditions, they will get on code. They'll get on code to the point where the environment will actually let them get on code. Okay, they're already starting to change, but it's not fast enough for people. It's
Okay,
because the environment allows them not to. Okay.
Mm-hmm. They'll be rebellious to the day.
Why do you think they changed in 1960? What happened? Why do you think they changed in 1960?
Title.
No
I mean,
BGS. You
I
gotta
don't know
stop.
any. I don't know.
Title.
In other words, they allow black women the same kind of rights and welfare and privileges that white women had. That's what happened, all
There
right?
you
And guess
go.
what they did with them? Well, then what happened, sir?
Galvanized them.
No, I'm asking him. What happened after that?
The community broke apart.
In other words, they decided they want to make a different choice. They didn't need you no more, right? Okay. Now, prior to 1950, 1960, guess what? Why did they get on code?
Prior to 1960, because there was no other choice. The
In other
code
words,
was
I would starve to death, me and my children, if I don't have a man. Okay? That's why they don't go. Same thing is going on right now in Kenya, right? Why are they changing the way they think about shit? It's because I don't need a man to actually survive, okay? It's all.
Yep.
It's not just here, okay?
Let's simplify BGS.
I got a quick question
How
after.
many people in the Carolinas a week or two ago? How many independent chicks did you find?
Not one.
I don't see when there's a disaster, God forbid a terrorist attack. I don't know any feminists then.
I
Just
feel
like
you.
we used to say in the army, there are no atheists in a foxhole.
Now,
I,
why did Kevin Samuels blow up under COVID? Why do you think that is?
Everybody was at home watching
Nope.
internet.
No.
Nope.
No.
Try again.
He watched.
Try again. Why do you think it is?
I don't know. I
In
mean,
other words, you got COVID. The environment's breaking up. It's uncertain. Okay. What do women need in those circumstances? A man, right? A man. Okay. And what man will they pick if they have a choice?
so many questions. I don't know. You could just tell me the truth. I don't know.
It's called a high value man, a man with more resources, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's logical, right? Hold on, Chaos. It's logical, right? Is
Yeah.
that logical?
Yeah, for sure.
That's why he blew up. That's why I told him he was going to blow up because of uncertainty. Okay, and when everything went back to normal, guess what happened to the women? They went back to normal, right? For the most part, even though they
Yeah.
still have
But
changed, they still have changed. Okay, they
okay,
haven't
but
completely go back.
I think we're going all the way. That's the point I'm
Well,
trying to make.
I
I'm
have a
saying
question.
I'm saying living in a perpetual apocalypse, and if we're living in a perpetual state of crash of dire situation, then yes, humans are going to do anything to get to the next day, right? But like the hurricane, that situation isn't going to be forever, and as soon as the situation reaches any state of normality, they're gonna go back to the way they were before.
It's what do human beings do not like as a group? It's called
Uncertainty.
uncertainty. Faced with uncertainty, women will actually find a man and get with him. Okay, as a insurance policy against not surviving.
Yep. So
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
If you don't believe that they're gonna change, then why even ask the question, or why even bring them up? I don't understand that. Like it's just a waste of time.
I'm trying to tease apart, because 2 points were brought up. That at first he was saying that they've been this way for so many generations, they're not going to change, so dudes need to accept them as they are or shut up about it, because I'm sick of hearing about it. That's the first point brought up, and then we jump to they're changing with the environment. And so I'm trying to figure out I'm just trying to get a little bit more information in terms of this point of view.
Can they change fast enough for you?
It's a question.
I asked you 3 questions. Well, what were they? Okay.
It's so many questions. I mean, just
No.
The core
that was only
questions.
3. Can they change fast enough
You've been
for
hitting me
you?
with a lot of questions. No, I get.
No, I
going
didn't. They can't, right? Fast enough, right? For you, right? For most guys, right? Okay. Secondly, are they willing to change fast enough for you? That's the third thing. And if the environment changes, we actually accept the environment that's actually coming to actually change them. Okay? Do
Well,
you want that?
I'll add a fourth question. Even if they are changing, are they even changing in a desirable direction?
We don't know. We said that, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the question
We can't predict that. Okay.
So you look for outcome.
That's why I asked you. What do you want out of these women? That's what I asked. What do you want?
I've already answered that. What did
No,
I?
you didn't.
Okay, what did I say?
I don't remember. You said so many things that didn't make sense. But
That's
go
what
ahead.
I'm saying.
Repeat
We're
it.
going,
No, repeat. No, you didn't. Okay.
What I said is, what I would want is for them to value. I want
What does that
to
mean?
value.
What does that mean?
Valuable things, because the things that they're valuing right now is ultimately
What
leading to.
what are those things?
I mean, shit, man. I mean,
What are your standards?
that would take a larger
No.
discussion. But obviously,
Give me the top 5. Okay.
Prudence.
What does that mean? Prudence. What does that mean?
That means being able to understanding the consequences of your actions and then moving accordingly.
Okay.
Loyalty, fidelity, right?
Loyalty and fidelity. Okay.
I mean, how many more do you want?
Loyalty and fidelity doesn't exist
pretty good one.
even in ancient societies where they are starving. Okay, they just go behind your back. Okay.
Exactly.
Correct.
But that's 3, so you got 2 more. 2 more.
I have to give 5. Okay.
You don't even know what they are, but go ahead. You should be able to get 5 off the top of your head. There's so many. No. Chaos. Stop for a second, okay?
Being thrifty, so being good with money, being better with money.
Okay.
That'll be challenging. Okay.
Courage, bravery.
Okay. Under the Depression, it took less than 5 years, right? It took less than 5 years under the Depression.
Less than 5 years. I'm confused what you're talking about.
In other words, people were going hungry. They didn't know where the next meal was coming from. It took less than 5 years. Okay.
Okay.
for that kind of stuff to actually come about. And the effects actually extended way beyond that until the 60s, okay? It's called a shock, cultural shock, okay?
Yeah.
We haven't had that because they prevented the cultural shock under with Obama. It would have happened, the things it was actually prevented.
Yep. Going through it again. Well, partially as we speak.
I mean, it's
Partially.
so slow that it's not a
Yeah.
shock, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, even COVID was actually a cultural shock, okay?
Yeah.
It changed the men way more than it changed the women.
Yep.
Come on.
That's why you have all these guys lying flat and not participating, and the great resignation, all that kind of shit. It's still happening because of the cultural shock. It took less than a year.
Yep.
Okay.
Down
Yeah. So that was just my main question. It isn't so much that you're saying you're going with the change. It's just a slow change. That's where you're
on the trajectory that we have right now, so all we can actually go by, right? Okay, it's going to be a slow change unless something drastic happens. Okay.
Exactly.
Do you anticipate something drastic happening in the United States?
No, and again, my point is I don't think there is going to be any change or any change that's even worth tracking.
Huh?
So, in other words, which is what I said, right?
And that's what I've been saying. That's what I prefaced it with saying that I don't think that they can change.
It's not that they can't change. Are they willing to change? How do you get people willing to change?
Okay. I mean, I think that's just the trick of the language.
No, it's not.
No,
It's not. What do you do for a living, man? What's your what's your background? What's your background? Okay, as far as education in your field, what's your background?
Linguistics.
Really?
What?
Yeah.
You gotta be shitting me.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, you gotta be shitting me. Okay. I mean, really? For real.
Because there's two levels to the language. There's the colloquial way of saying things. So when you say a word, it can have multiple meanings, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
can be interpreted in multiple ways. It could be not willing to, or physically unable to, or psychologically unable to. Right?
We're in the real world,
We're
man.
not-
We're
we're
not in
not-
the classroom right now.
That's how language is used in the real world. It's not used in see what you hold on. Pause.
Okay.
I understand because I'm around a lot of people that are very like, if you don't say the specific combinations of words in the exact way they want to hear it, then they're not gonna give you the benefit of the doubt of what you're saying, and they're gonna just go off with the specific.
So what?
These are autistic people.
So what do you? So basically, linguists don't deal
That's called
in this
being
way.
very semantic, right? You're being like, so can't and won't, they definitely have different meanings, but colloquially, when you say I can't, it could be I won't.
No. Is there a difference between can't and won't?
There is, but when I'm saying okay.
No. What's the difference between can and won't? No. What's the difference between can and won't?
Semantically, can't
No.
means there's some way that you can't do it. Like
And you
something
cannot.
that's
There's
preventing
something.
you.
There's a barrier between that, right? You can't, right? Okay.
But that barrier could be psychological.
It doesn't matter. Okay. There's a barrier, right? Now, hold on.
The barrier is psychological. Go ahead.
What does won't mean?
That there is no barrier. You're just not. You're unwilling.
You're unwilling. What did I say?
Okay. My point is okay.
No. What did I say? No. Don't go past that. Go past that. What is willing and can't are two different things. Unwilling and can't are two different things, right? Correct? Correct? Okay.
Correct.
So what's semantic about that? It's very clear, right?
I think in this scenario, whether they won't or they can't is irrelevant because
no, it's not. If you're starving to death, you can't change no matter what, right? No matter what happens. Right? No. If you cannot change, okay, I can't go to space and breathe space dust, right, and survive, right? I can't do that, right? Okay, can I? That's a can't, right? I can't survive in Alaska without shelter or covering. I can't do that, can I? It's impossible for me, right? As a human being, right? That's can't, right? Okay. But I can be unwilling to put a coat on, okay, and freeze to death, or hold my breath, or put my head underwater, okay. I'm unwilling to live. I'm willing to breathe, okay. But the thing, I can breathe. I can cover up, okay. But the thing is, it's not the same as can't, is it?
Okay, give me a second here.
Hmm.
If someone has a psychological barrier, then that could just as easily be a can't, because psychologically there's something holding them back from making the change. And so on the outside, you might be
Hold on.
saying, why won't you do it? Just do it. But in the inside, there's a huge barrier that's making them unable to make that change. And I'm saying that's where we're at.
Does biology trump psychology?
Does biology? Well, it depends on the scenario.
No, no,
Yes,
no, 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 no. It doesn't trump psychology. Okay.
we're talking about nature nurture, and nurture can account for a lot of things.
It
Doesn't
can't.
account for everything.
Does it trump biology? That's what I'm talking about.
In what context?
Any context. Does it trump biology?
Not in any context. Not in any context. Because when you're, for instance,
said
when you're
any.
dealing, it isn't any context. You have to be specific about what context the
You can only
biology
do what your biology will allow. You can't go past that. Okay. Those are your choices. Okay.
But if we're talking about, okay,
Can
we're going all over the place.
can a man have a baby? Even if he wants one.
In that context, no, we're not.
Why? You be nurtured to have a baby, right? You can be trained to have a baby. Can you do it?
You're using outside things.
No. They're not outside. These are very specific. Okay.
Again, we're being semantic. My point.
No. I'm not. It's very direct. I'm a scientist. I'm very direct. I'm not being semantic. Okay.
You're being very.
No, I'm not. How am I? No. I asked you a very use case. Okay.
Man doesn't have a uterus.
They're trying to teach men to be women. Can they really be women?
No, that's not the point I'm making.
Yeah, no, that's the point I'm making. Okay, biology, you cannot trump biology. I don't care what you try to do. Okay, can't do that. As you change your biology to give a man a womb to where he can have a baby. Okay, or he can't. Either he can or he can't. Okay.
If we're talking about making a cultural change, we're not talking about having a baby. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about whether a man can have a baby or not. I'm talking about a specific group, a specific cultural group making a change. In a
certain environment, right? In a certain environment, right? Okay. Culture doesn't exist. It's actually made up. In a certain environment, there's only two things: environment and people. That's it. Everything else is arbitrary. If I take a woman that doesn't like to wear clothes from Hawaii or from the tropics and put her in Alaska, okay, she's gonna wear clothes.
You're basically saying in order for this cultural change to happen, you'd have to just steal the children away from their.
No.
Because that's the environment we're talking about.
Okay. What are you trying to get to, man? The thing we have proven this, man, all over the fucking world. The environment and biology trump everything. Okay, the feminists are actually bumping up against this. The thing is, the black women were actually allowed to change according to the environment. Okay, they didn't do that before. Why are they changing within 5 years of the change in the financial environment? Why did they do that?
You're talking about the Great Depression?
No, I'm talking about from 1961 when they're allowed to have welfare and all the other kind of crap that white women get.
Yes.
Okay.
But you've also talked about how they've already been bred to be the head of the household.
Head of household. Okay.
To be a certain way, right? And so what the environment did was it's like epigenetics, right? When the environment changes, it turns on and off certain genes, right? And so what it did was that they had a certain propensity anyways. The environment did not allow this what they
Then,
were
then,
already
then,
naturally going to
then,
be.
okay, I'll give you another example real quick, right? A Nigerian woman goes from Nigeria to UK. All of a sudden, she's calling cops on her husband. Okay, what happened? The environment changed. She could. There's things that she could do that she couldn't do before. Okay, and in Nigeria, she can't. In
Yep.
UK, she can.
I would argue that that was she would be willing to do it in Nigeria if the environment.
If the environment
But
allowed
I'm
her to
saying
do it,
if you
right?
take, but I'm saying that there's a cultural thing where she was more than willing to do that. If you take other people from other environments, from other cultures, they won't call the cops even in a
What's the
changed
question?
environment.
What's the
What
question?
is?
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
Oh,
on.
I can't do this.
What's
No.
the question? What's the question? Because here's the part, right? They had to go to England, right? Because of all the African women calling the police. They had to have somebody from their culture who spoke their language. Forget which culture it was, and tell them stop calling the police for all your minuscule
And
problems.
the UK police had to tell them that. Basically, they're not
Yeah,
that big a problem. But
it's,
what I'm trying to say is, uh, when the environment shifts, okay, what I'm saying is they will not be able to change fast enough for you in the way that you want. Okay.
yeah, no, nothing does. In
Okay.
other words, you got to remember how many people were ready for gay marriage in the '60s.
Hmm.
How long have gay people been around?
About 5,000 years, but give or take. Yeah.
Centuries, man.
So how long have gay marriage been openly accepted?
In America, yeah.
For almost next year, be a decade.
So the country's been. I'll put it to you this way: in 2000 and 2111, that'll be the first year we had more years of freedom than slavery. I want you to think about that. You've been enslaved longer than you had freedom. And how long did that take?
Yeah. But I'm trying to say is, given the current environment, the way it's going, right? Okay, the way that it's going, as we see it, it's not going to change fast enough, will it?
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, and the thing that will change them fast enough, you don't want to see, because you can make them change faster, but you don't want to see that shit. Okay, you don't want the Great Depression to actually happen in 2024 or 2025, do you? Where people are starving to death and going, like a quarter of your people actually starved to death during the Great Depression. People don't actually realize that. Okay, a caloric intake actually got cut in half. Okay, people were actually starving to death for real. That's why it changed them. That's called a cultural shock. Is that what you want?
No, I don't want that. And I think that there's been too much cultural trauma in our genes to even for that shock to even be strong enough. Of course, short term people are going to try to survive, but long term, I don't think that survival method's going to change the culture. It would take several generations.
No, it won't. It won't take that long. Cultural shocks change people for generations after that, like the Depression did. Okay, it changed. It took until 1970 for people to actually change. Okay, so that took 2 generations or 3.
Okay, but we made the point that since slavery, that they were acting a certain way, being head of the house, being considered head of the household, being more independent, right?
Okay.
So we've gone through the Civil War,
Mm-hmm.
several world wars, the
Mm-hmm.
Great Depression,
Mm-hmm.
Vietnam, right? And
Mm-hmm.
those cultural values remain the same, didn't they?
My thing is, what do you want out of your women? I mean, really, you want to act like white women, Asian women? What do you want to act like?
I mean, again, I'm not gonna be the one to list all of the values.
No, no.
I gave
Give me an
examples
example
of
of a type of woman that you actually want them to act like. What would she be?
I mean, I would pick. It'd be like a smorgasbord, pick and choose from all the
No, no, no,
cultures,
no, no,
right?
no, no. Give me one crystalline example, okay, of your ideal woman or woman type, okay?
I mean, it's the things that we talk about all the time. So actually giving a damn about your children's future,
Which is
right?
Asian, right? It's Asian, right? Okay,
Okay, we'll go
or
with that.
Jewish, right? Okay,
Yeah, I mean, it's a
okay,
lot of different cultures, but yeah, for sure,
okay.
those ones.
So, which took a long time, right? And actually was consistent through 1,500 years of survival, right? Okay, that actually work for them, that they keep, right? Why do they keep it that way? To Asian and Europe in Jewish culture, why do they keep it?
Well, because they understand in the long term that it's going to be better for the children and for the family.
Is because it works. Why do you change shit that works?
You don't change stuff that works.
And that's why they keep it, right? The black community's stuff does not work, right? At least not for black men. Okay, who does it work for?
In the short term, it works for them, for women, but if you look at health outcomes, if you look at, you know, wealth comparative to every other demographic, you look at a lot of different things. They aren't really, it's not really working. So in the short term, they might think it's working, right? And I think that's the point. I
I
think
mean, are they happy with it?
apparently I mean, they can be happy with it, but again, my point isn't whether or not they're happy or that I want them to change, because I don't think they can change or change fast enough or in a way that's even going to matter.
They don't want to change because they're happy with the status quo the way it is. That's why. That's
All right.
why they're telling you to vote for Kamala Harris. Okay, is because they're happy with the status quo that they have over you. That's why they keep blocking shit to actually make you better.
Well, it keeps going back to my point. I think that's a deeper rooted thing that even in a crash won't just go away without significant.
And what happens during a crash? They will not be happy with the way things are. Right? Okay. Guess what? They will be willing to make adjustments. Right? Right?
I,
That's
I think
logical, right? That's logical,
you
right?
they will make adjustments, but I think there's still going to be some psychological things
It,
where they won't want
it doesn't
you to be
matter.
ahead of them.
You want perform. You actually want behavior, or you actually want love. What do you want?
Hold on, what was the question you're
They
asking me?
love
What
you
I want?
already. You want the changing behavior, right? Okay.
You say they love us already?
They love you already. Okay. They love you in your place. They want you in the place where you are. They love you, but
I
they
mean,
like you to be under them.
I think we have to be specific about what love means. They love a specific scenario, but I don't think that's
They just like you love your children, but they have a specific place. Okay, don't they?
for sure. And like there's a lot of people in the chat. I mean, I'm just having a conversation. Why don't
Don't
you?
don't don't read the fucking chat, man. You're talking to me, okay?
Gotcha. I'm gonna click off the chat because I mean, y'all can come up. I mean, I don't.
Why are you arguing with the chat? You're talking to me.
I got you. I got you. Um,
I'm
yeah, they
enough.
like
I'm enough by myself without the chat. Okay.
no, that's very true. Yeah, they like things currently the way they are, right? But even most of them who are educated, they should know. Like again, this ties into the reparations argument
Mm-hmm.
because I think Tone and Yvette have already laid out all of the ways that we aren't winning, right?
Okay.
And so to be happy with the status quo is a kind of form of insanity because
Why?
we're not winning.
Why?
I mean, it's like being the king of the pig pen. It's like, okay, things could be a lot better than the pig pen, but if you like being in the
Mm.
pig pen, there's something the matter with you.
Let's see if I can find this picture. Okay. See if I can find this picture again. Okay, because I showed it, uh, and people were laughed at it. But the thing is, it's actually true. Okay. So I can find it again. Okay.
You gonna
This,
let me out of StreamYard jail, BTS? Oh man.
huh? I said what?
I said, you gonna let me out of StreamYard jail, man? Oh man, I've been in the back for like
Uh, uh,
10 years.
what? I didn't kick you off, did I?
I thought you did.
If I kicked you off, you would know it, man. Why would I kick you off?
I don't know, man. We both was talking about
I
Snickers earlier, man, and maybe you got mad at me. You was like, man, I ain't had
I
no
I,
Snickers today.
I would have told you if I was mad at you, sir. You've been around me long enough to know that, right?
Oh man, I'm messing with you, bro. Go on
The-
ahead, I got you. I'm listening.
these are your women, boss. Okay, see that? Okay, see that? That's black women. What do you see?
A
Does she?
psychological disease.
Now, what do you see? She's happy, right? Was it psychological disease or what? Doesn't matter, does it?
It does because I think it
Why?
can't be
Why?
changed.
Why?
It
If
Because
you're
shouldn't
happy,
matter to
severe mental.
you.
if you're
Yeah,
happy, if you're happy in your place, does it matter?
The answer is no.
You're trying to make black women into something that they're not, okay? Or any woman, okay?
see, and that's what you keep. Okay, I mean, I feel you. I mean, I'm not going to keep arguing, but you keep like there's something that they're not. That's the point I'm making. That's what I. That's what I'm. That's the whole point that I'm making is that they are not going like something that they're not. Exactly. That's what I'm. That's what.
But thing is, uh, 70 years ago there was something different, weren't they?
What? How were they? They were significantly different 7 years ago.
Their behavior wasn't it different?
What was significantly different 7 years ago?
And they valued their men number one because they had to have him. They catered to their men because they had to have him. Okay, they were faithful because they had to have him. Okay,
You're talking about black women.
black women, yes. My grandmother, my mother. Okay, they
You
valued
said
marriage. Yeah,
70. I
70.
thought you said
Yeah.
seven. I thought you said seven.
Why would I say
70.
7? 70. Okay,
That's why. That's why I was confused.
70. You're not listening to me. That's why. But 70. Okay.
Yes,
I
they
will
were.
slow
Yes.
down and get out the crayons again. Okay.
Yeah, I knew it.
70. Okay. I mean, man, I've been doing this shit, man, for 20 years, man. It keeps coming back to the same thing. Okay. What do you want? Okay.
I think there's a fundamental disconnect in between a whole host of black men who either A fundamentally believe that women are not either A subject to their biology or B subject to the environment and that they can somehow skirt the issue and
Yeah.
place it only on some sort of social construct, and that isn't the case. Women operate the way that women do in all environments given the opportunity. However, only if the environment allows for certain behaviors to take place.
And it will culturally change depending on the environment. The faster it changes, they will change. Okay. Just like men, same thing. So we're having problems in China right now. Talk about you got to have $30,000 to marry me with a house and a pension, all that kind of crap, right? And Chinese men says, fuck all that, okay? And that's when the space is like 15 years. The thing is, I ask black men, are you willing to wait on these chicks without hope of them changing? Because they don't want to change right now, okay? Are you willing to wait? And bank on the environment to change enough to where actually will actually change them into what you want. Is that what you want to do?
No, I don't think that's a wise choice. I mean, that's my point. That would be my.
I've been consistent when saying that. Okay, what do
Mhm.
you want? Okay, because the United States is not going to change that drastically. At least not that I can see. Have they changed? They've adjusted over the period of time. Small, but they have adjusted. They have started to change.
So
Small.
so you're saying that crash isn't is like you're not seeing that crash happening, that change, that drastic change happening.
It can happen. Do you want to see it?
No,
Because
that no, that's
you can get a 60% die off if it does happen.
yeah. No,
Is that
I
what
don't.
you
I don't.
want?
No, we're in agreement. That's not what we want.
So in other words,
I don't want that.
so we're going by the current trend, right? right?
Mm-hmm.
They will change incrementally. Is that fast enough for you?
No, it's not fast enough anyway. I think it would take
So,
generations.
so, so you have to take them as they are, okay, and make different choices.
Okay.
It's going to take about a generation and a half, or a generation or two, for them to actually make the complete change that you want. Are you willing to wait?
That's sort of So okay, I've teased it apart. So I just that was really the things I wanted to get to, because I was hearing two different things, that
I,
they are
I,
changing and that they're not going to change, but really it's coming down to the rate of
okay.
change might as well be they aren't changing.
And change is unpredictable, just like the iPhone and dating, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
iPhone changed dating within 10 years. Okay, is that what you wanted?
Nope.
Okay, you didn't get the women but they did change, didn't they? Women actually changed, didn't they?
Yep.
Was it the way that you wanted them to change?
No.
So you can't predict change, can you?
Yeah, nobody can.
Or the results of change, can you?
Yeah, no, that's definitely, anyone who says they can predict anything, you should definitely give them a
Can you
side eye.
so you only go by what's happened in the past or the rate of change that's happening right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you want? If that's not what you want, you have to make different choices to the people that are already like that, instead of actually wanting them to actually be that. Get the woman that's already like that. It makes more sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that I'm in agreement.
But the thing is, you've been culturally trained not to go out and go outside your group, right?
Yeah, that's the rule for the community, basically,
That's
the
room
quote
for the
unquote community.
community, right? Okay. So in other words, you've not been trained not to go outside your group. Okay. You have to change what? It's not that you can't. You're what? Unwilling, right?
No, 100%,
Because
100%.
if all black men were willing to change and pick different women, it would happen just like that, wouldn't it?
I mean, that's a larger discussion, but yeah, I
No,
do
no, no, no,
think.
no. If black women said, I'm willing to actually get the women that I want, okay, that will actually rock with me, it will change within what? Less than 5 years.
Yeah, in the fact that they don't do that, again, these are strong
No, no,
psychological
we know
things,
what
right?
they are. We know what they are. It's called cultural brainwashing and training. You have to do that to actually have a culture, right? You got to brainwash the kids, right? How do you break that cultural training?
I mean, yeah, it's environmental, but what I'm saying is
No, no.
after the age of
How do you break the cultural training of men? I'm not even talking about women right now. Of men. Yeah.
you have to get them in. You'd have to create an environment or a certain type of training environment
Oh,
to
an environment. You got him outside the environment, right?
yeah.
Ah, really? We're back to the environment. Do tell. And with women raising the kids, it's almost impossible. And training the kids, is almost impossible, right? On a wholesale basis.
100%. And when I say environment too, I mean abstractly, it could be getting them into the right classroom with the right people, telling them the right things, and at a steady enough rate, right? Even
You
if
you
they're in
you
the quote
you
unquote
could
the hood
you
still.
you could do that, but who's blocking that? Hmm?
Understood. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we're
The
we're talking about.
the environment that you're in is blocked by black women and allowed by who?
The greater society.
Greater society. How are you gonna get past that?
Okay. Well, you can't. Now, hear me out. Once someone's above the age of 18, are they not
Tara,
responsible?
I'm gonna put you in timeout, Tara, because you keep running your mouth. Okay, about nonsense. Okay, go ahead.
So when someone's an adult, right, 18 or above, right,
Mm?
it doesn't there reach a certain point where you are now responsible for your own self brainwashing?
Okay. What did What did Fichte say about the Prussian school system?
Oh, you give them to me to the age of 7 or
Now,
something like that.
give me the boy at 7. I give you the man. Right? Okay. Is that for the majority of people true?
That's 100% true. But I'm asking the question of semantic clip.
Semantics? No, we're just going by facts. Okay. Is that true? Is that true or untrue?
Sorry, I'm being changed. It's true.
Stop reading the chat. Okay.
Okay.
So in other words, can you change your worldview at 18? You can, but how hard is it?
Yeah, the whether it's easy or hard, that wasn't this. Of course, that's going to be very hard.
So for
But
the majority of people cannot change their worldview at 18, can they?
even if they change their environment,
Even if they change, that's very difficult. Even look at immigrants coming in. Can they change their worldview after 18 years old?
I could change her BGS.
You see them coming in all the time. I don't know where you live, or the immigrants around you.
I could change her.
I know.
I could turn a hoe into a housewife.
I'm asking you, McDrama Bear,
are there immigrants
around you in your
Yeah,
area.
I'm in Los Angeles area. Yeah,
Well,
it's the
then you,
most immigrants in the world, right?
I know. When they come across the border, how long do they actually really change that much?
They don't.
Okay.
That's yeah.
But
That's
who does change? Their children,
I don't
right?
know.
Their children.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Sometimes it's like a generation and a half, right? For a change, cultural change, right?
Hmm.
Right?
Yes, and I think that ultimately that's the heart of the point that I'm making. I think that yes, drastic things can make people shift a little bit to get their specific needs met, but ultimately, once you reach a certain age, without a significant amount of work, you're not going to be able to change, and that work's got to be constant over a long period of time.
Yeah.
Unless it's a cultural shock. Somebody send you into combat, your buddy get blown the shit out of. It's gonna change you immediately. Okay, it's called a cultural shock.
It's called
No.
PTSD.
What is PTSD? Okay,
It's a psychological issue.
what causes PTSD?
What's the acronym?
Because shocks, as you said.
It's a shock, right? It's used to call it shell shock, right? Okay.
Post traumatic syndrome.
It's called cultural trauma that causes you to change your worldview on things, right?
But I mean, and even Charles might even speak to this. A lot of times, the changes that result from the PTSD are maladaptive behaviors. So it's not like
I'm not.
you get PTSD and then you
I
develop
didn't
better
say you're gonna
behavior.
change positively. I said you're gonna change, right?
It's gonna be a change because I've been diagnosed with PTSD. Is it normal for American people to see someone shot and blown
In
up?
in the black community, actually, it kind of is, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Not even,
It's
not
not.
even
Not
in the
even.
black community.
He's in Baltimore, one of the most violent cities in America. Okay.
We're number one. Ain't nothing fun, but we're number
How
one.
many people actually see in combat people actually their head blown off?
Even in
Well,
Baltimore,
no, they don't. Not that.
people are shocked when they see somebody
I mean,
shot.
you got to stop making up shit, man. We actually talking facts.
Nobody in Baltimore will walk over a person after seeing them get shot.
No.
No. Now, if you go to Afghanistan, up, dead body, up, walk over.
Yeah.
It's common for them.
I mean,
So
the Israelis had to train their people over the generations to accept that shit. Okay.
you gotta think about it. The Israelis that came over in 48? Oh, they were gritty.
Yeah.
They were gritty. I mean, most of them were Holocaust survivors, so they didn't give a fuck. I mean, you got to think about it. They had the Mossad over there for a reason to eliminate their enemies. So when you're looking at Americans, we hide a lot of shit from Americans. Yeah, we got violent crime, but you got to think about it.
Yeah. I'm still
Compared
trying
to
to
the,
I'm still trying to figure out what triggered him to come on and have this discussion. It does, you know.
to compare to compare us to Venezuela, Mexico, that's
Oh
that's
yeah. Oh yeah.
that's
Yeah. The most violent place in the world is actually Mexico, in the
so
cartel cities.
So when you go over there, that's business as usual. Like, why do you think violence is a little different for us compared to others?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in the Ukraine, right during the war, right, a guy walks out of the bunker and sees his buddy get blown up by a tank shell, and walks back in and starts smoking a cigarette, right? That's shock. He's in shock. Okay, it changes his worldview about himself and other people. It happens. Okay, so is that what you want? People can change. Pavlov proved that, right? With Pavlov's dog. Okay, the shock changed the dogs permanently. It changed the dogs. Okay, but it took a big cultural shock to actually do that. I mean,
Yeah,
go ahead. It's called,
yeah,
what did they call that? They call it, what kind of therapy? They call cognitive therapy. Okay, that's where it comes
CBT.
from. Yeah, CBT, right? That's where it comes from Pavlov.
Yeah, they're behaviorists.
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of different fields of psychology, and then they talk about it. I mean, go ahead.
No, but CBT is based on Pavlov, right?
Mhm.
Cognitive behavior, how do you change people's behavior, not the inner core of how they feel about them, but their behavior.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, but if you look at Adlerian or Freudian or especially Jungian
Mm-hmm.
psychology,
Mm-hmm.
the behavior is simply a manifestation of the greater inside, particularly like Freud, the id, or really the it,
Mm-hmm.
the insatiable desire, your inner critic,
Mm-hmm.
the things that sort of those sort of things take a lot of work
Yeah,
to
they do.
change,
They change.
and it wouldn't just be a shock. It would have to be very deliberate work over a long period of time
Yeah, you can
to
do a
change
shock.
that.
You can do a shock, but thing a shock is you can't predict the outcome, can you?
You're not going to be able to predict the outcome, and no shock therapy has been able to like
What,
solve people's id
what,
problems.
well, the shock therapy they give you is damaging the brain. It's not shock. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, in fact, that there's a guy that does that to people that are afraid of snakes and shit like that, right? Okay. And what he does is throw snakes at them, put them in a bathtub of snakes. Okay, to get them
What's
unafraid of snakes. Okay.
what's the traditional shock therapy for people to get ready for war? What do we usually put them in traditionally? What is it called?
War games, combat training.
Ba- Basic what?
Yeah. Oh,
So
basic training. Yeah.
so when you have basic training, what is it emulating? Like the people who go through basic training now are going through shit that I went through live in a living color
Yeah.
in Iraq 20, goddamn, how many?
Yeah.
03, 21 years ago.
Even though you're actually acculturated for basic training well before you actually get to it,
Yeah.
through
All you
school.
gotta do all you gotta do is fill in the combat part.
Yeah.
That's all. I mean, you
I mean,
gotta think, most Americans now, there's a reason why they said this is the shittiest generation to even draft.
yeah, because the way they actually train the children is far away from the person's school model.
Yeah. And now you wonder why they have all these. I can't find a man on my level because you were too busy telling them that they could be a girl.
Yeah. The thing is, they're training you to actually be a man in a man's place. They won't accept it. Okay.
And women's biology will never accept that.
That's the problem they're having with feminism. The biology
And
will not accept it. Yeah.
women, and here's the reason why biology is the greatest lie told to women.
Mm.
You wanna be in a man's place. What did the Superman tell the parasite when he stole his powers?
What'd he say?
You got all my strengths, but you forgot. You also carry all my weaknesses now.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? He gave a big rock of kryptonite.
Yeah,
You got
that's
to
true.
do what did that great philosopher who passed away last month say? Joy
And pain.
and pain.
Yeah.
Think it. It's like sunshine and rain. You got to say the one thing about masculinity is that The reason why men have certain privileges is because they know they're going to go through majority of hell.
Yeah, yeah. The
And,
thing is, unless you recreate the condition where women actually want to submit to their men, it's not going to happen. Okay.
and even now,
Or
guess what happened?
would not even want to have to submit to their men. Okay.
Even now, women would rather die than listen to you because this is what they're taught. They taught their freedom above everything else.
Yeah, and they don't have to. Okay.
And guess what? No matter how bad the situation is, and it's probably going to get a little bit rougher.
How you keep getting kicked out, PK?
Because it's PK. Even
Okay.
StreamYards don't like him sometimes. I'm just
I
fucking
guess
with you,
not. I
PK.
guess
He
not.
might be on.
I'm
He might
fucking
be on
with
the
you,
road. I'm not
PK.
sure.
No, I don't even understand what the discussion is. Really, it's pretty obvious. Okay, we've been talking about this for like
Yeah, we were
15
talking about it
years.
for a while. Yeah, yeah. No,
About
I'm
15
done.
years.
I'm
Yeah.
done. I'm done with it.
I
I really
understand
just
what
had.
the argument was.
I had a really simple question. You already answered it a long time. It's just the rate of change is very slow.
It's
And
not
I,
even
and
just it's not even just slow. It's like why do you basically the question is why do overweight 350-pound chicks think they're dimes?
Oh, social media. Yeah.
What allows them to think that way?
So they're getting fed by social media.
And
So
what
it
happened?
reinforces.
What and social media is one of the new people think fentanyl is a drug habit. No, social media is even worse. Why? Because it allows people to live in delusion.
Yeah. Yeah.
And unfortunately, if you don't look like something that can attract men, guess what you're not going to get?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The thing is, I've done this in videos and shown you charts. I've shown you all this shit. Y'all don't even look at that shit. I'm actually tired. Okay, okay. Do what you want. I don't really care anymore. Okay. This is what it is. This is why it is. This is what's been going on. Accept it or reject it. I don't really care. Okay. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Okay. Will
well,
they
no,
change? Will they change? Yes. Is it fast enough for you? I've always said that. Okay.
that's fair enough. And I think ultimately that the heart of my agreement, the heart of my argument is it overlaps pretty much with that, which is it's not worth waiting for it because practically it's not going to happen.
And which is what I have repeatedly said. Okay.
I think there's a lot of dudes
And,
out
and
there.
and then why are you waiting on them in the first place? That's the
I
other
think a
thing.
lot of dudes have hope,
Yeah. I'm
and
asking.
and that's
Yeah. Go ahead. McDrummer, why are you waiting on them in the first place? Why are you waiting on them?
Well, me personally, I would never wait on them, but
Okay.
I'm saying as a group. Again, I don't know why so many black men do that. Again, I think
I
it's
do.
brainwashing.
It is
And
brainwashing.
but I think it's even deeper because I think many of the people that even come here and on this channel they talk a big game, but they're never going to be able to. That's why
Well,
SPM because they're never be able to make the money. And I guarantee you
the,
that the women that they mess with are
you
still
don't
within that
you
demographic
don't need the money. You have immigrants piss poor and penniless coming over the border all the time, right?
coming into
it's
America, right?
Come into
it's not
America. Or you don't even need the money, okay? Why don't they make a different choice?
Why
I
don't the
call
black men make a different
a
choice?
different choice. It's called the Winter Soldier chip, okay?
it's
Exactly, which makes them functionally retarded.
Yeah,
it's like this
it's all groups have to brainwash their people, okay?
to believe in the hope.
To believe for the system to actually work, they have to brainwash your people, okay?
I want you to think about it, right? What did Harriet Tubman say about slaves she rescued?
Yeah. If they
And I quote,
believed they could be free, I could have freed more.
and guess what?
If they knew they were slaves, okay,
They're going to free more.
I
But
freed
guess
more.
what? The trick is you got to want freedom first. And that's the one thing about black men. Black men have been convinced in our culture that fucking a bitch is liberating when you're
Or pimping them.
Now, the thing is, how do you if you've been Okay. I don't know what happened. If you believe you have been trained to believe in something over a long period of time, okay, and reinforced over generations, okay, it takes something to actually get you to actually go in a different direction, okay? It takes time, okay? Unless you have a cultural shock like Pavlov, okay? Where those dogs actually gave up. You couldn't change them after that. It's
Yeah,
called a
fair enough.
shock,
Yeah, fair
okay?
enough.
The thing is, do you want the shock to happen just to change these women?
No.
Okay? Then you have to make a different choice. The thing is, why do you still want them if you have to change them that much?
Yeah, I don't, and that I mean, I,
I'm
I
I'm trying to tell you why they still do, because I've been in that world a long time. Okay, they they are wedded to their worldview.
yep.
Because I
And
believe I'm a man enough to actually change this woman. Okay, it's on me. It's my fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. Where did we learn that?
from the mothers and family and.
And family and the teachers and all that kind of stuff, right? Okay, they reinforce that shit, right?
Hmm.
How do you change a person's worldview?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work. Change the environment, change the inputs, right?
Okay,
Monitor the outputs.
so changing the environment is a big task, is it not? It's probably one of the biggest tasks
Yeah,
you ever encounter, right?
hundred
Change it.
percent,
Okay,
100%,
100%.
100%.
Okay, and most time you don't have control over that.
No, I'm definitely in agreement.
So, and the wave that is working is actually working against you. So what do you do?
You change your own individual tactic if you're able to combat your own
If you change your
training.
worldview, if you change your training, you can save yourself, right?
Can you? I guess Charles wants the link. Can you?
And we're gonna wind this up in a minute because
Yeah, for
we're at
sure.
5 hours. Okay. The thing
I
is,
didn't really mean this to go this deep. I just wanted to. You gave the answer. I kind of just wanted to tease apart the two extreme things. I mean, we went all around, and I think it was a good discussion. And what I hope is more. What tends to happen on a lot of panels is like it's good that if we agree with different things, but it would be nice if people discussed had a little bit more discussion and it really teased apart things, right? Because I feel
I,
like
I have broken it down to the atoms. Okay.
hmm
I do mean the atoms. Okay. With books, with charts, with discussions, things. Do you actually want to accept it? I can't make you accept it.
oh I no I accept it. I accept it for sure.
Yeah. Most people don't. Most guys don't. I can still save her. So Sergeant Willie P. 15 years to actually change his mind. You know what actually changed him? Passport bros. Proof that what we were saying was true.
But
And
it's
once,
funny.
go ahead.
But it's strange that if even the sergeant wanted to save the whole, and I'm saying, well, if you're so eager to save her, then save her and die on that sword.
He thought that your money and your status will actually bent a woman's will towards you, okay, and could change her to being the woman that you want, right? He believed that,
Mm-hmm.
even though he's a doctor, okay. Fucking doctor probably makes $200,000 a year, okay.
So he is a doctor.
Yeah, he's a doctor, yeah.
And he's doing this. Imagine that.
And what took him to actually change his mind was passport bros, women that have no money and live in a tin shack are different than your women. Why is that? Socialization, okay, and environment.
Mm-hmm.
How can Colombia go from 5% out of wedlock rate to 85%? Right? What happened in 15 years? What happened?
Internet?
The
I don't know.
The infrastructure changed. They brought in Western jobs. They gave women
Westernization, technology.
Westernization. They gave them technology. They gave them more money to actually feed themselves. Guess what they did? They went left. Okay, because you change the marriage is this kind of shit, nothing but a contract, okay, for survival. That's all it is, okay. You change the parameters of the environment, it changes the contract, okay. The contract is not ordained from God. It's not. That's a belief that we have to actually keep our 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 constructs going, okay. But it's not. When that changes, when that gets severed, okay, then you realize it's just a construct, okay. The marriage is a construct. It's not real. Okay, we constructed that to actually raise children and actually breed more human beings. Okay, when that gets severed, to realize that it's not real. Men are going through this shit is really not real. It's probably not even necessary anymore. That's why guys are not getting married, are not even dating. Okay, I will not die if I don't have sex or chase women or date. Okay, I'm not gonna die.
Exactly.
So what do I get out of dating and chasing women with all their requirements? Guys are saying, I'm not getting anything. Guess what they're doing? They're not doing it anymore. Okay, it is a COVID was a cultural shock for men. Now, if you look at men before COVID and after COVID, two different groups of people. Okay, you can see it. Am I right, Miss Drama Bear?
You're 100% right, and I think it was a necessary change because it's always been those biological urges that sort of kept a certain status quo to what was going on between the sexes, and that change will be the thing that I think causes any possible positive change in the future. That change, because men being able to control that urge and focus on what they need to focus on is the only way forward. There
Is
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 no
it
other way
is
forward.
it it's positive for independent men, but as far as society, is it a positive?
In the short term, no. In the long term, I think it's the only
How,
way forward.
how is it a positive in the long term?
I think it's a form of negotiation, right? It's a form of pulling back from the way things were before, and if a new positive thing comes to the table, then it might be that pull.
Then it might be right. The thing is, what would have to come to the table for men to actually go back to doing what they were doing?
It's something that would cause them to want to
You
go
have
back.
to have another cultural shift. Okay.
Hmm.
But the thing is, before COVID, basically you were actually conditioned that you actually needed to have sex and date and chase women, right? Okay. But when you broke from that, guess what happened? I don't need that shit. Okay. I'm actually happier without all that crap. Okay. It was a cultural shock that changed people.
Hmm.
That's what you have to notice about culture, about environment, and people. Okay. If you keep that, if you recognize the culture is not really real, it actually changes. You do actually do better and predict actual change. Okay.
Hmm.
I've been doing this for so long I can't even uh, talk about it. Okay. Since the 90s. Okay. I've been watching this shit since the 90s. I've been doing this for so long it's ridiculous. Okay. I can actually predict shifts by just looking at the environment and the existing culture, the environments, and the people. You actually predict the shift. You can actually see it on a chart to the point where they're actually using this shit now. So,
Hmm.
because it's obvious. I guess you black people don't. I tell black men if you actually want these women, you're actually voting for the status quo, and some people want that.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's fine, but stop complaining to me about it.
Yeah, I'm in agreement.
Yeah. Anyway, that's
One
brief,
thing I do want to ask a question is
real quick. Yeah, because I'm getting kind of
yeah,
tired. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
so with women now they got more things like the technology they make their own money. I'm wondering
Mm-hmm.
if this is also the increase, especially talking about art, like, or actually black Nigerians, the increase of them being homosexuals.
Yeah, of course. I mean, homosexual is actually pushed in the
Yeah, it's
schools
push. Yeah.
and actually suggested that even if they're not, if they're leaning that way, it will actually push them that way. But it's not new. The Romans did it and Greeks did it back in
And
like
we
three
know what
thousand
happened.
years ago. Yeah.
And we know what happened to this side.
And what I mean, they lasted for 1,500 years with it. So
Mm-hmm. One thing, because while Sergeant Whitley did recognize that, he said that if you got money, you could change the chick. But forgot said in other countries, someone will make more than a man and they still submissive. So that kind of debunks that right there.
in other
Dolly
words,
Parton.
yeah, the Dolly Parton does it. What I'm saying is, okay, socialization has something to do with it, right? You don't need to make six figures, okay? If the woman is already socialized to be a certain way, that's the way she is, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You have to work with that instead of
Yeah.
trying to change how she's socialized, okay? Trying to change somebody's socialization with money is almost impossible, okay? Especially on a large group, okay?
All right. That's it.
Let me go ahead and block Tara because she won't shut up. Like she
Yeah,
won't
she
come.
keeps saying the same thing.
Yeah, I
What's the
know.
thing? Let's switch up.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, about if she wants to come up, she can come up. I got a few minutes. If not, um,
DJ, she's not coming up. She wants to boost it in chat room. So, she will.
no, she just wants to repeat her talking points. Nobody's actually paying attention to her.
It's like this
May God bless
kumbaya
her.
crap. It's like nobody's saying anything about that.
Yeah, she's just yapping. Okay. Anyway, closing thoughts, y'all. I'm about to go to bed. Anything else?
No, nigga, you still got more left.
No, I
um,
used to. Okay, I've done a lot. I've done a lot of hours this
oh
week.
yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah. The force is not strong today.
No, it's a long week. Okay.
It's amazing how, and I'm not talking about McDrama Bear. I'm just talking about people in general. Is that I've noticed this in the past few weeks is when you give people simplistic answers, they rather take the sensational lie over the simplistic truth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the hardest pill, pun intended, to swallow. And shout out to Joy Reid saying that the manosphere is changing men's votes for Kamala. We made it, baby. We made it.
You know what? We knew it was coming. The thing is, people had to wake up and actually realize that we have power. Okay. Once they realized it would actually make a change, which they did within 4 years.
And,
Gotta
and
vote.
and I think that I can't wait till they start getting content creators to interview, even if they're antagonistic, because
What?
eventually,
Anton's been on Fox how many times now?
fuck Anton. But anyway,
He's a
um,
content creator, though, isn't he?
he's a content creator. I'll give him that. But
And he uses Black Manosphere talking points. So
it's
it's
Yeah,
what
gonna
it
he is
is.
be,
pretty red pill now.
but you
He's changed
know,
a lot.
because of that conversation I had with his ass on Dennis
Yeah.
Sperm, when he
Yep.
tried to tell me, "Aren't you creating a single mother homes?" I said, "Nigga, do I still have a responsibility to raise my son?" And he got quiet.
Mm-hmm.
He's changed a
So
lot since
shut
then,
the
for
fuck
sure.
up. I told him the difference between you and me. When I got my son, I didn't have to go to court.
Mm.
You're at the beck and call of your wife if she chooses to leave you.
Yeah.
Huh? Who has
Yeah.
power, nigga?
And everybody's not that dude, man. Charles is that dude. And she
But
didn't
you know
say
what
a
they
mumbling word. She just packed his clothes and pushed him out the door. Okay.
pretty much because
Mm.
she knew. I was saying, you we go to court, and I'm gonna tell them what, and I will subpoena every teacher. I'm just that ruthless towards you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're great now. She's like one of my cool friends now
Mm-hmm.
because
And,
now,
and and plus, she was afraid of the ass whooping she might get just in case you got mad.
and I'm not even a violent guy. I would just tell her. I said, here's my thing. You want me to be a great father, and when a great father says, "Giving my son," why are
Mm-hmm.
you challenging the results? It took
I,
her a while to get off that escapism too.
I tell bitch you raising. I don't care. I'm
That's why
ruthless.
I had to tell him. I had to tell him one of my best friends when they said that shit. And I remember you said, and I had to say, you know what? I was like that before I even met you.
Mm-hmm.
When you said, I'm not gonna go fight hard and cut my lifespan short.
Mm-mm.
If you don't want me to be in my kids' lives, I will make another family.
Mm-hmm. 17 years, I can make another one, right?
What did he say?
Yeah.
17 years. I can make
Yeah.
another. What's that to me?
Yeah.
Think, Mark. Think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was the most black pill speech I heard in a while. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
watch Invincible again. That's for that part.
He is black pill. It's a very black pill show.
Very black pill. And
Mm-hmm.
I tell people, I said, people think Superman is blue pill. No, he's black as shit. You can't be in that type of work and be blue pill.
It's half and half, I think.
Yeah, it depends
He's
on.
very black. He has
Uh,
you
Batman.
can't
Batman is black
Yeah,
completely.
put it to you this way. Batman and Superman are black. You know why? They're both utilitarian. He's just
Mm.
a cop about it. He's the vigilante. You can't be a cop in that business long enough and you don't change.
Superman, it
What
takes him a lot of time before he even like uses full strength, right? He holds back. He
Why
has a
would,
lot of
in
hope.
other words, let me put it to you this way. I'm gonna give you a good example. Do you have kids, right, McDonald Bear?
No, I don't have any kids.
If you had a kid and your kid did something where you had to physically discipline them, would you use your full strength?
No, not against my child.
Why?
You don't want to hurt the child.
you kill him.
Yeah,
So that's why Superman doesn't do it
but
normally.
if it's
That's
against
true.
a villain or something, but
No, 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 no.
What
That's why he doesn't.
what did Dark said about Superman versus Batman?
he
Oh,
liked
trust me.
Batman more, didn't he?
He said you actually do it, won't you?
You're a
He
Yeah,
human
said,
being.
yeah.
See, the thing is that Batman has to be more ruthless than Superman on a normal basis. Why? Because he doesn't have the powers and responsibility of Superman.
But he is more ruthless, right? He's
He
darker
has
than
to be.
Batman. He's darker than Batman. Than Superman.
And that's why they're the best of friends because they get each other. He's
Yeah.
they're the same sides of the coin.
there was a
They're
good what
different
if.
sides of the same coin.
There was a
You
good
know,
what if version, a comic where Superman started killing all the Justice League, and the last person standing was Batman.
mm-hmm.
And in order to defeat him, he basically released a virus across the whole human race that turned them all into
Mm-hmm.
doomsdays.
No,
And then he killed.
he took the virus. So, and even then,
That was crazy.
when not to get on the nerd tip, even in Batman Hush, Batman said he had some kryptonite knuckle dusters,
Mm-hmm.
and he said if Superman wanted to kill me, dang shit that I could do to prepare for it.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm just hoping Clark's still in there because if he really wanted to kill me, there's nothing.
And
And,
Clark is still in there. Clark is who
and
he is. Okay.
because that's who, like what he said, Clark is who I am. Superman is what I do.
Uh,
And
uh, uh,
there's a
Bat-
book.
and what's the opposite of that? A Batman
Batman is who he is.
yeah.
I'm gonna give you a good book to read. It's not. It's just a single comic, and I know you can find it. You low key 64-year-old, 65-year-old nerd.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably download it. I want you to look up this book,
Mm-hmm.
Lex Luthor, Man of Steel, issue
Mm-hmm.
7.
Okay. I'll look it up.
And
Okay.
the reason why I'll tell you that's what happens when Lex Luthor, he kind of knows who Batman is, but he doesn't spoil it.
Mm-hmm.
And he tries to sick him on Superman.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an issue when I guess they first met, or he just becomes aware of Batman. That's what Superman's not ready for. Like Superman's pissed, and he's not taking Batman's bullshit. And I want you to look at the dialogue between Bruce and
Yeah.
Lex
Yeah.
before and then after they meet, and
Yeah.
just tell me what you think about that book.
But psychologically, Batman is much darker than.
He's
Uh,
darker.
yeah.
Hmm.
That's why
Only person as dark as Batman is probably the Joker.
the only the only person darker is him. Darkseid. Well, Darkseid doesn't count because he's a god. He's kind of
He's the guy.
above that level.
Yeah, Dark Side is utilitarian, but he's not as dark as Batman.
No,
That's why he's afraid of Batman.
he's more like he respects him because he's more like you will kill yourself and everybody here just to prove a point.
This approval point. Yep, that's what all man said the same thing to him. You didn't trust anybody else except you, right?
That's why he put the books are much better. Even though the animated is great,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll tell you two things. Get that Lex Luthor Man of Steel issue 7. That's homework
Okay.
for everybody.
Okay.
Um, and one more book. Because you'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
The first volume of the Ultimates back in 2006, I believe, about that one because that's like the Ultimate Avengers if they were in the real, more grounded version.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of books, BGS, will
Mm-hmm.
you ever release books? Because I think you making a series of books would be like a very important contribution to the space and I think humanity.
Yeah, I got 3 planned. I got to finish the first one, which is the Octanes, and then
Hmm.
3 levels. About the rest, I don't know. About the third one.
Because I think you've released so much content, and I
Mm-hmm.
think going through and making creating a series of books and make like just compiling them down and making them accessible. I know probably a lot of people in the space would buy them, but I think just having something that is sort of just solid and it's there and isn't like hours of video would be pretty amazing.
Yeah, maybe. You know, maybe we'll see. Black folks and books are sometimes don't
I,
mix. Okay,
I get you. I
I
get
would
you.
write them just for posterity.
Yep.
All right, all right. Closing thoughts, folks. Dr.
Thank.
Marifa, you got something else?
No. I just want to say thank you. It's always good to come in and have a bit of a conversation, and also listening.
Anything that you can talk about that's happening,
Um,
or it's still up in the air?
I think right now, well, because of the elections, but I'm
Yeah.
more focused on the Kazan bit, and a lot of preparatory work on that. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
um,
Yeah. So,
obviously,
so what's your gut tell you? Trump? Or you can't tell? It's still up in the air.
um, I have a gut instinct,
Mm-hmm.
uh, but I'd put it this way, so that because there's a bit of overlap, so that those who are listening don't say, "Hey,
Mm-hmm.
we don't say these things loudly." But
It's a guess, but it's
from
just
my
point
side,
nobody knows. Yeah.
from my side, you know. But to me, it seems like it's gonna be, unless something really dramatic happens. Really, this race is pretty much done insofar
Okay.
as Trump.
Okay.
Trump. Trump has a really clear shot. Let me put it that way. And I think that's the signal that is also being sent.
Do you think the hurricanes were the nail in the coffin, or what do you think the nail in the
Oh,
coffin actually was to
this
you?
is like death by 1,000 cuts, really.
She's bleeding out, huh?
Yeah, because you always say this. I mean, you always say that when you remove the bubble, the
Yes.
wrapper,
The
right?
bubble wrap. Yeah.
And
Okay.
I think in the beginning there was a bit of um, sort of potential of this could
Mm-hmm.
be some sort of Michelle 2.0 type,
Yeah.
because not many people knew about her and all that, and also because there's this Trump is almost an ideology right now.
Yeah. Yeah. He
There's
is.
something
Yeah.
about the person's almost like derangement syndrome or something like that.
Yeah.
But I think the escalation in the Middle East,
Mm-hmm.
that's internationally, that is.
Mm-hmm.
And then domestically, from what my reading is, just her performance and the hurricanes and the absolute um, muted response from the government,
Mm.
from Washington. Um, uh, I think that the writing's on the wall. Hence the concern, getting Obama out and trying to do this sort of reactive response,
Mm-hmm.
and it clearly came across as being very reactive.
Mm-hmm.
And this stuff is mainstream. If you hear CNN talking about these things,
Yeah. What do you actually think of her as a
ooh.
politician? Okay. I mean, be nice. Okay. You don't have to be
I'm not
nice.
gonna be nasty. I'm not gonna be nasty.
Okay. What do you
Honestly,
think?
I put she's just not she's not capable.
Okay.
She's not capable. I mean, not just as a presidential candidate.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's very good at moving career-wise, leveraging what she has leveraged to move up the ranks.
Mm-hmm.
But as a politician, as a vice president, and even I'd say during her time as at the state offices,
Mm-hmm.
no,
Okay.
no.
She
I
let.
would want to come across her in court and put it that way
Okay.
if I was
But
practicing. But
okay. But the thing is, as far as that office, she might not be the right kind of personality for it.
no, I don't think she has the personality for it. I don't think she has the gravity for it. Because even if one says, okay, she's a first timer, she'll get into
Yeah.
Trump was a first timer, Obama was a first timer, and
Mm-hmm.
before that, you could
Mm-hmm.
clearly see, yes, the presidency is a completely different thing, but
Yeah.
there is a level of there's a core sternum,
Yeah.
there's a spine in there that you need to be. Hillary Clinton has it,
Yeah, she
but
did have it. I would agree. Yeah, she had it.
but she doesn't,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
for that kind of decisions, if
Mm-hmm.
this was 1990 Bill Clinton, then you could sort of coast through in a way. But with the kind of decisions and inflection points that we have today,
Yeah, yeah. In 1990, she would have to go up against George Bush Senior.
yeah, assuming that even that she was kind of shielded through because of that unipolar, didn't have major changes in the global scene,
Yeah, yeah,
still under the cushion. But now, with what's
yeah.
going on internationally and domestically, inflation, demographics, immigration,
Mm-hmm.
internationally, you
Mm-hmm.
need a very different type of candidate.
Yeah, I
She's
think you can see the difference between Vance and her, just
Oh yes,
obviously. So,
Vance is another beast. Like
yeah,
you were saying, Vance is a completely different animal.
yeah.
Vance has it. You can see it in his
You can
eyes.
see it. You see his eyes. Yeah,
He
I'm
Does
has
not
it.
that
seeing
pose a
it.
question about the future of the party? Do you guys see drastic changes happening to the party if she loses?
No, I think they already had it lined up and mapped out for 2028. So I think this agenda that they have going forward will change. And some people are actually with it, and some people are not with it. That will change. But I think as far as the party, no. I think it's going to be pretty much the same thing, just different people.
Yeah, I agree with that
Yeah.
assessment. I agree with
And
that assessment.
J.D. Vance is probably more a throwback to the old Republican Party versus Donald Trump.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and also internationally, that's the signal. Particularly over the last month and a half or so,
Hmm.
that's the signal that has become increasingly clear outside the ideologues.
Yeah.
That
The, the
this
the
could
only
be a
the only variable is the American people and how smart or not smart they are.
yes,
That's probably the biggest thing, right? Can
yes,
can they be sold on this particular woman? And that's
mm,
that's the variable that people are probably trying to figure out.
absolutely.
I want to say it's obvious, but things that don't trust the American people making this choice.
I think that's true. I hear it also from the other capitals. They're saying the same thing, exactly the
Mm,
same thing.
okay, so
Really, this hangs on
so
the American people,
yeah,
and that
that's the
uh,
unknown factor. Can they
is a
really
big
be? Can they really be? are the polls true that they're actually projecting, or are they um, propaganda? And nobody really knows.
Mm. And the fact that it's also so obvious, like when you stand from outside looking in,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and you look at the moves that are being made to just cushion. When you're in this system, sometimes it's not very easy to see.
Yeah.
But outside, it's so obvious that the moves are being the amount of bubble wraps around.
Yeah.
It's insane, and all you need is a little bit of exposure, and it just crumbles like the
That's
interview
that's why I
recently.
don't do domestic politics very much. Is because to me this stuff is obvious, but people inside don't notice it.
Yes.
They actually want to cheerlead on emotion instead of what's obvious.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I noticed too in the conference. Even in some circles,
Mm-hmm.
in other, like for example, in Europe, Western Europe, Australia as
Mm-hmm.
well,
Oh yeah,
is
yeah,
very strong sort of the same old
yeah,
college
yeah,
liberal elite.
yeah.
It's ideological, very ideological. It's
Mm-hmm.
more about Trump derangement rather than,
Yeah,
like you say, an empty suit. I think
yeah.
that's a really appropriate. But for the key decision makers, particularly in the global south and sort of BRICS
Mm-hmm.
core, they have a very different look at this. And it seems more towards, yeah, if she goes in.
If you can answer this, you don't have to answer, but if you can answer this, okay? Do they actually want to accelerate the process through Harris or slow it down under Trump? What's your feeling?
What
If
I
you,
can
if you
say,
can answer it, you don't have to answer it if you can't.
I can sort of answer it without going into too much specifics.
Okay.
But what I can say is, at this point, it's not about Harris or Trump so much.
Okay.
It's about Washington.
Ooh. Okay.
So, and so the acceleration
Mm-hmm.
initially, it was a bit of a reaction. Okay, we are reacting to the
Mm-hmm.
Biden Harris, and then that changed,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's become how do you react to Washington?
Yeah. Or the two different agendas that are going on in Washington right now, in a certain
Yes,
sense. Yeah.
yes, exactly. And the thing is now what that has produced, and it's kind of being well, not foreseen, but there's a sentiment towards
Yeah.
thinking that okay, we're going to see convulsions in the America's approach to the world. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Either way. Yeah. That's true.
Yes, and this is for the foreseeable future. So we don't see there's no expectation of any real stability either way. So the question is, and the more instability you get, the more the ego will release its talents, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
So.
so
So
the
do they want this fast or slow? That's the thing because under
double fast.
both they don't it doesn't matter to them. Okay.
No, I'm saying double fast. Really, really.
Well, then they want Harris in because it'll actually be double fast. Okay.
Yeah. The thing is with Harris, it's more status quo, so they expect a lot more destructive disruption.
Yeah.
And in fact, with Harris, a little bit, the concern is actually there's an additional layer to the concern
Oh,
that
yeah. They
at
could
least
actually go overboard and actually go past certain limits.
yes,
Okay.
yes, because of
Okay.
the question of who will actually be controlling.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's true
Yeah.
because the neocons being controlled, they have actually unpredictable about what they will do. I can see that. Okay.
Yes,
So
of course, at least with Biden, if you get him on the right day, like what happened with Lloyd Austin, you know, you could sort of
yeah.
him a
Yeah.
little bit. But with Harris, there's no confidence that
Mm.
that will be happening.
Okay.
Um,
Interesting.
so there's that bit. But then with the Trump side, um, it's very unpredictable on how he will be. It's not necessarily remove wars, but shift
Yeah,
theaters.
he's more isolationist. That's what they don't like about him as far as the neocons are concerned. He's much
Yes,
more isolationist than he doesn't like NATO or the other kind of stuff that's going on. He'd rather
yes,
try to focus on the United States.
especially for the Europeans. Now, the Europeans are absolutely tearing their hairs out
Oh yeah, because he's
for that.
anti-NATO and
Exactly.
yeah, so there's no more money for them.
Yes. However,
Hmm.
for the majority, global majority, the
Yeah,
sort of BRICS constituency,
yeah.
they have a slightly different uh, con- consideration,
Hmm.
and that is, if we see some sort of response, aggressive response from Trump towards, let's say, Iran and things like that,
Okay.
what does that do in terms of the stabilization of what BRICS is trying to achieve?
The
And
the
also,
only the only thing I've heard is about Vance and Trump is let's focus on Russia and make the Middle East more focus on China. What would that do? Because
yes,
they have a hard stop in 2027. What would they do?
yes, but also I think one of the things that, and this is probably the Washington bubble, the
Hmm.
assumption that they can still control the environment, because right now,
Hmm.
um, whatever is happening almost detached, not completely, but detached from the pace of American policymaking. And so the room for maneuver
Hmm.
for Trump, assuming he gets into office, might be radically changed from even now,
Yeah.
because of the speed of which
Yeah, which
these agendas are moving.
which shocks even me, and I actually been looking
Yes,
forward for like the last 20 years. It's
yes,
kind of shocked at the speed of it.
yes. So the assumptions that are going, that the policy, and even I hear this from people within the
Hmm.
election space in the United States, the assumptions they have
Hmm.
um, going in might actually be completely different from the realities of what is happening in January, end of January, right? When you have the inauguration and all that.
Yeah.
And so you have to readjust again.
When does the BRICS conference go off? 23rd,
24th.
24th. Okay.
Yeah. But it's kind of started already because there's the working groups and all those meetings
Okay.
already happening. So,
Okay.
um,
And anything to look forward to that you
I think that
that you can talk about?
I just point to the big agenda. I think this year is going to be, from my side, I'm looking at institution, what kind of
Okay.
framework they want to talk about, because they've
Okay.
floated new memberships for this year, but next year they're looking at reopening, and we're looking at ASEAN countries probably
Hmm.
taking priority there.
Hmm.
Um, and of course, it's already been talked about, the issue of payments, currencies, and all that.
Yeah,
So
yeah. What's his name? Did a pretty good job about breaking down Tether and the alternative banking system.
yes, yes,
So they're going to
but
actually formalize it more than it already has been.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Now it's more about institutional building, those treaties, institutions, design, those kind of that is the major conversation for this.
So is the UN ready to come out take the rest off the digital yuan in China is, or not? Are they
Well,
still kind of hesitant?
the thing is, they are, but
Mm-hmm.
you need, and this is where the West has a major advantage.
Mm-hmm.
You need an architecture, a framework
Mm-hmm.
that can operationalize it, so that it's not um, constrained in terms of what the UN can actually do. It
Okay.
needs to be housed within a structure. So the conversation is, how do you create a flexible enough structure to
Mm-hmm.
be able to fully operationalize,
Yeah,
plug in
because
the UN at that scale.
the Chinese don't want to replicate Bretton Woods.
Yes, yes, they don't want to do that,
Mm-hmm.
and they're looking at less. And this is where the Chinese, as much as they're looking for, I call it global leadership,
Mm-hmm.
but they're not looking for hegemony.
Okay. They're
You
looking
know,
for like the IMF bonds, which is a basket of currencies.
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes. And because also getting consensus and decision making is made by consensus, is going to be very difficult when you have three big kahunas in there, with Russia and India.
Yeah. So India is a problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
India, and even Russia to some extent, as much as they have levers to pull, because the
Yeah.
success of Belt and Road,
Mm-hmm.
has a lot to do with the Eurasian corridor and things
Mm-hmm.
like that, security, etc. So, um, yeah, it's more towards the sort of basket of currencies, but you need an architecture to make it work,
Okay.
because it's not for now. They're looking at around from about 2032 going onwards.
Yeah, that
What
sounds about right.
what
That sounds about
what
right.
will BRICS actually look like? Or what kind of countries will be in there, and
Yeah.
how will you do that kind of complex?
Yeah. I don't think they're in a hurry because the patchwork is working pretty well. With
So
the
far,
AI in the digital space, actually working pretty well.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where now the US comes in,
Mm-hmm.
and the collective West comes in. Um, there's an additional urgency because of one, um, there's this need to be proactive, because
Mm-hmm.
of Western moves, let's put it that way, and Washington's convulsions. And two, there's a lot of demand,
Mm-hmm.
even from the large economies that want to join in to actually accelerate this stuff. And so, because there's a lot of pressure coming in, we don't want either from sanctions, whatever.
Right.
There's a lot of, it's like a volcano, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of built up pressure.
Yeah. Yeah. Bill of pressure. Yeah.
Yes. And so, if the moment is lost and you lose faith in that sort of endeavor,
Mm-hmm.
then that could return the strategic posture of the major BRICS countries back to where they were pre, say, Biden. They could lose
Maybe. Maybe. I
yeah.
can't really see that unless something really drastic happens.
Yeah, I'm not saying you reverse the situation. I'm
Oh,
saying there's
well, they'll
because
lean they'll lean more back toward the existing. Oh, keep the existing structure the way it actually is. They'll actually keep what they already have. I think that's what you're saying, right? They'll stick the
yeah,
status quo.
more of like lose the momentum a little bit,
Okay.
because the sort of environmental conditions are set themselves up to actually
Are
suck.
are, are the Chinese comfortable with the speed of change that's going on right now?
Actually, yes,
They
they're
are
more
really
concerned.
okay.
Yeah, they
Oh,
are.
really? Okay.
At this point, they are actually,
Okay.
partly because it's consistent with their planning, um, actually from when Xi Jinping came into power.
Okay.
So they were looking at 2025.
Wow. Okay.
Some of the milestones have already achieved. They had 20. Of course, COVID slowed things down a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and then the housing issue.
Yeah.
Their housing economy, real estate economy. Sorry. But some of their milestones,
Yeah.
are coming into online 2025,
Okay.
2026.
Okay. Because
And
it's completely different than the timeline they say like 2005. The timeline was actually much different than it is now.
then, yes, and a huge part of that is what happened with Russia and Ukraine.
Okay.
You're right. That's a
Yeah.
huge
Okay.
part of that. And
So
some
they
of those moves actually began in 2014, 15 back then.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right after um when I saw what happened to Libya and Syria. Yeah.
Yes. And so at that time, And there was a lot of headlines in sort of the Economist, etc., talking about Xi
Mm.
Jinping is more aggressive and this and that to try and sort of caricature him, if you remember
Yeah.
those headlines. So they were really pushing very hard.
Okay.
And so, and now it's almost, but they were not, now it's almost like they were forced to get comfortable. Now it's kind of, okay, this is what we're doing. This is
Okay.
where we're doing. Washington, and this is why now Washington also comes in when they start announce these things like 2027, etc.
Yeah.
That's sends a signal, and then you see Japan
Yeah.
pushing towards rearmament, amending their constitution to rearm and things like that.
Oh yeah, because the U.S. can't do it anymore. They have to if they're gonna.
Yes,
They can't. They can't even defend Ukraine, much less Japan against China.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
So
that
they have to.
creates that momentum and initiative, and the signals are being sent across all the other capitals.
Hmm.
Africa,
Yeah.
Turkey, and places like this. So, but these countries, you see, like how Saudi Arabia is moving, they're being very cautious.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they'll
Yeah.
say,
They want to trying to see what side the bread's
yes,
gonna land. What side of the butter uh, is gonna land
exactly,
on the floor or side up. Yeah. They've
exactly,
been
because
cautious.
the risk is greater for them
Yeah.
than for these big countries, and this is particularly true. And that's why I think a few streams ago
Hmm.
we were talking about watching what ASEAN nations are actually doing,
Hmm.
because when they break out, chances are it's almost like that they're this, because you have the Chinas and the Indias and the Russias. These are the top tiers, and then below that you have your
Yeah.
Malaysias and Indonesias.
Hmm.
The rest, they open the floodgates, and then the rest just move in. And they're pretty astute in terms of reading this sort of balance of diplomacy and politics.
Yeah, they've been watching it for 100, 200 years. I'm sure they
Yes,
more astute. Okay.
yes, and they have a lot of experience in sort of doing that, walking the tightrope.
Are they surprised by China's speed, the speed and the rise of China? Most of the Asian countries, are they surprised?
No,
Okay.
because a lot of them actually been working in China for a very long time.
Hmm.
Um, so the thing is, there's the key concern is how do you balance relations?
Mm.
Because what China is offering also is what they need. A lot of their economic boom is attributed to that, China's rise. So
Yeah.
they've been cushioned from a lot of shocks that could have gone really, really bad.
Oh yeah, 1997. As a matter of fact, yes.
Yes.
People don't
So it's
realize that China bailed out the Asian currencies in '97.
yes, yes,
Took
and
cost them a lot of gold to do that.
yep. But they survived, and then
And what did the West say? I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
Yeah.
2008, the same thing happened.
Yeah.
You know, uh, like Australia, for example,
Hmm.
this economy is basically dependent on China, and it's quite far. So
Hmm.
you can you know. So the thing is, of course, there's going to be political questions as to what this means, because historically, the South Asia region and China, they have had a lot of contestations for a long time. But this is not new. This is what
Hmm.
happens.
Yeah.
But it's often what Washington is doing with the Philippines, particularly,
Hmm.
is playing that sort of historical tension to say, oh, China is coming to, that's why you see some of this. Even Miyashima does this all the time.
Hmm. Yes.
Is, oh, they're going to take over this and they're going to take over that. But the sense in some, at least half of the major
Hmm.
Southeast Asian capitals is not that. Yes, they have their disagreements with Beijing, but there's also a very Asian way of settling their disagreements, mostly consensus based and things like that, and exchange of resources and all that stuff. So
Yeah, and I think kind of Lisa Rice was saying some of the same things rather than using force.
Yes.
Yeah, she's trying to say the
Yeah.
same thing.
Yes, and that's where now the questions about it's shifting from de-risking from the Harris administration or Trump to now looking at Washington, because
Hmm.
I think there's and what I think what has really hurt the United States, to be fair, at the international space is
Hmm.
what's happening in the Middle East.
Hmm.
That has really hurt American credibility.
Yeah, and I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. But the thing is, I've, I think the $1 trillion they could have paid Egypt was probably cheap by comparison. Because I'd have gave up the money. Hey, you take these people. Here's $1 trillion. Okay, set up a foundation for them. Set up a land for them. Build a whole scale uh, towns for them. Shit like that. It's been cheap.
Yeah, because in the international system, just as the banking system, as you already
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
is run on trust.
yeah.
And as soon as that sort of dual duplicity comes out,
It still boggles my mind that they did
it's
this and
over.
thought it would work. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's over. And so, capital after capital after capital, the conversation is like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
United States cannot be trusted.
Yeah. And the Africans have been saying that for like over a decade about getting
Yep,
off.
yep,
They've been saying that for a decade and begging the Chinese, hey, why come we just can't pay you in yuan instead of dollars? They've
yes,
been saying that for a decade. And
yes,
and then there's like happy birthday. Okay, you got your wish. Okay.
yes. And do you remember when Mugabe was still alive? He
Hmm.
tried it, but the system wasn't ready yet.
It wasn't ready. Yeah.
So, but now there's that sort of upward pressure coming in, and so the question that is, and even Putin has been raising this point of we need now to focus on architecture. Let's
Yes.
get an architecture
Yeah.
because that is what makes the system work.
Yeah. Trust. Yeah.
Yeah,
Something. Yeah.
and put in
Solid.
place mechanism that
Hmm.
can actually facilitate not just the economic side with balance of payments and things like that,
Hmm.
commodity trade, but also now start to talk about security. And the issue of
Yeah.
Iran has brought up the security component as well.
Yeah.
So
Hell, it took the United States from 1945 to 1958 to actually do that.
yes,
Yeah. So
yes. So this is pretty much a 1945 moment. So
yes.
it's already understood that it might take at least the same amount of time to fully
Hmm.
get this on. But the difficult bits are normally the beginning, where
Hmm.
you're negotiating what kind of principles are going to. India has its own take, and all these places. China also has its own take. So getting that and through a consensus process, and then working through the expansion. Like for example, they're not going to expand like the BRICS core, so they're going to
Hmm.
create rings.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the BRICS core, the BRICS belts, and things like that.
Yeah.
So then
Makes
how do you
sense.
make that work?
Hmm.
Because so that it's not too big, so that you have all these global southern countries, some European countries coming in, they'll want, how do you cater to all these needs?
And then you would need a bigger architecture to actually host these people.
Yes,
Okay. Okay.
yes, and that's where now people like us are coming in
Yeah.
to figure out how to design this stuff.
So
Um,
is India in, or are they still waffling? Because I hear shit about them about waffling between BRICS and the West.
India, India, India are funny. Funny.
Hmm.
India really want to be a Western country, but at the same time, they're in, but mostly due to Russia.
Hmm.
But at the same time, they want to have to keep their feet on both sides
That sounds like a
because
lot like Ghana back in the aughts.
yeah,
Yeah, I want to keep my feet on both sides of the aisle.
of the aisle. So, for
Hmm.
example, they have a huge stake in Britain.
Mm. Okay. Yeah,
Yes,
they do. Yeah. Yeah.
because they're I think they're the most landowners now are Indians.
Oh, really?
Employers now are Indians. Yes,
Really?
yes,
I didn't know that. In Britain? Really? I
in
didn't know
Britain.
that.
Yes,
Wow.
yes. They are the fastest rising economic demographic. and no wonder, number 10, a lot of their ministers
Hmm.
are
Yeah, I
in
saw that. Yeah,
and all that.
yeah, I saw that. Sounds like
So
Angola and Portugal, where Angola owns Portugal for the most part.
yeah, there's a huge diaspora, very influential, a lot of business coming in, money coming in, exchange between India and Britain.
Ooh,
So
wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
yeah, it's a big deal. And
Hmm.
so and you know and India kind of sort of has more, let's say, affinity
Hmm.
towards the West.
Hmm.
So that's why some of the diplomacy between India and Moscow has been frustrating for Moscow, especially on the issue of Ukraine and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
So,
because it almost seems as if, well, we are in,
yeah.
but we are sort of also being moving slowly, this kind of thing.
I
Very
mean,
decisive.
because one instance they act like an ally and then a competitor at the same time. It's like, okay, what are you
Yeah.
guys doing? Yeah.
So, for
So
example, things
I
like
get confused with them. Go ahead.
things like Quad and the Pacific sort of South Indian Ocean alliance to sort
Hmm.
of towards China, quote
Hmm.
unquote, counter China.
Hmm.
India is very much a part of that, you see. So it sends very mixed signals. Um, and Brazil also to some extent, but not as much.
Not
Of
in
the
not. I mean, Brazil, yeah, because they have to be wary of the United States. But thing is, not as much. In India, I don't understand. I
yeah,
think that
so
the
this
rivalry between them and China is, um, at this point, kind of confuses me.
yes, and a lot of that, yes, they have those border issues and things like that,
Hmm.
but India's the big motivator for their sort of
Hmm.
um, indecisive, if I can put it that way,
Hmm.
indecisiveness is, they really want to keep their connection to the United States and Britain.
Yeah.
Um, they really want to do that. So actually, if it was up to just them, they would have been more. They're more. Uh, they swing more towards the Western side.
Yeah,
Actually,
I get that feeling. It's just like,
yeah,
well, okay, why are you with the BRICS if you're swinging more toward the West?
the Western side. But now they're kind of being forced by the environment to
Yeah,
actually
yeah, that's true.
look at
Yeah.
breaks. So it's more out of kicking and screaming rather than them, um, looking at it seriously and saying, okay, this is where we're going. And also, that's why you'll notice a lot of the United States plans to counter breaks, Belt and Road,
Yeah, it's to
have
it's
India.
with India. Yeah, the
Yes,
fact that they're trying to replace China with India and some of these things.
exactly.
Yeah.
And India had agreed to these things. So, for example,
Mm.
Clinton's what did he call it? What did she call it? The corridor,
Yeah.
Afghanistan
Yeah.
India
Yeah.
corridor. I can't remember
Yep.
what it was.
Yep. I remember that. Yep.
And then the Abraham Accords as well. Trump's Abraham Accords
Hmm.
also had India, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Europe pipeline. That
Yep.
sort of panel.
Yep. Yep. Remember that. Yep.
Yeah. So those are the things. Those are big India commitments from India's side. They look at them. This is going to finally get us. First of all, oh, we're going to be part of the Western sort of
Hmm.
shining diamond in the crown, but also it will sort of remove us out of the shadow of China and things like
Yeah,
that.
I
China has
think that's the biggest
completely
thing. Yeah.
dominated them.
Yeah, I think
So,
that's the biggest thing. The shadow of China.
yes. And oh, we're going to set up this quad and we're going to contain China this way and that way and do all these things.
Hmm.
But all that is going to pot now because
With
that sort of
Ukraine.
Clinton plan collapsed.
The Ukraine thing actually shifted a lot of stuff.
Yes. And with what's happening in the Middle East,
Oh
it's
yeah.
shutting down the Abraham Accord stuff.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's dead.
yeah, you
And
know,
and Netanyahu's not really trying to um, keep it up. So, because
no,
I don't understand what he's doing. It just kind of baffles me. Doesn't make sense. I mean,
yeah,
maybe in the corridors where you actually um, walk, it makes sense. It doesn't
yeah,
make sense
it
to
does.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It's pretty clear. Well,
Yeah.
what he's trying to do. It's just that he's finally discovered a window. He has a window to do it,
Mm-hmm.
and this window is very short.
Mm-hmm.
And this, just like Biden did, this made the gamble. I'm going all in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And if it works, he becomes King
Mm-hmm.
Saul or whatever it is, or King David. It
Yeah.
becomes biblical.
Yeah. He becomes David. Yeah.
Yes.
He
This window has not opened.
defeated Goliath. Yeah.
Yes. And this window hasn't opened up in 50 years. So
Ooh, yes, it's ugly. Yeah.
it's a big deal. It's a very
Yeah.
big deal. So he's committed. This is not stopping.
Okay.
Um,
So either uh, river to the sea or bust, huh?
Oh, damn.
Should I said he should have paid that money, man. Got rid of the
Mhm.
problem. You know, had to have the country and with all this fluff, it's gonna cost you.
Yeah.
And
So
and Mearsheimer and Will said we're not gonna help you. If they take on the big boys, we can't help you.
yes, unless
You're
they're
on your
already
own.
doing $300 a barrel.
Ooh,
Like,
that's part of the thing is do you Xi and Putin already said we got their back
yep.
if the U.S. actually jumps in.
Yep. And also, and it's not just them. There's also Syria, where Russia has a big presence there. And
Hmm.
it's very important for what it's trying to do. Syria is a big part of it. And
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
that's
And
a
I,
new
I,
thing there.
and I see
So,
the Chinese are pulling everybody back because they actually want to do business. They don't want all this um, fighting. It's bad for business.
yes, yes. And it's a huge and this is why part of that sort of move towards accelerating is
Mm,
happening, because what it
okay.
has done is, again, it's not so much about the event itself, but it's about the signal of vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Supposing things happen and then you are dragged into a 20-year war with a sort of dysfunctional Iran, for example.
Mm-hmm.
That's a risk to the system, you know. And so, how do we start to move to set up these structures in place in a manner that, because the West isn't going to just keep quiet, obviously, as we have seen.
They,
So,
they don't they run out of bullets though with the West.
yeah,
So
they can still do a lot of damage.
yeah, they can do damage, but the thing
So,
is it acceptable damage? That's the
yeah,
Chinese
but
things. I don't think so.
yeah, that's true. However, at the same time, you know,
Yeah, they can trigger the big
there's a
one.
risk.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes, well, aversion towards the Chinese don't like that, for example.
yeah. Uh,
So,
I don't think they're willing to trigger the what they call the uh, the Samson alternative. Pull
oh
down
no,
the whole temple.
that will cost them. Yeah, that
Yeah.
that's gonna be too expensive.
Okay.
That's gonna be too expensive. And I think that and the signal was actually sent years ago,
Mm-hmm.
because they did do that at some point in the 70. When was the second Arab-Israeli war?
73.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because there was a time when they were facing total defeat, and
Yeah.
two of the babies were loaded up.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah. And the plane crashed.
And
Or did it crash, or was it like happened to the F-35 shot down?
somebody made noise.
Oh, okay, okay,
We,
all right.
we were seeing Kissinger in Moscow.
Oh, okay. I heard about it. Okay, I heard about it, but
Noise was made. Let's put it
noise.
that
Okay, just like the F-35 noise was made. Okay,
a lot of
that
noise was
that
made.
that one right there. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
a lot of noise was made, and it was made very clearly. You better shut this thing down.
Okay.
because the Russians are not joking. When they
Mm.
say if this goes up, we are going up.
Okay.
You know.
And Israel's a one bomb state.
Yep.
Yeah.
And this is and so next thing you know, Kissinger is in Moscow.
Mm.
So
Henry's trying to patch shit up just like he did in Beijing.
Exactly.
In '67. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a certain as much as you know they can take acceptable risk, but they don't want to do it.
Mm.
And so, and particularly if you don't have an architecture that can actually support what it is they're trying to do.
Okay.
That adds another layer of vulnerability. So in terms of decision making, where because it's almost like you're operating on a trust system between different heads of state, and so you're
Yeah.
sending signals to each
Yeah.
other. It's almost like flirting and things like that. You know.
Yeah.
You can show up and you're told like that pop the balloon guy. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was his name? The famous who went viral. The muscular dude, Malone, the plumber, right?
Oh, the plumber. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, your shirt is too tight, and all of a sudden, you know. So, anyway, yeah, the point is, states move very carefully because by nature they're risk averse.
Mm-hmm.
So, particularly, you know, for the Chinas, and fine, but China understands you need the other global southern states.
Yeah. So, but the thing is that this administration and Netanyahu don't actually are not actually careful like that. They're actually
Yes, and that's where now
taking risk.
Yes. And that's where now we're starting to talk about, instead of proofing against whether it's Trump or Harris, now let's look at the US itself. And it's not necessarily removing the US because it's too big at this point to actually do that. And it's too risky, but actually create enough sort of resilience to be able to absorb and withstand the convulsions of the United States, because the assessment that is flowing through different capitals is that for the next foreseeable future, we're going to be seeing this dynamic that's happening in the US anyway.
Yeah, it's going to go through its convulsions as it slowly but surely the empire dies.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
that's
so,
why that's why I say 2060 is probably the date that it probably kind of goes kaput as far as the empire.
Yes, if if they don't decide to blow everybody up. But
yeah,
yes.
that is there's always that. Yeah, there's always that. But I think as long as you have people like Austin and the realists actually kind of guarding against that.
Yeah, hopefully, more reasonable hands are at the tiller and not ideological hands.
So no matter who wins, is this a lot of this stuff over after the election or what?
That's hard to say, because it's like when you set off it's like Pandora's box. A lot of this stuff has already been opened anyway.
Yeah.
And just like wars, they tend to take a very long time to settle. It's easy to start one, but it's very hard to shut it down.
Yeah.
And for example, the Middle East stuff, I think there's an understanding that so far this guy has set up a can of worms that is going to be very, very hard to close down.
I think the biggest thing is the economy. Nobody's actually looking at Israel's economy. They don't have any money. Okay, who's going to actually fund these people to actually keep doing what they're actually doing?
Yes, it means as long as the U.S. is willing to pay that price.
And guess how's they going to try to get a bill through for that to Israel after the hurricanes? It's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard, but there are means to do it. They've always found means.
Not at this level. The wars that they really have to fight, it's going to cost a whole lot of money. Like in the.
I think the Iran one might be a bit difficult, but for these, it might be difficult. But even then, still settling it down
Mm-hmm.
in a manner that restores U.S. credibility, because that's the issue here.
And I don't think you can do
I
that. I
think
think
it's
it's
very,
gone
very
already.
difficult.
I think after the with TikTok and Twitter and all these videos going out, I don't think you can actually do that anymore. And then trying to attack the UN with the tank, okay, and trying to
Yes,
push them. That's a bad look, okay.
it's a really bad look. Um, the thing that, however, the UFC is still a big player in the system,
Mm-hmm.
and so they might not be liked, but they can still influence things.
Yeah.
So far, so that's what I'm saying. It's a bit hard to say where these things will go and what
Yeah.
is the ultimate end game.
Yeah.
However,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of it also depends on what the new administration decides to do and who gets into
Yeah.
office and where they go.
Okay.
But as much as the focus is on what happens in the United States,
Mm-hmm.
very much the sentiment in Beijing and Moscow is that this always kind of let's not dissent per se, but let's shift focus to what we do despite of the United States.
Yeah, I think they're building structures to actually contain it instead of
Yes.
and
So
I think they're allowing them to actually burn themselves out with weapons and money.
yes,
They're running out of money and weapons at this
yes,
rate,
yeah,
and Russia's kind of absorbing all this, uh, all this push with
hmm
weapons and money. I think Israel's doing the same thing.
yeah, because they're opening up a huge vacuum cleaner.
Yeah,
It's just gonna suck and
and,
suck and
and
suck.
and the United States is so far in debt that basically they can't keep doing
They,
this.
they can't do it. Do they have another $8 trillion to spend in the Middle East?
They
Don't
don't
think.
have a trillion. Basically, you're 35 trillion in
Exactly.
debt, and that's just the
Exactly.
public debt, right? Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Precisely. So it's looking really, really bad. Either way,
Yeah.
um, but for the rest of the world, the sentiment is pretty much looking at, okay, how do we, if they're looking at these signs, the inflation, the debt, the
Yeah.
wars, the credibility, the
Yeah.
collapse of the UN system, and things like that, and they're saying, okay,
And do the BRICS actually take over for the UN for the most part? What do you think?
the intent is to not do that, but
Mm-hmm.
to act as a sort of complementary space,
Okay.
because the UN.
What does the United States keep doing what they're doing as far as the UN?
Well, in matters that are, let's put it, in matters that are relevant,
Mm-hmm.
they will sort of, the UN really doesn't. So, like for example, Security Council and all that. That's
Mm-hmm.
they'll still participate, but
Mm-hmm.
the countries that are participating will participate. But it's basically removing the importance of the UN
Mm-hmm.
structures. So the US can still do whatever it's doing in areas of cooperation. Supposing an administration comes in that wants to do something,
Mm-hmm.
sure. So it's a mechanism to keep that line open, because
Okay.
once you bust up the entire system,
Okay.
then there's a risk of ending up with a global conflagration, because the UN is, for the most important role it does is create that space to
Okay. To dialogue.
exchange
Yeah.
information exchange.
Okay.
Yes. And without that, then the next thing you have is a collapse of the League of Nations type situation.
Okay.
So they'll still do that.
Mm-hmm.
However, there are areas where the United Nations clearly is being spaced out. So things to do with the global south, economics, things to do with some aspects of security.
Mm-hmm.
The Security Council is pretty much going to be severely hit by this, simply because not so much, veto powers. You'll still have veto powers and things like that. It will still be an important institution.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have countries investing in something more, an alternative, you remove that sort of legitimacy that is so important for these institutions.
Has Israel done permanent damage to the UN?
A lot of damage.
Okay.
A lot of damage. This is like a fatal wound.
Wow.
Not fatal, but a big wound. A
But yeah,
big,
yeah,
it's a massive, massive wound.
not quite mortal, but close. Huh?
Very, very close. This is
Okay.
now going to the ICU type
Wow.
because what it's done, and this is right now, it's shown like the UN system. Probably the biggest casualty of this thing is, other than of course US Western credibility, is the UN system itself. It has shown just how feeble it is,
Mm-hmm.
and also how Western dominated it is.
Mm-hmm.
And so its inability to respond to what's happening in the Middle East.
So has the
Yes.
West given up on the UN by allowing this to actually go on?
No, that's the interesting bit
Mm-hmm.
because for the West, the UN is a mechanism for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a tool. So they actually are doubling down on using the UN systems to, you know, leverage, influence, control, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly in the global southern countries and things like that, because
Okay.
the UN has a lot of influence there, soft influence. So and that's why you're seeing, for example, there's still belief in the pursuit of ICC cases against Putin and things like that.
Yeah,
And then
but that's pretty much done when Netanyahu can actually do worse and get away with it.
yes, you see, now that's where the credibility comes in. But they're also creating new institutions
Mm-hmm.
within the UN system to extend these things. So it's a very important mechanism. It's almost as important as, you can say, getting rid of USAID or
Okay.
something like that, or National Endowment for Democracy, things like this. These are
So did
mechanisms
do
that
they kick it? Are they going to actually kick Israel out of the UN for what it's doing, or
are highly unlikely.
highly unlikely? Okay.
Highly unlikely because a lot of countries don't really want to do that yet.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They can condemn and do all those things, but kicking them out, not so much. I think there's
Not for a few million Palestinians. Not worth it, huh?
no, and also historically, when you look
Mm-hmm.
at incidences that are close to
Mm-hmm.
genocidal incidences,
Yeah.
states are reluctant to do it also because of the presidential effect.
Yeah.
So if you're dealing with fragile states where civil war happens, a lot of people are dead, are they going to be kicked out and things like that? So
Okay.
they're very, that's part of the reason. The other bit is also Israel has a very, very powerful friends.
Yeah, they do.
And as much as the West is a sort of waning empire,
Mm-hmm.
they still have a lot of leverage in different forms,
Yeah.
in different regions. So outside, if you're looking at Africa, for example,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of countries are basically NGOs, basically run by NGOs and things like that. So
Okay.
yeah,
Still,
a lot
still
of
today,
ministries
huh?
still today.
Okay.
A lot of ministries have budgets, like 60, 70, 80% budgets funded by
Wow.
GIZ or so on, so on, so. So
Okay.
it becomes very difficult for those countries to move. And because of that kind of influence. And so to get that kind of consensus becomes a bit difficult to do. However, it's you can get very close to removal of a state from the United Nations. You can get very, very close. Now, that is not an agenda item that it's been talked about, but it's not
That's,
yet been put on the table.
I've heard that it was talked about. Just wonder how close they were. It's probably still distant, huh?
Still distant because the big movers are not moving on that issue just yet.
Interesting.
So even the BRICS countries, the big Chinas, Russias, they're not really moving on that issue just yet.
Okay.
And it takes that, it's kind of like we're talking about environment, right? And
Mm-hmm.
women. Also, that policy environment needs to be there, and then things move.
So
So that's very
do you
risky.
think they're waiting on Israel to actually bankrupt itself with weapons and money? Because that's
I
what they're
think
doing right now. Is they're trying to run out the clock on Israel?
That's part of it, and a big
Mm-hmm.
part of it, because it exhausts itself, and then
Mm-hmm.
they can do it. But I think a lot of it also has to do with okay, so they're kind of two, but same concept, but
Mm-hmm.
two angles to come at it. So
Mm-hmm.
one is if something happens, maybe Washington sends a signal, not necessarily leads it, but
Mm-hmm.
sends a signal
Mm-hmm.
to say maybe this is something we might want. This is too much. It's gone too far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, And another thing is if China, who are still adjusting to this new position,
Mm-hmm.
because for a long time they were sort of pro-Israel and things like that,
Mm-hmm.
and then Russia, who also are slow to move on this issue.
Mm-hmm.
If those two start moving towards a position of okay, we need to do something about Israel,
Mm-hmm.
and then that forces the GCC countries to also start moving in,
Okay.
then the policy option opens. It's kind of like we look at the end of McCarthyism. There was a
Okay.
point where it looked like McCarthyism was at its peak, at its height, and then all it took was a few senators to just send that signal, walk out on McCarthy, and then that started this whole
Yeah. There's the flood. Yeah.
the flood. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
so it's almost as if the dam is getting filled. It's getting filled slowly, slowly, slowly,
Mm-hmm.
because people are still hung up with you know. I think it's going to take time for governments to start looking at what's happening. As, for example, those groups. I don't know whether you can mention them openly. The resistance groups, right?
Okay.
The 2H.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think those missile strikes that kind of took out some of the airfields that these jets were
Yes.
actually taking off with. So, uh,
Yes.
and plus they absorbed some of the anti missile
Yeah,
weapons.
they did.
Okay.
They
So
did.
now they're kind of more vulnerable than they used to be. So.
Yes, and also, they had never really,
Uh huh.
since probably second Arab-Israeli war, they'd never really been exposed for in terms of vulnerability like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, think from a hubristic sense, there's this sense of ultra confidence, and this was the first time that was punctured in a very significant way.
I think if the U.S. hadn't exhausted as many of their systems in Ukraine, there might not have been. But I think those two things put together, that
Yes,
the
and
money,
also
the money and the systems are not there for them to actually protect Israel the way it used to be.
yes, and also Iran has significantly increased its capabilities since about 2000.
2003, really? Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. And the new cooperation with the Russians and North Korea and all these people, they introducing new capabilities.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah. Uh,
also the
that-
fall of
yeah.
Saddam
I
Hussein.
I think the biggest key is what the Iran actually reverse engineering Stuxnet and bringing down
Yeah, that
those
was
drones, okay, and then
yeah,
reverse engineering all those drones.
yeah, that is a
Yeah,
big, big
it's
deal.
a
Yeah,
it's a big deal. Yeah.
it's a big deal. So this Iran is a complete, and for a lot of decision makers, and this is
Hmm.
where now it gets to ideology and hubris, and that's where, for me, the biggest concern, one of the biggest concerns is that the people actually making these decisions and presenting these options have a very interesting mindset, because they're looking at just the same way they looked um, at China as in the imagination. This is the China of the 80s and 70s.
Hmm.
Iran is still that Iran of the Iran-Iraq war.
Yeah.
Um,
And Russia
and,
used to be a
and
gas
Russia,
station. It,
exactly. This is
and
Boris Yeltsin's
it,
Russia.
yeah, and it's not anymore. Yeah.
It's not anymore. Exactly. And so these strikes kind of shocked a lot of people. because especially because it came also as just so soon after the pager stuff, and there's a lot of celebration around that.
Do you think Hezbollah had a big influence on them actually doing that strike?
Yes.
Okay. Because I
Yes, they did.
heard that they will say, if you can't protect us, what's the use, right?
Yes, it was creating a lot of pressure, and that's where I think we mentioned it in the first Patreon we did after the what happened.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
That there's a lot of tension in Tehran itself
Mm-hmm.
because let's put it. If the former president was around, I think we would not have seen what happened in Lebanon.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
This new guy came in and completely went the opposite direction.
Mm. Okay.
And he brought in the sort of Rouhani, Khatami camp.
Okay.
Zarif, the JCPOA team, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those people, for some reason, they kind of they're more interested in being friends with the West and things like that, the United States,
Ah, okay. Okay.
and particularly this is the
Cons- cons-
JCPOA team. So they thought,
conciliatory. Yeah.
yeah, and so they thought, and they're a bit more. They call them moderate, although that's not. I prefer a different term,
Mm-hmm.
but let's use the term moderate.
Okay.
So they're a bit more sort of moderate liberal, big
Yeah.
quotation marks in there.
Mm-hmm.
They see themselves as the sort of modern, westernized, educated elite types.
Mm-hmm.
So they hobnob with Londons and things like that.
Yeah.
So, and because this is the team that negotiated the JCPOA, and there was that sort of John Kerry, Obama, Rouhani, Zarif thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
They believed in part that Biden was a continuation of that.
Yeah.
Because, hey, this is back because Trump is the one who pulled out of the deal. Trump is this, Trump is that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But Biden coming in is kind of a restoration of that Obama continuation. We're just going to continue where we left off pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't understand times have changed. So within Iran itself, and it's a huge. There's always huge policy debates within the country. So there's
Yeah.
always this idea that Iran is this supreme leader dictating things. That's yes, he's the authority, but there's a lot of discussion going on. It's a very different type of governance model. But anyway, but these guys came in
Mm-hmm.
and changed the direction from the previous administration. And some of it was done not necessarily without let's say the supreme leader did not really like that,
Okay.
but they did it, and so they started these negotiations, back channel negotiations, and it didn't work out. And then the United States was telling them one thing, but then telling Netanyahu something else, and then the death of Nasrallah
Mm-hmm.
really like shocked the regime because they're like, oh, what is this?
Mm-hmm. The
And then
game hasn't changed as much as we thought. Yeah.
yeah, so they've been played pretty much
Mm-hmm.
because part of the success of that, the reason for the success of that hit was messages that had been sent that there's a ceasefire coming and things like
Mm-hmm.
that. So
Okay.
that's why they took out a lot of those top guys in there. Some of the top guys from Iran itself were also in the meeting. So
Okay.
they were taken out,
Wow.
and that
Wow.
created a lot of pressure because now the Supreme guy was like, "What did you guys do?
Yeah.
You guys on this tangent."
Why did you do it? Because it doesn't make
Yes,
sense. Yeah.
yeah, and some of it kind of they, let's say, extended their permissions to do their own things a little bit. So and so that at that point, they say the Supreme Council said, okay, this is it. Now this is the direction. You guys, you are now. It's not necessarily off the team, but now these are the guys who are running the show. So the more IGC leaders, because it was also creating a lot of problems in there. So, and that's where now the decisions were made to strike immediately and things like that, because
Okay.
pressure is coming from Iraq,
No, you're from Iraq, yeah,
pressure is coming from Syria, and pressure is coming from
Lebanon and Yemen, yeah,
Lebanon,
yeah,
and Yemen,
yeah.
So Iraq was making a lot of noise. They're saying, hey, listen, are you in or are you out? What's going on here?
Yeah, I heard that
Yeah.
from Yemen and from Lebanon. Same thing. Are you in or are you out?
So, because Syria is a big target as well, so there's also a lot of messages coming from Syria. So, and that's where, and it took the supreme leader himself to actually make the decision to say, okay, we're doing this, and you are going to have to. There's nothing you can say about it. And and that's why after the strike, what he did, I think it was just after or something, he came out with public prayers. He doesn't do that.
Yeah.
And the whole government was there to sort of reinforce that this is that was a message to the allies, the axis of resistance, as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
That we are here. It was a very public message. So it wasn't just a message being sent to Israel, but it was also a message. Most importantly, it was a message being sent to the resistance.
Yeah, we have your back. Yes, what I
We
thought.
have your
Yeah.
back, and
Yeah.
we've seen since, particularly in Lebanon, the fighting has become very, very difficult because of that. They've reconstituted already, but in a more Hydra-like format. So we don't have a very obvious person like they used to.
Yeah, I think they prepared for that a long time ago.
Yeah, they did. It's part of their doctrine anyway.
Yeah.
They knew it's going to happen. It always happens. Nasrallah came in after an assassination, so. But this one, because it was there for 30 years or so,
Yeah.
and it was such a talent, it shook the system as much as they were still fighting. They needed the psychology of war kind of thing, and also for Iran itself, what it does is, in case something happens, because you never know, in case something happens in Iran, you'll need Iraq to be active.
Yeah.
So a lot of messages are being sent, let's put it that way, are being sent to Iraq as well, and Syria. So, because Yemen, Yemen,
They are scoundrels, man.
they are something.
Yeah, they're salty, man. So we took a hit. So what? Okay, take this too. Okay.
Yeah, they're on something else. So
yeah, they said they said it's a freedom or bust for them. Yeah, they're
exactly.
willing to actually martyr themselves rather than go back.
Yeah, and also the kind of warfare they're used to, that sort of rugged Tora Bora type of war.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't really suit the kind of bombing campaign. Those are the things that work in Ukraine.
Yeah.
But not in a European theater, but not just like Vietnam.
Yeah.
That kind of war in a place like that, you can bomb, you do a lot of damage, you kill a lot of people, but
they're willing to take the blows.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because again, this for them is an occupation war.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a different psyche, completely different psyche.
And it does help that that you have big boys actually supplying you with modern weapons too. It doesn't hurt.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
and it
So
seems like it's gonna get better or worse.
the U.S. Navy thinks so. They said, okay, we don't know exactly what they have. It's better be safe than sorry.
Yes, yes, because that space is a very tight space.
Hmm.
It's not open sea, where you can just do whatever you want to do. It's
Hmm.
a very very tight space. Um, so it's almost like fighting in a corridor.
Yeah. That hallway. Yeah. Yeah.
So you can get that Red Sea. You can pretty much concentrate your targets nicely and just do a lot of damage.
So there won't be any aircraft carriers in the Strait of Hormuz, huh?
Um, there may be, but it may be for signaling purposes, and because anyway, the British and the Americans have a lot of assets in there anyway, but it not deployed the way some of the senators I'm hearing or etc. Think this is too close.
Yeah.
The pen might have to be snatched again. Because even Trump himself said it that he's not in favor of regime change in Iran. So
Yeah, like I say, he's an isolationist. He's not really
he doesn't
interested
like.
in.
They're not really interested in
Yeah,
extending themselves that much.
he does the calculus. It's not worth what you have to pay in blood and treasure as you get the small gains like that.
Yeah, and that's why going back to a few streams ago, you were saying the thing that makes Trump a little bit better is that chance
Yeah.
of a different solution, a different
Hmm.
option.
Yeah.
Even though the United States is still going to be the United States and doing whatever it's doing,
Yeah.
but there's that half chance that in the Harris administration, pretty much, it's gonna. I
Yeah.
mean, if you have Dick Cheney coming to your side, then it's.
Oh man.
Holding on his back, you're like, oh wow, okay.
What I think the hurricane and the expense and move of the American people kind of changed all that. You can't send $80 billion to Israel after this. It's not going to happen.
No, and also, like you're saying, it's very important what you've said about the mood, the public
Hmm.
mood, and
Yeah.
as more this footage keeps going on, and a lot of people are, starting to get turned off. The pressure starts to build. Okay, time to stop this guy. Time to stop this. This can't continue. So, but insofar as Brexit is concerned, these kinds of movements, even though they might not go all the way, are still going to be there. There's a major infrastructure around regime change around the
Yeah.
world and things like that. Taiwan, you saw what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
that expectation that we need to almost but mitigate the risk of the West.
Yeah. And let me play this real quick by Young Grizzly about the SBA, right? Well, about this disaster loan stuff, right? Kind of
Yep.
explain what they're going through. You might like this, okay?
Sure.
Let's see if I can.
Hello. This is a call from the U.S. Small Business Administration about your SBA disaster loan application. Due to a lapse in congressional funds, new loan offers will be delayed until Congress provides additional funding for the disaster loan program. We understand how frustrating this delay is, and we share in your concern for the timely delivery of assistance. SBA is working diligently to secure the necessary funding to resume full operations as quickly as possible. Once Congress provides additional funding, the SBA will quickly resume new loan offers, based on the order in which they were received. You do not need to reapply once funding is restored. You can find updates about your loan in your My SBA portal. Thank you.
That's what's going on. Okay.
Hmm.
Do you think they're actually going to allow Israel to actually suck up $8 billion?
Yeah, probably even more. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. I think there's a constituency of people
Yeah,
who
yeah,
have divorced from this
a,
reality.
cohort of people. Yes, yeah,
Yeah, who are
yeah.
divorced from this reality. And just like that video you played, that clip with
Yeah.
the Star Wars clip.
Yes.
Yep.
That's why.
Again,
That's why I played it.
they're
I don't
gonna find
believe
out.
it. Yeah.
They're gonna find out.
Mhm.
You can't do whatever you want to do. Like what's happening right now in
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia is
Yeah.
also quite serious.
Really?
Um,
What's going on there? That
Regime
okay, okay,
change.
okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah, it's possible.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's why
Wow. Okay.
there's
Syriana. Okay.
there's a but you know because that's why they're sending the foreign minister to
Wow. Okay.
BRICS. They're not the top man himself is not going because of risk of
Oh. Okay.
palace
Okay.
coup.
Oh
So
yeah. 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 Something going wrong, like a crashed helicopter or something.
oh no, yeah, they just take you out. Oh no,
Oh. Oh. Nothing so subtle, huh? Okay.
no, he himself did it. That's how he
Okay.
got in.
Oh, that's true. That's very true.
That's
Okay.
how he got in, and then took all the princes. You remember, and
Yeah.
told them, "Hey, listen, you play ball, or and so yeah,
Wow. So
there's
so
the
so
risk has become very real. Let's put it that way.
so which way would they lean if such an event would happen?
Well, if you
If you're a
let's
betting
say
man, what percentage? What are the odds? Okay.
if they whoever is going to be put in is going to do what Millet did,
Okay.
but that will cost them.
Okay.
So it will be a very short-term decision, and the reason is because the royal family itself has a lot of asset financial exposure in terms of the assets in the West, etc.
That's true. Yeah,
etc.
that is
So
true.
there's massive leverage and also information intelligence, etc. All these things.
Yeah.
I mean, they were put there by
Yeah. We
you
know.
know.
Yeah, we know how it is. Yeah. So
Anyway, yeah, without getting into too much details, but
no,
because this
yeah.
is, I'm sure
So
this is very sensitive stuff. But yeah, I think over recent months that risk has become elevated.
okay, because I thought he was fairly cemented in that position. So I guess things change.
Yes, the thing is, he was among, I don't know, 30 something princes, right? So it's easy
Mhm.
to just find a replacement.
Mhm.
All you have to do is just line things up properly, and
Yeah.
things are done. That's it. And the US still has a lot of influence in the palace.
Mhm.
So, but he himself, I think he's much more inclined towards BRICS. But now he has to be careful about how he moves,
Mm.
because now his own position is a potential risk because of that. So Saudi Arabia, that's why even the issue of Saudi Arabia has come up in the corridors as well.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know
Um,
that one.
where what's going on, you know.
Wow. Okay.
Evil out,
Okay.
basically.
I got to look out for that one because I didn't see that one coming. I thought they were actually on the sidelines waiting to see what would happen between the two sides. I
Yeah,
thought they
because
were more.
initially,
I thought they
sorry,
were actually more neutral between the two sides. Saudi Arabia.
Saudi was going in, was really going in, and
Oh,
before,
really? Really? Okay.
yeah, before
Before
there was a,
before the Gaza thing.
yeah, well, actually, after the Gaza thing,
Mhm.
but sometime early mid this year,
Okay.
sometime in the second quarter of this year,
Mm-hmm.
there are a lot of trips from Washington to Riyadh, if you remember.
Okay.
And, you normally say, what's the phrase you normally use? Tag the coat or something, somebody's tagging
Yeah,
your
yeah,
coat.
yeah, yeah, yeah. On the coat, yeah, on the
Yeah.
sleeves, shirt sleeve, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And so that was the time when um, sort of information started seeping out of unease in the palace, if you like, particularly on this issue, and especially after they announced the Petro Yuan thing.
Yeah,
And
that would swing things, big
yeah,
time.
after that, and then there
Yeah.
was another attempt to actually try and reverse that issue,
Yeah.
and the attempt didn't go very well. So after that, then the pressure started really piling in on this issue. So from their perspective, they're like, okay, now we have to move a bit more carefully about this, because at ministerial level,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of dialogue between, let's say, Iran and Saudi Arabia, foreign ministers, etc. There's a lot of dialogue. GCC, that's why even as Iran has been saying, anybody who aids an attack, you're on the crosshairs, etc. You
Mm-hmm.
haven't seen a lot of response from GCC. Now, if this was before the deal, a few years ago, you would have definitely had Jabber or something like that say something.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of that sort of back channel dialogue that is quite solid.
Mm-hmm.
But because of this additional pressure and the potential for a sort of palace coup of sorts,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so Saudi Arabia now kind of checking their options again.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so Saudi
That
Arabia is a big one to watch. It's a big one to watch.
that would change quite a bit if that happened.
It would, and that's why the biggest sort of signal of something not really being right is
Mm-hmm.
that MBS decided not to go,
Okay.
and he sent his foreign minister, because normally coups, the best opportunity for coups to happen is when the number one is out.
Yeah.
So, you know, he has to be in and sort of try to balance the situation, or try to sort of show up.
So he's trying to wait out this election too, huh?
Yeah, in a way, yes,
Mm-hmm.
and also send a signal to the people internally that
Mm.
I'm here
I'm here. Yeah.
and I'll do whatever it takes to. And everybody knows it. The thing about him is, like him or hate him, is very decisive.
Yeah. Yeah. He's ruthless. So.
He's ruthless.
Yeah.
So, and also there's another dimension which now comes back to the Gaza thing, is that that bottom up pressure from the population
Mm-hmm.
has created that opportunity to
Mm.
for the talk about replacement to come about,
Okay.
right? Because him personally is not really invested in that issue so much,
Mm.
but the population is.
Okay.
And the history of the Middle East tells us you can be a monarchy today and something else tomorrow, very, very quickly. So,
Kind of reminds me of Doom. Okay, where alliances shift and people disappear. Okay.
yes. So, and that's why part of the reason is, I think he did a lot of public removals of people.
Yeah, it was probably not popular right now. especially since with
No.
the Khashoggi. I think it was Khashoggi.
Yes, there was that.
Yeah.
But then this stuff here, because what's happening right now, and because Iran has kind of taken the lead,
Mm-hmm.
um, it, and a lot of Arab populations are saying, "What are you doing? If
Mm,
they can do
okay.
this, what are you doing?" So
What do you do?
it
In
has,
other words, push you to be a little bit more active,
yes,
shall we say? Okay.
yes, to be a bit more active. And if you think about it from two competing states that are
Mm-hmm.
vying for, or that have historically vied for
Mm-hmm.
some sort of supremacy or semblance of supremacy,
Mm-hmm.
if your competitor is doing something that is garnering all this reaction,
Yeah.
we're gonna
Yeah.
look at you and be like, okay, what say you, right?
Yeah. Especially with the rhetoric that you've probably been preaching over the past 20 years.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Just put up or shut up now. Huh?
Yeah, it's put up or shut up, pretty much. And so,
Especially you look at Yemen and Hamas
mhm,
and Hezbollah and Lebanon. Okay,
mhm,
they're actually having boots on the ground and people getting
people getting killed
eliminated. Yeah, yeah. So
for this.
sacrifices. Yeah.
Yeah,
So what are you doing? Yeah.
yeah. Iran
Yeah.
itself has lost people because of this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
people are looking at him, and this is such an obvious issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's not nuanced. So even Egypt is in trouble because of this, and Turkey. So that's part of the reason Turkey, the president of Turkey, is also making these very interesting moves. He's trying to sort of make peace with Assad and things like that, and try to settle the issue of eastern Syria with the Kurds and things like that. He's
Mm-hmm.
making very interesting moves there as well because of that, in
It
part because of that pressure.
Turkey's always been like an odd duck, man. Especially after the NATO coup.
Mm.
Okay, which I still don't understand. You still do business even after that.
Well, he makes a lot of money in transfers of certain gases.
That is very true. That is very true.
And and so the pockets are getting lined up. Hey,
Okay,
here's the business.
it's just like the mafia. It's just business. Huh?
It's business. It's
Okay.
purely business. Nothing personal. And then they take you out. Yeah, for Turkey, it's a very, and that's part of the reason also why even within BRICS, as much as Turkey is a big country,
Mm-hmm.
they're looking at Turkey very carefully. There's a bit of caution, let's put it that way,
Yeah.
in how to
Yeah.
handle Turkey. Also from Russia because of what Turkey did to Russia. So
Yeah.
in terms of sanctions, etc.
Yeah.
So yeah. So and the Turkish head of state has that reputation anyway. So I mean, he's still supplying.
Oil and gas to Israel as we speak.
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
yes. So
Mm.
there's that stuff. So it's very complex, this issue, in terms of the palace dynamics.
Yeah. No,
Um,
that's why they pay you the big bucks, Doc. Keep track of all this crap, man.
yeah, well, we try. I mean, I'm amazed at what you do as well. I
Oh,
mean,
really? Okay.
I mean, and I'm not saying this for just myself. I mean, I have a few uh, friends in quotes who also
Mm-hmm.
who know your stuff.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
shocked. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
actually, it's an appreciation to you because for me, it's not just we chopping up, we're talking about all these big things, but also from a
Mm-hmm.
personal level, a lot of things that I've learned from you have caused me to change certain things in myself as well. So
Oh, okay.
it's a,
I'm
yeah,
honored. I'm honored, man. High praise. Yeah.
it's that master teacher tag is very appropriate. I sit
Oh,
down, I take my
I,
notes,
I,
and
I'm honored, man. I really am. I'm humbled.
right.
Yeah.
So it's really really important, and we are in different ways because even the stuff you talk about with dynamics of men, women, society,
Mm-hmm.
environment. Those things in different ways show up in our work. For example, when
They do. Yeah,
we
they do.
look at international treaty, there's a certain masculine way of looking at things. I don't know how that. It's a very fascinating thing,
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of, for example, international treaties are very uh, they put primacy on women and things like that, and you can see it. You can
Yeah,
see
because
it.
they had a baby, so you have to. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the way they're shaped and designed, and so sometimes whenever we're having these conversations,
Mm-hmm.
either consciously or subconsciously, the opening of the mind that you do
Mm-hmm.
um, shows up in how we do some of our
Oh,
analysis.
okay. Okay.
So, you know, and for me personally, most important, and this is also true for some of my colleagues and friends, put it that way, is
so to
that
speak. Yeah. So to speak. Yes. Yeah.
uh, we, I think it's the biggest benefit has been how we think, because it's, we talk about black men, yes, there's that specific, unique African American experience,
Yeah.
but also this thing transcends that in many ways.
Mm-hmm.
Especially one values how one sees oneself, or
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because you face it anyway, not
Yeah.
the same way as maybe the African American experience, which is why I don't speak on that as much. I keep
Yeah.
quiet because I'm listening, I'm learning, but at the same time, as you said, it
Yeah.
translates.
Yeah. There's some things do translate, and plus the environment also
Yes,
changes the structure. So
changes the structure.
yeah.
Some of the things you talk about,
Mm-hmm.
are experienced in different ways, not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily the same. For example, when you talk about, let's say the interactions with Africans in the diaspora, you see pretty much
Yeah.
those
Yeah.
patterns,
Yeah.
those kind of things. And so the idea of looking at oneself and value and
Mm-hmm.
understanding these things at that higher level
Mm-hmm.
um, is transformational from a very personal point of view.
Yeah.
And so that is something I look at and I'm saying, if KS was a master's program, me was his PhD.
Yeah, that's where he got some of the stuff from. That's what actually changed him. Is the some of the
Exactly,
stuff I did.
exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
It has that transformational impact.
Mm-hmm.
And while you're here, I was like, gotta give you your flowers, and really, really appreciate that. I don't know how to do it, best to do it, but
Oh, you doing it? You're doing it right now. Okay.
you know,
You're doing it right now because you don't have to do this. What we're talking about. Okay. So I appreciate it.
yeah, thank you so much. And also, the knowledge you've opened up. I didn't know about Dr. T, Professor T, I think he is
Mm-hmm.
right now.
Yeah.
I didn't know about Professor Kari and all
Yeah.
these
Mm-hmm.
brilliant people. Or your work on is it polymary, for example? Um,
Oh, Polly Murray. Yeah. Yeah.
polymary,
Yeah.
yes, yes, that was fascinating.
I wonder how come either people either hit it or didn't put it together. I don't know which one it is because to me
It
it was
must have been
actually
hidden.
obvious. Yeah.
I swear it must have been hidden because I was like, how? What?
I mean, because it's right there. I said, I said, wait a minute, it can't be right. She couldn't have said what I thought she said.
you know?
And I would start reading her and said, oh shit, she was serious about this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, what I'm saying is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What it's refreshing. It's fascinating. It's always a
Mm-hmm.
pleasure to listen to what an elder is saying and sit and listen. It's almost an educational lecture all the time, but not from a classroom perspective, but almost from a familial perspective.
It's like almost like what is his name, Socrates in the walking
Mm.
philosophy, where you actually lecturing as you walk. It's not
Yes.
like a classroom.
No,
It's
no.
more like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very relatable. You know,
Yeah.
in fact, somebody who I interact with was saying to me, "This almost feels like I'm talking to my grandfather or something like that." And and it meant something because from an African perspective, that is a very very serious statement.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes,
You know.
you know, because the custodians of knowledge,
Hmm.
those are the ones, you know. Um, you go in, you sit, and you sit on the floor. In some cultures, you still, even if you're 40, 50, you sit down,
Hmm.
sit on the grass.
Sit at
Would
his
you?
feet. Sit at his
Yeah,
feet. Yeah, and listen.
yeah,
Yeah.
and listen exactly.
Hmm. Hmm.
Or it's a very big deal. So when he said that, I was like, yeah, I can see how that works. I can see how that works. So yeah, I just want to appreciate you and give you
No,
your
that's high praise, man. I
a little
appreciate that. Yeah.
2 cents of credit that I can, and say, long may you continue, please.
Yeah, as long as I can. I don't get into the esoteric work as much as I should because of this kind of stuff, but I still try to drop it in every now and then.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's a big. The knowledge you're giving is quite vast. Like it's quite like the geopolitical stuff, the analysis on all these things.
Hmm.
Like for you know, people have subscription channels. People pay thousands of dollars to get these things in,
Hmm.
and it's there and you're availing it. So that not just our good
Yeah.
friends in the United States, but also internationally, can
Hmm.
sort of at least have a dialogue and a better understanding of these
Yeah.
things.
Yeah. Because I try to bring it down to the street level, instead of this, okay, this person doing this and that. How did it affect me on the ground?
Exactly.
As a consumer or a person. How does this
Exactly.
affect me? Yeah.
Exactly, and that's us. That is a talent in and of itself. It's very
Yeah.
difficult to do. And so, yeah, that's so. When I had was the first time I had BGS was when Kevin was talking about it. I was like, oh, okay, because and from what I know, you know him much better than I do. But from what
Yeah.
I know,
Because
Kevin does not do endorsements just like that.
yeah. Because he was actually. I actually play. I had to go back and find a lot of his clips from my women's channel, my main channel.
Mm.
Like the time he actually became really red pill with the during Thanksgiving with the
All
Mr.
right,
White Womanhood. I think I played the clip of it where she said it. I don't know if I can find it or not, but actually clipped it out,
right.
and he said, "Mom, you got to listen to this." And he actually said his whole family down actually talked about um, Mr. White Womanhood and James Earl Jones
Mm.
and the gunocracy, yeah,
Wow,
and
yeah.
actually changed the way he looked at things. So
Well, that shows you, when Yoda moves, things happen. Don't believe it. But no, but seriously, when I came across that, I was like, wow, okay, I have to look a bit into this, and then Dr. T,
hmm yeah,
and then that's when I started looking into some of the work you're doing.
yeah.
I'm like, oh wow, I'm also learning a lot here. There's a lot. It changed my own outlook.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I'm trying to get people to throw their shekels in, like even with the um, Ice Cube effect. That was actually done by Dr. Neil in
yeah, I remember
2020.
that.
Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And it showed up 2 years later, and even now, that's where it came from. Okay.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, and also that brilliant work on racial hypergamy. Wow.
Oh yeah, that was Green Gorilla, and I said you
Mm.
got to do more with this because it's actually it's global, actually, really, if you think
It is
about it.
global. It
Yeah.
is global. I see it here all the time. It is global. Everywhere I've been, I've seen it. It's just a reality. It's a very sound theoretical framework, and the high point of intellectual work is
Hmm.
that bit. The empirics you can always do, but
Yeah.
that's normally the hard bit. And that phrase, it was done so well, and you also did a lot of good work in sort of explaining it and making it available. So
Yeah, I actually put in some charts and stuff like that. Why that you can actually see it in charts and in polls and stuff like that. You actually can see it. It's not something that's not um, visible. People
yes.
just don't look for it.
Mm, yeah. So yes, I know it's a long statement, but
Yeah.
mine was just to say, and just came in to reinforce you, and the best I could.
Oh, I appreciate it.
You know, we pray for strength for you as well, because I know it can be.
This election has been pretty arduous. I didn't think it would be this bad, but the thing is, it is. But
Yeah.
this big push to actually brainwash people.
Oh yes, I have never seen something like this. I've never read about something. Maybe okay, not. It's been a long time since I read about something like this in the United States.
I've never seen this in my lifetime about this big a push and this much propaganda, especially
Yeah.
with uh, other parties switching sides over an agenda.
Mm,
I've never seen that before. Dick Cheney, really? So
yeah.
okay, that should actually raise people's antenna about this. It's more than just party.
It's more than just party. You have
It's
all
more than just party. Yeah.
you have all that goes the Snowcroft, all these
Yeah,
guys.
well,
Like
without the geopolitics, you can't understand why Dick
yeah,
Cheney and Liz Cheney and all these people actually coming in on the side of Kamala Harris. Yeah,
that is true.
yeah,
It's impossible, and even some very very you'd be shocked about some of the people that have kind of line. Well, you would not. You would not.
yeah,
Some would be, but you would
yeah,
not.
yeah.
I apologize. I apologize. But yeah, I was surprised. I was like, wow, you do it too?
Yeah,
It,
yeah, too brute, yeah.
yeah. Wow. But yes, hopefully we don't get into some crazy. Well,
I'm
it's
hope
crazy.
I was hoping that some of this stuff would calm down before it went too far. I don't think we're going to see a attack on Iran. I don't think Israel's quite that crazy, but you never know.
Yeah, yeah. The
At least
cycle.
at least not a major strike. Maybe something symbolic, but not major.
Yeah, I think for now that is not happening. For now,
I don't think they have the money or the planes right now since those runways were actually damaged and all those facilities were actually damaged by the Iranian missile strike. I don't think they have the capacity anymore. And
yeah,
the U.S. said we're not helping you this time. Okay, so if you do
that's
it, you're
true.
on your own. So
Yeah,
let's see if they hold
and
to that.
and there are new capabilities also in Iran that can cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, I think those S-400s really is gonna. It's like
Yeah,
the signal. Okay, you can try, but it's not gonna work the way you think it's gonna work.
yeah, and also new missile systems and things like that. So this
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
this shook them up big time. You know. Um, so yeah, we'll see. But the psychology, it's almost I
Yeah.
go back to not the same, but it rhymes with the psychology of the banker again.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
it's almost that psychology, that sort of fatalistic psychology.
I wish I could find some of Craig's old tapes. Okay, they talked
Mm.
about this kind of stuff about
Mm.
looking at the world like a banker, which you can probably attest to because you're that person. Okay.
We are. Don't be
you,
don't be
you
don't be
you
on the
you get you get paid for it. I don't. Okay. This is your profession. Okay. Just you and Salchi. So why you guys like each other? You see the world the
Uh,
same way.
Don't even get me started about Jermaine, man. You know. up at Waldorf Astoria with the ashy shoes.
and then getting a suite on top of that. Wait
Getting
a
a
minute.
suit of people.
How did you get a suite? Okay.
Yeah, and a cigar and the Richard Hennessy.
And send up a couple girls while you're at it. Okay. Yeah.
But don't, whatever you do, don't clean my dusty shoes. I'm still dusting the
I'm still
dust.
dusty and ashy. Yeah. Don't.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm still an ashy bloke. Okay. At the end
still
of
an
the
ashy.
day.
Yeah, take my ash to bed. From ashes we rise.
The rise of the ashy blokes. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Shout out, hey, even Obama is coming out, so shout out. Yeah.
Anyhow, man, let
But
me
anyway,
take my old behind to bed. You have work to do, don't you?
I got work to do.
Do you today? Or are you taking
Yes,
off?
yes. I don't have weekends from now until
Wow. Okay.
December,
Until
pretty much.
to December or to
Yeah.
January when they actually swear people in.
I have a small break in December around Christmas period because that tends to be a little bit quiet.
Mm-hmm.
But from about 28th, 29th, we're back in because there are two
Okay.
big meetings coming up. So
Okay.
Kazan is one,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a big
Oh,
climate
and
meeting.
then World Economic Forum in January, right?
Yes, and then from
Yeah.
next year we have a lot of activity going on. So
Wow. Yeah.
yeah,
I
and
hope you're being compensated fairly for it.
I'm not complaining. My ash is polished. My ash, I use polished ash nowadays. Scented polished ash.
Because there's a lot going on to be analyzed, and people can't do it by themselves. There's too much going on right now. I
Yeah, it's
can't
too much.
keep up with it. It's too much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too much. Too many theaters going on.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of writing because I have a lot of publications to also synthesize these things and put out and
Mm-hmm.
things like that. So, but yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm getting sent. Oh, what those Kevin Samuels scents? Oh yeah, I'm using them 100%. Spray my ash. Okay. Spray my feet.
what,
Keep them
what what
dusty.
what is it the girls use in Kenya? They use, what is it? Avocado and shea. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Keep them ashy, but also keep them scented. Hey. All right. We
All
gotta set
right.
around 2 hours of conversation.
We've been going on quite a while. So yeah, I'm gonna let you go, man, and get back to work and keep me abreast, man.
Sure. Oh, and by the way, before you go,
Yes,
did
sir.
you see? I sent something. It was just an FYI because I know anyway. It just corresponds.
Okay.
It was a small article just reinforcing what you talk about when it comes to birth rates, demographics, and how it's starting to become mainstream.
Yeah.
And the uneasiness of mainstream media to actually report on this.
Yeah.
But same thing here, they're talking about points of no return and things like that. So I saw that and I was like, let me just send it to you.
Yeah. There was a big one in, I think it was the London Times, or was it the Economist? I can't remember which one. I'll send it to you. Okay.
Oh,
They
sure.
actually showed the big bump where it's actually like a big bump instead of the curve, or the rising curve.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
So the way to look at things are actually really radically changing about demographics.
absolutely, it's becoming a massive issue. And I remember when JD Vance talked about cat lady, and everybody was so offended. And now,
Yeah. Now it's
I said, you can't avoid it.
and when Bill Clinton said it, right, about not having enough babies, you saw that, right? Well, Bill
Yes.
Clinton, yeah.
All that, yes.
I said, damn, he said it. I said, wow, okay.
Yes. And finally, before you go, I'll give you a lot of shout out for being the first one that I heard who called out the dog whistle, the Ohio dog whistle.
I thought that was obvious, man.
that I knew what you were saying, but the thing that surprised me was like he actually said it, because you said it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't hear anybody else saying it.
If I was him, I would have mentioned it. I didn't think you would,
Yeah,
but he actually did. I said, "Wow, he actually did it." I was
said it.
shocked.
And you came out and you said this is a signal. People are thinking differently, and there's a bit of pushback. This, that, and the other, and God
Yeah.
knows you were right. So I don't have the soundbite, but I'm gonna say it. Ashi BGS was right.
Where is it? Let me play it real quick, okay? Uh, from the man himself.
Guys,
From the
the
man.
bottom line is this: BGS is right.
He said it.
He said it. Yeah.
I said it. Yeah, you called it, and I said yeah. I
You,
didn't hear
you,
anybody else say
yeah,
it that quickly.
yeah.
So,
I said they were going to use. If I was them, I would actually use it, and they did. I said okay, and
yep. And now it's become the
it's
biggest issue.
now it's the biggest issue, even above the economy or the wars.
Yep. Yep.
Way bigger. Okay,
Yeah, bigger.
and
Yep.
and the hurricane actually increased that. Okay,
Yeah.
especially with FEMA and the money. Oh,
That
I
part
said,
was
wow. I said that's brutal. Okay, that's brutal. Okay,
yeah.
if they can win that, if she can actually win through all this, I'll give her credit. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll bow down. I said because
What a
this is too
machine.
much. You're a machine. Yeah, that's a machine.
Mm.
Can't beat that. So I have to bow down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely. I'll be
that's a lot.
very surprised if she does.
I'd be stunned. I said, after all this, like Trump dodging that bullet. Okay.
Hey, and this beautiful chart, eh?
Yeah, he's like, I mean, God has to be sitting on his shoulder, man. I say, Jesus
Mm.
Christ. I said, I've never seen that before.
Mm. And they did it twice.
Yeah,
They tried twice that we
yeah,
know of.
yeah. Oh yeah. But they were looking for him though. But
Yeah.
but that but that said, I've seen people get done in with that shot. That one missed. I said, oh my God, did it actually miss? It missed his
Mm.
ear. I said,
Mm.
wow, that's close. I said, you're a lucky man.
And also, you remember there was another one that went through the microphone at the front.
Yeah. Sure did, didn't it? Yeah,
So any of those two,
yeah,
if you're badly positioned, you lean towards your microphone a little bit. That's it.
yeah.
Don't move your head. That's it. Oh, yeah. That was something.
And
Dangerous.
then it kind of just like, okay, well, mea culpa, and the chick retires, and that's it. They don't talk about it anymore. I said, wow.
Yeah. And they still continued the same rhetoric that got them in the first place. But hey,
And Trump's like, I'm gonna brush it off. Okay.
yes, that's why he's sending those signals. The narrative.
Oh, okay.
Thinking
In other words, it ain't over. Okay.
Yeah,
I forgive you. I forgive you right now, but it's not over.
yeah, because he's saying this interesting. Oh yeah, he keeps pointing to Iran. I'm like, huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, there's a narrative here clearly for whatever reason.
Yeah, there is. This is probably the most bizarre election I've ever seen in my life, and it keeps getting better. Okay.
Keeps getting better.
You have to write your book, Dr. Marifa, about this election. Okay.
I will. Just make sure I am at a safe distance.
You are.
Somewhere in Jiangsu province or something like that.
Oh yeah. With all the shenanigans in the background, and who's looking at this election and why, and it's like, okay, is what it is. I'll be glad when it's over, though.
Yeah, but I can tell you this, just to pay tribute to what you said. There are books that are going to be talking about this, but in different ways.
Okay.
There are about 2 or 3 books on the pipeline already. So
because like you said, like even Biden, this is a nexus, right?
Yes.
It's a splintering point. So there's probably like 100 different ways that this will actually change the world, economically, militarily, politically. Just so many different
Yes.
ways. Okay,
Yes, absolutely. This is
one
an
way or the
inflection
other.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see it when you get close to the end, just like rats in a ship. They start moving all about.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. Even that's why I don't think she'll win, is because so many people are actually kind of moving away from the current administration and the way of doing things.
Mm,
So
it's become too expensive, and to support to continue in this course.
yeah,
And in
and
Europe, those signals are very loud in Europe, and
yeah,
causes
it's
some sort of dissonance.
yeah. She was a
Yeah.
long shot anyway, in my opinion. So and but they didn't have any choice. Trump is not what they want. So
Yeah. Yeah,
and
precisely.
and I think that shot kind of ended things really. So okay, I have to think differently, or at least prepare differently.
Yes. Yes. That's why you go like, what am I gonna do with you now? Jeez.
Why did you move your head? Okay.
Yes, and they were
Yeah.
saying it loudly. You
Yeah.
know, that's the thing. So now you see all sorts of funny talk about First Amendment and all these things. I'm like, wow.
Hmm.
you
Oh
know.
yeah. That's a big thing. Like Sputnik got canned.
Yes.
Uh, so I was
Sputnik
kind
got
of
that.
I was shocked. I said, "Wow!" And
Yeah.
nobody said anything. Just disappeared one day.
Yep. Just went, and the others just survived because of back channel interventions. The
Hmm.
professors, etc. I think
Oh yeah.
mm, people like Napolitano are too influential.
Yeah. Yeah.
They would have gone.
Yeah. But the thing is, the DOD is actually protecting. They got their back.
Yes, yes, they
Just
have
like
come. So,
Wilkerson, Napolitano, Ritter.
mm,
They can't stand Ritter. Okay. But
yeah, and with Rita is actually very personal as well.
hmm
With the two number one and
hmm
Blinken as well. It's
yeah.
very very personal.
Oh
They know
really?
each other.
Okay. Oh, they
Yes,
know each other. Okay, I didn't know
they know
that.
each
I
other
didn't know they knew
very
each
well.
other. Okay.
Yeah, very very well.
Wow. Okay.
In fact, even Biden himself knows him
Oh
personally.
really? Oh,
Yeah.
knows Ritter personally? Okay.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. They had an entanglement in the 90s, 2000. and,
Oh, this is really deep. Okay, so these are actually two sides
it's
of the
deep.
same coin. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
very very deep. Like
Wow.
and it's very personal. And so at that time in the late 90s, I think Blinken was a staffer, I think, in the in Congress.
Okay.
So they've been fighting. They've had those altercations for a long time. So
Mm. Okay.
they fought over um, the Iraq War,
Yeah.
WMD
Yeah.
stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they were fighting over that, and that that became that caused him a lot of problems,
Mm-hmm.
and now it's almost part two. So
Yeah. Well,
and
it's like the finale, pretty for the most part, because they won't
yeah,
be back if they go. They won't be back.
they won't be back. Yeah, and
No.
Rita, I think, is going to win the second round. So because at
Yeah.
least he's made the case, either way, and the more they go after him, the more obvious it becomes. So
Yeah. I think it's too late, especially if Trump wins. It's too late.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
And then I think what's his name? Secretary of Defense, um,
Austin.
Austin, kind of
Hmm.
turned his back on them. So
Yeah, I think so.
On Blinken and what's his name? Yeah. So I think
Sullivan.
he's a realist now. So
Yeah. I think so because at the end of the day, he's a military man as well. So
yeah, and I think there's a line that you can come up to without crossing before the
Yep.
generals kind of say, okay, enough is enough.
Absolutely.
And I will
Abs-
step down in public if you try to do this.
yes.
Just like Robert
Yeah.
Gates did with Clinton,
Mm.
with Libya.
Hmm.
Came out and said, nope. He said, I'm against this. I think he had to step down after that.
Yeah, it's at some point, yeah.
With Obama in
Hmm.
Libya. So Robert, I
Hmm.
remember Robert Gates saying it's a no go, and Obama did it anyway. So with the help of the Queen and
In the
Sarkozy,
French,
but yeah,
in the French, yes.
and the guarantee of getting another term. And
Mm.
so shout out to Rupert Murdoch, right? It got canned.
Hey, it's a very
Hey, hey, what can I say? Okay, that's what he wanted. Okay,
That's what he wanted.
that's what he wanted. Okay, guess what? Guess what? Guess what, Rupert? You got to go. Okay.
Mm-hmm. 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 That's absolutely. It's funny when you say something, you just laugh about. I know
I,
exactly.
as soon as he said, I said, I know what he's gonna get. I know what he's gonna ask for. Okay, and Fox is gonna be right at the top of the list. Okay,
Mm,
and
precisely.
Rupert Murdoch was at the top of the list. Okay,
Absolutely.
and he hasn't been back since. Is he? Is he still around, Rupert?
Yeah, he's still around. He still does his things, pushing, but is much more behind the scenes right now,
Yeah,
dealing with.
yeah. So he's
Um,
not what he was.
no, 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 no. He's
Not even
not.
close. Okay.
Mm, but at the same time, he's kind of. I think, particularly with the sort of the new Trump wave and all that stuff,
Mm-hmm.
he's kind of found
New
newfound.
footing.
Yes,
Um.
with this network of because his network is on something else,
Okay.
but at the same time, is not where he used to be before.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, I
So
think he got married the other day for God wife number, God knows what. So
he doesn't care. Okay. Does Charles prefer him over the more than the Queen did? Is Charles more in line with Rupert than the Queen was?
mm,
What would you say? Just a guess.
I would say not so much.
Not so much. Okay. All right.
Not, not so much. And a lot of it is not necessarily to do with him, but to
Mm-hmm.
do with two things. One, Charles himself, is not really capable. He's sick. He's dealing with all sorts of things,
Mm-hmm.
and also, the Queen. It's almost like this. You're waiting for your inheritance for a very long
Mm-hmm.
time,
Yeah. And
and
by
then
the time we get it, it's too late.
it's too late.
Yeah.
So he still has a lot of influence, but I think it's just, and then there's that stuff. There's a lot to deal with at this point, and so
Yeah. He didn't get his wish with the with Starmer. Okay. So
no, he didn't. And
yeah.
also that queen had a wielded that was the last remnants of what the monarchy really was like.
You think so? Well,
She
you think
like in
the
terms
thing?
of influence. I mean,
Okay.
she had been around for God knows,
Wait,
like in terms of a proper monarch.
what is it, like 70 years or something
So
like
many
that?
years,
Yeah.
and she had a lot of capital.
Yeah.
Um, and so Charles comes in kind of at the end of the episode,
Mm-hmm.
still has capital, still has influence, but you're still under the shadow of Mama.
Yeah, yeah. But he
You
threw
know,
his weight around a little bit, especially after their first prime minister that he kind of canned.
yeah, it did. I mean, the institution of the monarchy is very powerful. Of course,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of influence, but everybody kind of knows that it's not. It's not. It's like when you go somewhere and they're like, well, it's not like it used to be before.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, there's that
Yeah.
shadow still in there. And anyway, you're not gonna be around that much anyway. So actually, that sort of unspoken thing is let's look at William.
Yeah. Yeah,
So it
because
almost feels like a hyphen in a sentence.
yeah, pretty much. But because Charles has been pretty quiet, man.
It's very
More than I
quiet.
would think. Yeah, he's very quiet. So
It's very quiet. The Queen used to move things like
yeah,
for
you could
70
tell.
years of that kind of influence at that
Yeah,
level.
yeah,
You get a lot of mileage to use. You have a lot of mileage to use, and she, it's almost like still living under the shadow of Mama. So,
so is Brexit dead with the Queen gone?
um, that's really complicated at this point, but because you know the 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 dynamics in Europe right now, the
Yeah,
economy,
yeah,
and
yeah, with the economy and with the Ukraine thing kind of blew up everything, especially with
yeah,
Germany being on its
yes.
back. Yeah,
So and they removed, like, they revised the immigration policies with Schengen and things like that.
yeah,
So the Britain also has a somewhat similar sentiment with Farage and people like this. So
yeah. And do you think that the BRICS have actually impacted their Commonwealth countries?
big
What
time,
do big, okay.
big time,
Yes,
big
so
time.
yeah.
Because Commonwealth itself, after probably Thatcher maybe,
Mm-hmm.
was kind of this fading institution
Mm-hmm.
anyway. So yes, Britain has, because it was supposed to be what the US has with its commands and NATO and all this, right? But it is like it went past its sell by date, right? It was
Yeah.
never updated and things like that.
So
And
it was
so
it was too small. Yeah, to hold it.
yeah, and they never really adapted very well. They still
Yeah,
have that sort of weird empire sort of mind, like with British
yeah,
monarchy type of 1914 kind of thing.
yeah.
But but most of the countries
Mm-hmm.
that actually hold the Commonwealth in a substantive sense are the same countries that are the key sort of demanders for BRICS: Africa, Asia, right? So you have the big ones, of course, Britain, and it's
Oh, Barry
but
Hamilton talk about Kenya's toxic manosphere. That's hilarious. Okay, I had to look for that. That's funny.
yeah, it is. To be fair, like that conversation has been happening big time.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh
So
yes,
Ashy blokes are all over the
yes,
place right now, huh? Okay.
yes. The guys are talking about this whole idea of the boy child. It's been around for almost 10 years now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the plight of the boy child and
Mm.
things like that. And now it has morphed as the number of divorces. There was a headline. I don't know whether I sent it to you. There was a headline in the newspaper talking about a crisis in falling marriage rate.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yes.
I've seen that in the charts. I was
Yeah.
actually kind of
So
surprised about Kenya.
yeah. So that's happening. A lot of it is, although of course in the city spaces, so
Hmm.
Nairobi,
Yeah.
but in particular, because if you go to Mombasa, you're talking about completely different cultural environment.
Yeah, that's a little bit more of
Yes.
a
Conservative
like
Islam.
Rio, where it's more of a how can I say um, uh, 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 sex tourism.
Yes, that's true, and also that's part of it, because if you go out around Mombasa, if the resorts, that's where that sex tourism happens.
Yeah.
But culturally, um, you 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 find this because it's a predominantly Islamic region anyway.
Hmm.
Swahili is has infused itself with that Arabian sort of Muslim culture, so
Hmm.
you'll find outside the city itself.
Hmm.
If you and it's a tiny island anyway, but if you go around the city, you still have that sort of influence,
Hmm.
family, marriages, etc. But even there, as the environment keeps changing, it starts to shift. but the issue of men and men's rights and things like that,
Mm-hmm.
that is gaining a lot of traction. Has been for quite some time actually. Um,
Oh yeah, the
because of
manosphere the manosphere is in Kenya. My goodness. Okay,
yeah,
that's what. Yeah, I never would have thunk it.
yep, and it started in Twitter Spaces and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
There's always a men's conference and things like that. But
Well,
even that has started to change from the sort of conversation about you could play in the system, kind of getting men to
mm-hmm.
participate, to now becoming more open. Okay, this system is not working for us and things like that. So
Hmm. Okay.
it's become quite interesting. That shift has become very, very interesting.
Will they be more like the Chinese, where they won't participate and try to bring other women in, like the Chinese?
I think that trend is actually growing,
Oh, really? Okay.
which is part of the reason why, because the Chinese are way ahead in terms of making that decision, but
Yeah.
that the refusal to participate
Okay.
is
The laying flat. Yeah.
yeah, guys just not interested, especially these younger ones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, yeah, that trend is really, really growing at a very fast rate,
Okay.
and so we're starting to see the same sort of toxic days headlines showing up. And some ladies complaining where are these guys? We can't find these guys and things like that.
They got charts about Andrew Tate and Andrew. Was it Andrew Keeb? K-I-B?
Kibe,
Yeah. Kibe?
Kibe.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, him. So he's one of the faces of this thing. Yeah.
Is he online? Is like on YouTube or something like that? Or where is he? Where
Yeah,
he can
I
find him?
don't know whether
Is he?
he's. I'm not sure whether he's on you still on YouTube. He's definitely on Twitter.
Okay. Okay, keep
I'm not
track of
sure.
him.
He used to be on YouTube, but I'm not sure whether he's still on YouTube.
Okay.
He does sort of sometimes. He says, in English. Sometimes he mixes it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But he's more of, he kind of tries to model himself as a sort of Andrew Tate type. That
Yeah,
sort
yeah.
of
Which is where Andrew Tate had to go. Okay.
yes, they kind of tries to model himself that way. That sort of
Oh yeah,
brash type is not.
like the alpha male bravado type.
Yeah, that
Okay.
bravado type. I can say whatever I want. Da 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 da.
Yeah.
Rough.
Yeah.
And so there's a few others who have come up as well. He does shows, public shows. He goes to places and speaks and things like that. So
Okay. Okay.
yeah, it's become a thing, and a
Wow.
lot
I
of that
think so.
is borrowed from here.
Yeah. Oh
Well,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
it
Of
just
course.
shows the
Yeah.
global influence of not just what's happening environmentally, but also the work that you and others are doing.
Yeah. But the thing is, the structure is changing to actually mimic the West.
Yeah.
So the remedies will actually mimic the West too. So.
Mm.
Like,
Mm.
yeah. So like MGTOW is actually a thing in China. Chinese men going
Exactly.
their own way. So.
Oh yeah, there, there is it's something else, and they're very serious about it. Like, yeah, it's a big crisis, major crisis.
Yeah, they got to rewrite the contracts. Okay. Which is why Pearl and Candace Owens are trying to take over the manosphere
Mm,
to steer
yeah.
it a different way.
Oh, but BGS, I thought you were responsible for Pearl.
No, I am not. But the thing is, if she works for me, I will take advantage of her. So.
Mhm. No, no,
I,
no. Some people are saying you are the responsible one. Pearl is your fault.
yeah, so is global warming
Global
and
warming and UFOs.
Kamala Harris not winning, UFOs landing on the White House lawn. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all you. Yeah, well, that's the price you pay for being Jermaine.
Being Jermaine number one, right?
Being Jermaine number one. Exactly. Yeah. Just tell them to just send your dustiness a little bit, and just
Donate to the dust, okay?
donate to the dust. Or you're gonna pay that annoying rock song that Kevin used to play.
What the Kevin played? Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
donate to
no,
the
I
dust.
I actually played Lawrence Welk polkas.
Ah, yes, I
It
remember
was
that.
even worse. You
Yeah,
remember
yes,
remember that? Okay,
I
okay, yeah.
remember that. Yeah,
That
yeah.
got him every time. All right, all right, all right, all right. Well, I'll get the likes up.
Donate to the dust. Yes, exactly. Yeah, but yeah. So that's true. The social dynamics are definitely changing.
Okay, you didn't tell me about that one, Doc. About the manosphere in Kenya. I didn't know about that one.
Oh, you just brought it up. I was like, oh yeah, actually,
Oh,
that's
I
a
didn't.
big.
I would have never guessed. Okay, I thought
Yeah.
Kenya was still kind of patriarchal.
Oh no, 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 no.
I mean,
Well, yes and no. It
is
depends
it
on
always a
the.
blend because it's depending on the actual tribe or what?
Yes, yes, it
Okay,
depends on the nation that you're talking about.
okay,
Because you know this, before these were entire nations on their own, so they're
okay.
different, organized very differently.
Yeah.
So there's certain tribes that are matrilineal and all that, and some are very strict patriarchal. So,
Which tribes are matrilineal, if you don't mind? Which? Give me one. Um,
I think the Kikuyus are
Kiku.
not patriarchies per se.
Okay. Okay.
For example,
Okay.
if you look at their social structure, and they're probably the biggest one, I think, in Kenya right now. So,
Okay.
um, it's very clear. The mothers are normally the
Okay. They run the house. Okay. Big Mama runs the house.
big
Okay.
mama. Yeah, even the
Okay.
kids adopt
Okay.
mama's name.
Okay. Oh, really? They take Mama's name?
Yeah, so here you'll
Okay.
have Wairimus, guys called Wairimu, and all that,
Okay.
depending on the different clans and things like that. So it's complex. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. It
Very
depends on
complex.
the culture that you're in.
Depends on the
Even in
culture.
America, it's the same way. Depends
Yeah.
on the social cultural mix of that particular segment.
hmm
Yeah.
But the thing is, even then, they still have, and I think you mentioned this a while back, they still have, they're organized in a way that men have very particular,
Yeah. Roles in power. Yeah. Yeah.
yes, roles and power. So,
Yeah.
and that's how they worked, right?
Yeah.
Um, not in the modern version where people think of matriarchies as just men being these things. Yeah, so we have quite a number. I'll get you a comprehensive list of which
Okay.
ones.
I'd like to study the Kikura because I'm trying to teach people that a matriarchy is not what we actually have. Uh, Women here actually want to be in charge over the men. Okay, they will actually want to lead and be the leaders and stuff like that. That's different than
Mm,
most of the matriarchies.
yeah, even
The
Swahilis.
gynocracy is different. Swahilis, okay, really,
Even
okay,
Swahilis, yeah, yeah. You'll find they're not as uh, as patriarchal as people might think.
I think the Western patriarchy is much different than say African patriarchy. I think it's a lot different. It's not as strict as and top down as Western patriarchy.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll get you proper because for
Yeah.
my I come I have a Swahili sort of extraction, so
Oh,
I might
really?
have it
Okay.
much better. Yeah, but there are others that are pretty well known. So it's a different blend. It's a different mix. So sometimes I think some people when they hear of Africa they think it's just this one thing, or you know, it's not as complex but it is very very complex.
Mm,
So, but even
okay.
then, in the traditional sense, you didn't have the kind of things that we're seeing right now, even amongst
Okay.
those societies.
Okay.
Yeah. So you still had, men had their respectability, their, like you said, their roles, respectability,
Hmm.
power, etc.
So are the Western women, like black women in America, actually influencing these people over there, the women over there, to actually take more of a leadership role, or what?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, because talk about African American. That's kind of like the image, the
Okay.
closest archetype, image to themselves. If I want to be a Western woman, I can't be white because I'm not, but I can
Yeah.
be Black American because on the TV screens you have power and all these
Yeah.
suits, these those images, very powerful soft power, and even and this is particularly the case in Kenya, for example, where you have
Mm-hmm.
that's what I was talking about NGOs
Mm-hmm.
running the entire like education sector and things like that.
Yeah. The feminists actually took over a lot of those NGOs and actually put women in power, like
Yes,
the Grameen banks and stuff like that,
yes. So guess who?
pushing the money through the women instead of the men. Yeah.
Yes, and you have these elites,
Mm-hmm.
the modern African elites having a lot of influence in schools, etc.,
Mm-hmm.
radio.
Okay.
So they're modeling themselves after Atlanta or something like that,
Oh, okay.
you
Okay.
know. Um,
Gynocratic Central, huh?
yes, yes, and so that's showing up very heavily, and
And
that's almost happening contemporaneously with the manosphere stuff.
really, okay.
So
Okay.
they're
Interesting.
kind of cause and effect. They're kind of evolving, co-evolving with each other. Yeah,
In real time.
in
Interesting.
real time. Yeah.
Mm.
So as like you say, as the environment changes, things start
Mm-hmm.
to shift.
Things start to change. Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Tangible pathology is spreading.
Oh yes, I read that book.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I
What'd you
did.
think? What'd you think?
I it was revelatory. It was I don't know, when you read something and you're like almost seeing
Yeah.
in real. It's like a movie now. I'm watching a movie,
Yeah. In real
so I
time.
can
Yeah.
almost put faces as I was
Yeah.
reading. And I was like, wow. This the thing that amazed me was that this research was done that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
This information, this knowledge was there, and for me, I remember saying, having
Yeah.
conversations, and I was like, this has to should. If it were up to me, this would be like must read. You
Ah,
know.
the black feminists actually buried that book. Okay.
Oh yes, I can
Because
see why.
because of Moynihan actually used Clark's book and the Negro Family. Did you actually read that one
Yeah, yeah,
by
I
Fraser?
did.
Did
I
you?
did.
Okay, okay.
I did Fraser. Yes.
You read everything, don't you?
I have no idea. Hey, I am an intelligent Jeffrey.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, but that is actually is the basis of Clark's book. Okay.
Yes.
And then the last piece on that is the what is it what do you call that the one that actually did the study trying to remember it, can't remember it right now, but when I actually did the study confirming what Monahan said about, and Clark said. Um,
Yeah.
um, can't remember the name of it right now, but they actually
Mm.
confirmed all the data that they had, all the theories that they put up with data and studies.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I read the report. Actually,
yeah. Did you read the report? Yeah.
I read
Okay.
the report.
Yeah.
Front to back. I've read it
Yeah.
probably 2, 3 times. I keep reading it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I just keep going back to it again and again. Yeah, it's actually, it's your work that pointed me to that,
Okay.
and I was like, oh, this is actually interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Because the patterns are the same. So.
yes, so
Yeah.
seeing those patterns, and then I went and actually looked at the report, and then read Fraser and Clark.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, yeah, because the movement of people from the country or the rural areas like the village to the city, you see the same patterns. When the
yes,
clan kind of breaks up, okay,
yes,
as it
yes.
moves into the city,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Yeah, people become aware. Yep, you see the same trends.
the same problems, yeah.
It's exactly the same trend lines. You're right.
Hmm.
So Even as much as this is the sort of African American context,
Mm-hmm.
but beyond that is also the global. Might not
Yeah.
necessarily correspond one for one, but
Yeah. But it's
the
very, very, very similar. Yeah.
yes, the
Yeah.
patterns are very common, very similar, and you see how these things play out. And
Yeah. I was kind of shocked when I saw that the out of birth rate, out of wedlock birth rate in Kenya was like 30%. It's like, wow. It's like it's unheard of for them. I think it was
yeah,
25 or 30%. It's unheard
yeah,
of.
close to 30.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a very recent thing. It never used to happen like that.
Yeah, yeah. I was kind of shocked. I thought it'd be more like maybe like Greece or like 10% or maybe 15, but 30%, that's pretty high. And South
Yeah.
Africa is pretty much like America. It's like 65, 70% out of wedlock birth rates. So,
Yes,
which
and
is,
it's
which I
insane.
don't, I don't actually get it how it can be sustained like that. Doesn't make sense on the surface.
No, it can't. And the interesting thing is, even at policy level, it's not even being clocked at all. In fact, the policy pushes on the opposite direction.
Yeah, I think they're trying to encourage women to have babies, and I think that's what it all costs. So, and what or out of what it actually doesn't make any difference as long as they actually have these babies. Doesn't make that
Yeah,
they wouldn't make allowances for it. So, even in
yeah,
Colombia. So I'm like, okay, that on the surface it doesn't make sense. But the thing is that the patriarchal countries like Japan, like Korea and Greece have a low birth rate.
Yes, yes, yes. That
So
is true.
whereas the countries that are allowed have a higher birth rate. So
Mm, mm.
like South Korea doesn't. I think the outer where like birth rate is like maybe what
Very tiny.
yeah, it's like 3 or 4%.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
but the fertility rate is like 0.7. So
Yes.
yeah,
Mm. Yeah, because it's still social taboo to have babies outside that structure.
yeah. I mean, yeah, like ostracization. So
Yeah, but it's funny because this out of wedlock birth rates corresponding with a very high push towards, as you know, feminization and all this,
yeah,
and destruction of the sort of marriage family structures. These three trends, the way they're showing up and how there's very active policy to
yeah,
driving these things.
and it corresponds exactly with the Mouse Utopia,
Mm.
separation of the sexes.
Yes, absolutely,
So
absolutely.
interesting.
It's fascinating. It's
Yeah,
fascinating to see. Well, that's
yeah.
that's probably a whole stream. Of,
It's a whole stream by itself. Anyway,
yeah.
man, I'm gonna go to bed
Anyway,
because it's been 8
yeah.
hours. Yeah,
Oh wow, this is
yeah.
you did it again. You did it again.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All right, all right. I'll
All
let
right,
you.
Doc,
Good night. Thank you so much again.
and go do some work, man.
Yeah. See you, Jeffrey.
All right, Jeffrey.
All right.
Jermaine #1 out. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Peace.
Peace out.
Музыка Денис Шипер.